All right, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 needs you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, it looks like Hot Rod round number 2 is all packed and stacked and ready to go in the lanes, and we're going to get this day started. Championship Sunday. All right, so once again, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 needs you to the lanes, please. NE3 to the lanes. Round number 1 of eliminations for NE3. All right, so once again, I want to welcome everybody here to the final day of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Championship Sunday. We're going to crown the champions. It was an excellent final funny car session last night. And looking forward to a very exciting, action-packed day of eliminations and crowning our champions here later this afternoon. So good morning, welcome, and welcome to everybody watching online, dragrace.tv. We're going to get things rocking and rolling here pretty quickly with round number 2 of Hot Rod Eliminator. So starting the morning off with a little bit of exhibition, we got Chris Robbins out of Mariposa. 60-70 Econoline. That just looks all kinds of wrong to drive, but looks very fun.
Well, think about this. You're like on top of the tree.
Yeah, that's a... Never thought about that, Mike English. You're staging the car, your body is actually over the stage beams. That's got to be weird. I want to say good morning to Paul Weekman. Watch it online. 3:15 in reaction time for the Econoline, top end of the racetrack. 11:07, 118 miles an hour. Best run so far in that Econoline. So we just got a phone dropped off in the tower. So if you reach in your pocket, you're missing a phone, come up and tell me what your screensaver is, and I'll give it back to you. So Wayne Carroll coming up in the Chevy Royale, 37 Chevy Coupe, 400 inches under the hood, out of Temecula. It's over by Mike English. So something amiss for the Chevy Royale. So he's just going to limp it on down. And then we're going to get into Hot Rod, round number 2 of eliminations. 75 turned into 36. So here we go as they're coming into the water box here for round number 2. 2 go down, 1 come back here this morning. It is eliminations. Racing on Sunday's never a bad day, especially in Hot Rod. Biggest category out here. Lots of tough competition. And I love me some bracket racing. So starting things off here in round number 2 of eliminations, we got John Kruger out at Tehachapi, dialed in at a 10:45, 68 Camaro. And then the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side, we got Ryan Brown out of Phelan. 55 Chevy 210 car, 496 under the hood. He's dialed in at a 10 flat. So the head start going to Kruger over there in the 3-way Chevy side. We're going to get things started real quick as pre-stage bulbs come on from both drivers. So a pair of green lights, 55 trying to hunt down the Camaro. On the brakes and win light going to John Kruger. He was 034. Ryan Brown had him in reaction time with an 015. He gets down there, goes 1021 on that 10-0 dial, and just wasn't enough. And John Kruger moving into round number 3. Next pair, Delbert Tooman, Acton. 1955 Bel Air, 1155 the dial, and the head start going to him in the 3-way Chevy side, and Bob Sanders. 69 Chevelle, 540 under the hood, dial to 1048, and a red light start there for Bob Sanders. That's a freebie there for Delbert Tooman. So Delbert's going to get a time run here as he was 029 on this side and looking for that 1155, goes 1153, so dialed right, had a couple in his pocket. And Bob Sanders goes 1055 on that 1048, but bows out due to the red light. So we got Herschel Ward.
Look at the back.
So Herschel Ward down the 960. Big old wheel stand there for Herschel. And Mark Bresinger looking for that 947 dial. And Herschel starting his Sunday with the wheels up and goes dead on 960 with a 7. Reaction time, win light, oh yeah. When you go dead on, that's tough to beat. 132 miles an hour, 1023 on that 947 for Mark Bresinger. So next pair, we got Steve McReynolds. John Hildebrand. Hildebrand's no joke there in that 31 Model A. He's looking for that 922 top end of the racetrack win light. Got to go to Steve McReynolds on a double breakout. Wow, Hildebrand got there first, picked up a little bit more than he intended with a 915 on that 922. McReynolds moving on, 945 on the 48, 3 under the dial, and he's moving in to round number 3. Joy Tucker, Joel Road. Kuna, Idaho, car builder, 71 Chevy. The C10 truck there, dialed to 1270, so the head start going to Joel. Joy Tucker, Cal Fireworker out of Reading, 1150 dialed. Staged and ready, and here we go. Green lights a pair here. Joy Tucker trying to get around the truck, top end of the racetrack. It's going to be Joy Tucker, 11:57 on the 11:50. Better reaction time went to Joel with an 0:40. Joy was 0:92, goes closer to the number 12:92 on a 12:70, and by 9 hun, Joy Tucker moving on. So you got Jerry Bradbander, Cloverdale, 62 Chevy 2 dialed to 1071, and Jack Milano, 67 El Camino dialed to 1068. So a little bit of hop coming for Jack as he turns on the red light by 009. So win light start for Jerry Bradbander. And on that 1071, he goes 1072, 119. Red lights will get you. They cost a lot today. Darren Hopkins coming up next, Michelob Ultra. CP Carrillo side dot 1115. Head start going to Jeff Road out of Upland, the plumber. 73 C10. Dialed in at a 1269. So staged and ready, and here we go. Top end of the racetrack, win light going to be that Darren Hopkins. He was 009 and way better by about a month. Goes 11:26 on the 11:15. Took a tenth and some change across the finish line. And he's going to move on into round number 3. Tom Price, Dan Jordan. Jordan Adachino, 65 Pontiac GTO. Dialed in at a 980. 1010. And the head start going to Tom Price for that 76 Corvette here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side. Wheels up for the GTO. Double breakout win there for Tom Price. Dan Jordan had him covered in reaction time with an 028. Goes 973 on a 980. Took a tenth. Only needed a couple hun back, 7 of them. But that's the old woulda, shoulda, coulda, was gonna about drag racing. So Rick Fry driving the 57 Chevy instead of the NE1 car. So things got electric windows. It's got basically all the amenities of a modern day car with a blown big block. So Rick's dialed in at a 1085. Steve Cochran at a Fair Oaks. He's dialed in at a 1371. So a little bit of waiting going on for Rick. So a puff of smoke coming out of the back of Steve Cochran's car as Rick's trying to close the gap at the finish line and go that 1085. Can he do it? Nope. So Steve Cochran, 1377 on the 1371. Rick Fry was a little tardy in reaction time with the 144 line. Goes 1093. Should have left that 1090 dial he had on yesterday. Lucas Nunez coming up next over there in the three-way Chevy side, 55 Chevy. 12-15 dial, so he's going to get the head start over there. Robert Gomez out of Santa Ana. The 64 Plymouth dialed in a 1008. So, folks, we got some cars out there blocking our dumpsters in the back. We need them moved. It's an Acura California Tag 5YSH694 and a Honda Pilot 5MRH243. We need them moved to access our dumpsters, please. We have tow trucks and we're not afraid to use it. Please move your vehicles. So Lucas Nunez, pre-staged up, ready to go and staged. He's going to get the head start in that Chevy 210. Looking for that 1215, and here comes Robert Gomez. Robert already got a lot to play with. Top end win like, wow, gonna be a double breakout. Lucas Nunez coming out on top of that one. He was 163, goes 1209 on a 1215. Gomez had him dead to rights with an 029 light, goes 996 on a 1008. Took a tenth, almost 2 full tenths at the finish line, and that one's gonna sting a little bit when he gets that time slip. So Robert Gomez bows out in that beautiful 64 Plymouth Fury. Ouch. Tom Bayer, not that one, this one. Big Pine, California, 62 Corvette, dialed to 1012, and Tyler Fry. Fresh motor, first one he's ever built for the Vega, and he did not turn on the wind light here as it picked up about a tenth more than he anticipated. So double breakout win going to Tom Bayer, goes 1005 on a 1012. Tyler goes 075 in reaction time, 939 on a 48. And he's just working out the bugs in the brand new combination. So Todd Ferguson and Stephanie Bracey. Bracey in the bug, 64 V-dub, dialed to 1215, so big old head start for Stephanie. Todd Ferguson out of Lakeside, the 84 Mustang. Not a Mustang, that's a T-Bird. Can't see through the window. He's dialed to 960. Oh, tough break for Stephanie, but a win light for her nonetheless. Because Todd Ferguson goes red by 13 and gets down to the top end with a 953, and Stephanie goes 036 and didn't make it to the 330 cone as something catastrophically failed in the bug. And she won. So Stephanie, congratulations, you're moving into round number 3. Hopefully you get it fixed. So we'll get Stephanie Bracey hooked up and pulled off the racetrack, and Marvin Rolls and Paul Cannon coming up next. Once again, while it's quiet, if you have a Honda Pilot, white one, license plate number 5, MRH243, and you're parked down south by the dumpsters, we need your cars moved. And there's also a silver Acura 5YSH694. Please move your vehicles. We have to access the trash cans. So here comes Cliff on the quad. Going to push Stephanie off the racetrack and get back to the action that is Championship Sunday here at Famoso Drag Strip for the final day of the California Hot Rod Reunion. And I don't know about you, but I've had a great time. So once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, Nostalgia Eliminator 3. First call, D. David Gas needs you to the lanes, please. D. Gas to the lanes. D. David Gas, come on down. So once again, D. David Gas, come on down. D. Gas to the lanes, please, as they're getting that bug pushed off the top end of the racetrack. We'll get back into competition here. Round number 2 of Hot Rod Eliminator. A little cooler than it was yesterday, so dial accordingly, I guess, in the bracket classes. So just a couple more seconds down there as they got the short gate open. Marvin Rolls, retired heavy equipment operator in that 72 Vega. Dialed in at a 10-12, and they're going to come back to life here as that bug is finally clear, and hopefully Stephanie can get that thing fixed because she did win the round. And how about Paul Cannon, 66 Nova? This car is beautiful. DeVore Heights, California, 572 under the hood. I've heard of DeVore, just never heard of DeVore Heights. So here we go, back to the action. That is round number 2 of eliminations here in Hot Rod. Got a Nova, got a Vega. Who's going into round number 3? So pre-stage and ready's Marvin looking to go 10-12, and he's going to get the head start and do some driving down there. Is Paul Cannon going to try to chase him down and go 9:31 or better? So Cannon gave himself some sort of advantage, but that car doesn't sound like it's running correctly. Marvin gets down there, gets it done, 10:24. So Paul Cannon may have had left in second gear or something because that car just did not sound correct going all the way down the racetrack, and the numbers showed it. He's better in reaction time, but Marvin Rolls moving into round number 3 in that Vega. Next pair, we got Greg Race Yacht. Nova over here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side. Robin Roberts, Big Pine, California, dialed in at a 1278. Greg dialed in at a 1141. Greg dialed in at 1141, and the head start going to Robin Roberts. And here comes Greg. First gen, second gen Nova duking it out here in round number 2. Win light going to Greg. He's better in reaction time with an 018, 095 for Robin Roberts, who goes 1280 on the 78. 11:42 on the 11:41, and by 0.08 of a second at the finish line. Greg moving on. So next pair, Jason Cooper, 64 American. 259 cubic inches of Studebaker, I'm assuming, out of Burlington, Washington. 1191's the dial, 1160 in the chase going to Norm Bergman. Out of Concord, 65 Mustang. Green lights apiece, one better than the other, as the case usually is. Top End Rambler, double breakout win, 1187.5 on the 1191. Better in reaction time with an 028, 1148 on the 1160. So Norm picked up a lot. So Greg Melton, Escondido, 68 Roadrunner, dialed in 875. And a big old head start going to Mark Beaven, the Duster out of Queens Creek, Arizona, dialed in at 1110. Red light start for Mark. Wow, that big old heavy Mopar hanging him high first thing this morning. That's a lot of car to get on the bumper. And on that 875 goes 880, 152. You got to like that. You put on a show and run the number 152 miles an hour. So Roger Melton out of Ennis, Texas, 73 CUDA, and Scott Morgan out of Tracy, California, that's 67 Camaro, dialed in 960. So a little bit of a head start going for Roger. And Scott Morgan going to turn that Camaro loose. Try to get down there and not run quicker than that 960 dial. Staged and ready. Green lights apiece. Ooh. Scott made a little bit more work than he needed to. That CUDA running away top end of the racetrack gonna be Scott Morgan on a double breakout. And a 992 on a 10 flat is just freight train in the finish line when you got everything you needed in your pocket except a brake pedal. And Scott Morgan goes 956 on the 960 and moves into round number 3. So he's not gonna like that one. So Mitch Knight out of Rosemont North. The airline pilot, 69 Barracuda, and Lloyd Anderson dialed at 1045 in the Vega. So wheels up launch there for the Barracuda. Here comes the Vega. Wow. Top end of the racetrack going to be the Vega. He was 006 on this side, 1050 on a 1045 dial. 054 light, not too bad for Mitch, and he goes 1108 and 1102, and that was a good old drag race right there. Just better going to Lloyd. So Joe Rosenberry going to wrap things up here in Hot Rod Round 2 at 23 Ford, or excuse me, exhibition car. All right, so next up we got NE3. Back to our index categories. NE3 960s on the scoreboard. So first to the leave and first to the finish line without going quicker than that 960. It sounds easy. It's not. So a little bit of starting line prep before we get into the NE3 category, and this is their first round of eliminations. So once again, I want to welcome everybody coming into the grandstands on this beautiful Sunday morning. Everybody watching online, good morning, welcome. You're missing out on the sights, the smells. You guys are just seeing the race. It's been a fantastic weekend so far. We're going to close it out. Brisk Sunday morning here. So we got NE3 coming around the corner here. And here's a guy who's no stranger to the winner's circles, Mr. Ed DeStout. And stout he is. So look up there on the scoreboard, folks. 960's the index. Ed DeStout out of Rosemead, 62 Corvette. And Mike Muenzer at a Trabuco Canyon for the contractor and the front motor dragster, that 1964 Williams small block Chevrolet in the rails. Ed DeStout with that chop top Corvette 509 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet.
Drop top.
Well, I'll agree to disagree with Mike English. He called Ed DeStout's Corvette a drop top, and I said he chopped the roof on it, so it made a chop top, so it'd be lower. All right, so we'll just go Roadster. We found middle ground. See? Compromise. So Ed DeStout qualified number 3 here in NE3, and number 11 qualifier is Mike in that Williams Dragster with a 974. Number 3 went dead on 6. But it's Sunday. It really doesn't matter where you qualified. You got to make it to the end of the day to get that trophy and all the bragging rights. Wow. So green lights, what you call workable. But Ed DeStout at the top end, going to get it done. 971 dragging the brake at 125 miles an hour. Mike, 971, 134, and he bows out of competition here in round number 1 of NE3. So Carl Carlson at a Discovery Bay, 27 Ford over there in the three-way Chevy side, and Jeff Harris at the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side. Your number 10 qualifier with a 970, and here's your number 2 qualifier, Carl Carlson. That 960 with a 2. So we know the driver in the car can run the number, but like I said, it is Sunday, and anything can happen. So Jeff Harris, Carl Carlson. One of them made a lot of work for themselves. Double breakout win there for Carl Carlson, 957 on the 960. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Final call D, David Gas. Final call D, David Gas. First call, C, Charlie Gas to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. C, Charlie Gas to the back of the lanes for pairing. Lindsay Lister, multiple-time champion here in NE3. Your number 6 qualifier with a 965, 10-time champion. And Kenny Brush out of Fresno. 427 powered dragster here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side for your number 14 qualifier with 1073. And Lindsay qualified number 6 with that 965. Lindsay's job as a personal assistant, I want to know to who. Red light start for Kenny. Just like that, Lindsay's moving into round number 2. So on that 960 index, she goes 958.5. Dad can figure that out before round number 2. She's got John Miner and Dennis Keck. Once again, attention in the pits. C, Charlie Gas to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. C, Charlie Gas to the back of the lanes for pairings. So Dennis Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming. 27 Ford. John Miner out of Lakeside, California, the trucking dispatcher. Your number 15 qualifier went a little too quick, so they had to hang a little bit of weight on the car for Sunday. With a 951. So pre-stage comes on for both drivers, and here we go. Staged and ready. Side by side at 1,000-foot top end. When not going to be that? Wow, Dennis Keck, they both run 977s, and by 8 thousandths of a second, Dennis Keck gets it done. I mean, look at that. They were just a couple hundred apart, and they turned it into 008 at the finish line. That's a good drag race right there. Excellent drag race. So Spanky McGee. Spanky McGee looking for that 960 at a Red Bluff and that 23 Ford over there on the three-way Chevy side. Cameron Webb, top end of the racetrack, gets it done. 974 on the 960 index. He's better in reaction time by 100th of a second with an 056. Spanky goes 982. Couldn't run the number. Cameron Webb moving on as we got Rich Harrison out of Lakewood, the plasterer. 27 Ford. Always love to see what these people do for livings. And Ken Fullerton out of Cedar City, Utah. Close to Mike Ames. We miss Mike. So Ken Fullerton gets into that pre-stage beam staged and ready to go. It's going to be Rich or Ken. '27 Ford, 23 Ford, top end of the racetrack. Win light going to be Mr. Rich Harrison, 961 on the 960. He was 041 and better by about 300ths of a second. 965 for Ken Fullerton. And by 700. Rich Harrison moving into round number 2 as we got Jeff Fallon out of Mission Hills. Your number 4 qualifier, 960 with an 8. And Sean Bell out of Mojave, the 23 Ford. Your number 12 qualifier. Clean and green, falling a little bit better in reaction time than Sean, but anything can happen. Top end of the racetrack, going to be Jeff Fallon. Wow, 960 with a 9. Took a full 10th and went dead on 9. Sean Bell goes 1050 on the 960, and Jeff Fallon moving into round number 2. So Ron Anzalone over there, Los Osos. The only straight 6 powered 23T out here. He was your number 1 qualifier, went 960 with a 1, and Don Mallory. 23T out of Citrus Heights. Final pair here in D-Gas, or excuse me, NE3 as D-Gas is coming around the corner. Anzalone, Don Mallory. Side by side at 1,000 foot. Looks like top end going to be that Ron Anzalone 962 on that 960 was 046. A couple hun better in reaction time. 961 and by 16 thou at the finish line. Okay. So Don Mallory bows out. Ron Anzalone moves on. So first pair out here in D-Gas. Look up on the scoreboard. Index changes by a full second, and the cars do too. So Dan Schwarkosh, San Marcos, 71 Camaro, and Randy Winkle, that Austin over there. Randy Winkle, our closest neighbor here to the racetrack. So both cars looking to go 1060. Top end of the racetrack, going to be double breakout win for Dan Schwarkosh. He goes 1056, and Randy freight trained it down there. 1046, took 5 hun with him. Needed all of that and then some. Car just picked up a little bit more than he anticipated. Randy Winkle bows out. As we got Bill Rogers and Kenny Sims. Kenny Sims and Bill Rogers. Both out of Bakersfield, 63 Falcon in the three-way Chevy side, 68 Camaro on the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side for your number 4 and number 15 qualifier. Red light start for Bill. Be a win light start for Kenny, and Bill not going to be happy when he looks at that time slip because his reaction time was 0:55 red, and his neighbor started with a 3. So Kenny Sims legs it out, goes 10:52 on the 1060s. We'll see him in round number 2. So Brian Allen and Matt Flood. 71 Camaro. Out of Shafter, the welder. He's got a pretty interesting job. He's a fabricator in the prisons, and it's sometimes interesting to hear some of the stories he talks about. Last night I heard about an inmate stealing his cookies. And Brian Allen over there in that 69 Skylark. Not going to do it as Matt Flood moves on. 1062 on that 1060. He was 104 in reaction time and better by a bunch. Brian Allen bows out of competition here. Matt Flood moving on as we got Jason Wattenbarger, 55 Bel Air, and Mike Thomas at a Camarillo, 64 Falcon over there, both looking to go 1060. So win light going to Mike Thomas, 11:01 for Jason Wattenbarger, and he's going to bow out of competition here as we got Bo Dice in that beautiful 67 Chevelle with that Jimmy T touch on it. And Fred Klein out of Bakersfield, that 55 Chevy. Both drivers looking for that 1060. And that's the difference in reaction time, the gap you see on the track. And Bo keeps it out in front and gets the win light. Look at that 1060 dead on 9. Took a bunch at the finish line, and Bo Dyson moving on. Fred Klein bows out. Mike English going to take you the rest of the way here through D-Gas as I go and help Mark Dawson do something very important.
Oh, must be lunchtime or something, huh? Thanks, Steve. So here we go, rocking and rolling right on through D-Gas with Charlie Jorgensen and Gary Hardy, the chick magnet, coming up here right side of the track in that three-way Michelob Ultra, CP Carrillo lane. And Charlie Jorgensen, he's over that three-way Chevrolet lane. Wow. Holy cow. I'm not sure what happened to Charlie there, but, he was dead late. And Hardy's not hanging around. Rolls out the throttle, 1073, 117. And, man, not sure exactly what happened there to Charlie. That car's normally spot on as Steve Barta. And James Burt, man, big-time round 1 matchup here. You guys didn't do good in qualifying. Just saying. James in the 55 Chevy, the champ over there in the Nova. Will not repeat is Steve Barta, but hey, you can go out in style at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Top end, nose drops, 1066 takes out a braking 1058. Dave McGuide, Rich Strickfaden. Rich over here in the Camaro out of Anaheim. Oh, the drywall contractor. And Dave McGuide, the high school auto shop teacher up there in Running Springs, Rim of the World High School. That's a project car there, by the way. Couple of green light starts here in the second-gen Camaros. I will tell you right now, as they get to the 1,000-foot mark, identical reaction times. And Rich, out by 18 thou for the win. Dave McGuide out by 6 Hunt for the loss. David Quiroga, the single run here. Round number 1 of D-Gas. David, your number one qualifier, dead on 3 yesterday in qualifying for the team out of Santa Ynez. 10, 6, 6, 7, 127 for your number one qualifier. Moving to round number 2 is Jeff Patton and Jonathan Flores. John over there far side for their Dreamweaver Racing family. And Jeff Patton, Altaloma, 71 Camaro out of that number 19 qualifying spot. John Boy over there out of that number 8 qualifying spot. And you could physically see one of the cars jump off that starting line first. Down there, top end, Jonathan, 1067, takes out Jeff Patton's, breaking out 1052. A competition buy run here to your newly crowned national champion, Don Fournet. Back-to-back for that 85-year-old kid in the Anglia. Qualified number 12 at 1064. Larry Smith was supposed to be over the other lane there. Could not make the call for round number 1. And the champ going to move on Championship Sunday here, the California Hot Rod Reunion. .084 on the tree. I guess to show off on the championship run. 10:55.6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the lanes, please. Dan Brown, that's the Vega far side. In from Visalia, and April Velazza, the head gopher at Howell Drilling down there in Long Beach. That's the Dart. That Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Brown's got problems. April trucking right on down that lane, looking over her shoulder. Drop the nose of that Dart. It goes dead on 0. Wow. April, God gave you a neck for a reason. 14-9. Yeah. Eric Arnett turns around and goes, that might be the run of the meet, because April was way out in front there and then didn't drop the nose like she thought. It went dead on 0. Wow. Monty Fitzgerald, Lee Roberts. Lee over there in that pickup truck. 41 Ford truck. And Monty over here, the 69 Firebird. And that Racing Fitzgerald family, of course, DeAndre has had a lot of success here, and Monty says, I'm driving this weekend. Both drivers pre-staged. Pickup trucks in. Firebirds in. Clean green despair. Watch this baby down there, top end. That pickup truck out in front at 005, but Monty breaks out by 10. Pickup truck out by 3, and Lee Roberts Jr. moving on. He was 005 off that starting line. Ron Combs, far side. 67 Corvette, and Michael Karate, the 70 Nova SS here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Combs over there, that Corvette, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Pretty good old matchup here between these two down at the finish line. Going to get even better It's great if your name is Michael Karate. Dead on 9 for the win. Ron Combs tried to get there in the Corvette, 968.6, and it could not run him down. As Jason Barta, Alan Brown. Pretty good matchup here in round number 1 of Gas. Alan over there in that Brown and Brown Racing Coupe down Vista, down by San Diego. Jason, the UPS dude, if you didn't get your package yesterday, go complain to him. Just kidding. 69 Chevelle with that big old wing on the back there for the former national champion in NE1. Good one down there again. Real good if your name's Alan Brown. Out with a 9.56 for the win. Jason goes 9.54. Alan was 2 better in reaction time as Gary Drager, Scott Morgan. Scotty over there in that Camaro, wife Lori standing there. She was part of that great Halloween costume contest yesterday that we have not judged yet. Let you know who the winner's in. Gary Drager, get behind the wheel of Ernie McAllister's Corvette. Normally drives that altered in NE3, and Ernie says, hey, Wes can't be here, I'll let you drive. So the Corvette rolling up here. Scotty Morgan, one of the big-time players over there. Top end, Scotty Morgan, 9.623, takes out Gary Drager's 9.646. Scotty better in reaction time by 5 and made Gary pay down at the top end there. Gary Lynch, Steve Papaleas. Steve over here, the Camaro. Gary over there in that 58 Austin, which isn't stock, by the way. Gary Lynch looking over his shoulder in that 3-way Chevrolet lane, drops that nose, breaks out by 8. He was better by 3 in reaction time. Steve Papaleas goes 9.54.8 on that 60 index for the W. It's Chris Robbins, Janice Hogan. Janice over there in the Vega, which has a big inch Mopar under the hood. And Chris Robbins back behind the wheel of the Fairlane. Guy who lives over here in Mariposa, just down the 99, hang a right. You know what I'm talking about. So they roll up to stage and they take a look down there. Pair of the water boxes, pretty cool. All 4 lights are on. Here we go. Red light start. Janice Hogan by 6 thousandths of a second. Chris Robbins moving on that 960 index, 9662. Chris Robbins at 138. I said the pair of the water boxes is pretty cool. The wheels up Mopar for M&D Demolition. Jeff Clayman rolls up here. And Todd Ferguson, the 56 Thunderbird, Y-block under the hood. Todd red-lighted round number 1 of Hot Rod Eliminator earlier this morning. Wants to redeem himself here in Gas. So the 56 Bird and the wheel standing 71 Demon. So Todd left, Jeff right. To move to the next round in Gas. By the way, neither one of these are Chevrolet powered. That's a Y block in the Thunderbird. That's Mopar in the Demon. Wow, Jeff just wheels that baby up in the air, comes down low, cockeyed, wheels it back in. Todd Ferguson rolls in deep, gets a red light start. Jeff Cleveland, 9.589, 139, gets that automatic W. And that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane is Jay Biddle and Tom Christensen. Tom in the Nova far side. Jay Biddle, the 66 Mustang Shelby GT350 for the Speed Shop owner out of San Diego. And if you know anything about Jay Biddle American, well, you know that's all Ford. They have a ton of FOMO co-parts there. Of course, Tom Christensen over there far side, that Nova in from Reno, Nevada, has no interest in his high-performance Ford. All he wants is a win light in his lane. And Jay Biddle rolls the beams and gets an automatic red light. Tom Christensen will be moving on in the Nova to round number 2 in C Gas. 9.590, 140 for the automatic W. So the next pair come rolling on up. George Sue, the 64 Chevelle. Be over there far side, and Al White, the GTO that he bought brand new. Yep, picked that baby up right off the showroom. It has had it ever since. Drove it to high school. Red light start, George. Automatic W, Al White. The GTO will be back in round number 2. Top end, 9.55, 123. The automatic win in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. The buy run here to Bill Anderson. Vega. Truck driver, big block Chevrolet. Stunning. A Vega with a V8. Bill is 73 on the tree. 113 at the 8th mile. 9.675, 136. Moves to the next round. Drop that index down a second to 860. Roll up Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Jim Miller. The far side, the Roadster. And Roland Hughes, the 48 Fiat. Qualifying wise, Jim Miller was a bunch better, as Roland had a lot of problems in qualifying. However, that was yesterday. This is today. Jim Miller was the number 12 qualifier against that 860 index. Of course, Terry Lindbad was number 1 at 8613. So the direct deposit Fiat for Roland and the team in from Washington. Coming down to have some fun at the California Hot Rod Reunion. And Roland continues with problems. Whoop, get off that center line there. There you go. Jim Miller top end, 9:15, 108. As Roland's car didn't respond, that went towards the center line, 9:05, 147. Heading back to Washington, unfortunately, is Ronnie Kolb and Sam Tucker. Sam over there far side. Casper, as I like to refer to his car, and Ron Kolb. Of course, Ron, part of that legendary Leland Kolb racing family, and they always say racing in memory of Leland, a great top fuel racer back in the, started his career in the 60s. So Ronnie Now, one of those guys who didn't have a good qualifying day, the big block Chevrolet, Sam Tucker, qualified number 10 with Casper over there far side. Whoa, Ronnie's car made a move to the left there, and he almost got the tree. Sam Tucker down there, 891, 132, and Ronnie left the starting line, and that car darted right to the left, and I was like, oh, watch out for that tree, and he is going to coast on down through there. Reaction time-wise, he wasn't bad. He was 032. Sam Tucker was 026, and Ronnie down there top end. A 25-second run. Continuing on with Nostalgia Eliminator 2. George Lawrence, team out of Las Vegas, far side that three-way Chevrolet lane. Injected small block Chevrolet and Gary Ryan. The Bantam altered here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. George always does those shorty burnouts, just into the water box, spins them tires, and rolls right up there. He'll patiently wait for Gary Ryan to back up there. George for the Famoso Speed Shop. Just down the road there. Of course, Gary Ryan, the pure adrenaline altered. George out of that number 4 qualifying spot. Gary out of that number 18 qualifying spot with the altered. Red light start, George Lawrence. Left before the tree was activated. Gary Ryan, 8.542, 144, 025 on the tree. As George just, unfortunately, left before the tree was activated. As the next bear come rolling on up. Jeff Chandler, Jeff Brockheiser. Jeff Brockheiser, far side, three-way Chevrolet lane. The Bantam altered. And Jeff Chandler, Lakeside. It's down by San Diego, you know. Front engine dragster, got a Pontiac. That's right. 468 Pontiac sitting in front of that driver. Index-wise, the altered was the better of the two qualifiers. 8628. Move off the starting line to the dragster. Make it work at the finish line. Nope, way too quick. 8:07, 167. Jeff Brockheiser goes 8.558, 149. He will move to round number 2 as Jeff Chandler found his problems, unfortunately, went way too quick. Logan Beebe. Coming to a stop 300 feet down track there. And Wes Anderson, the Ernie McAllister Roadster, far side for Wes. The team out of La Mirada, who Wes is pretty good at this. Logan Beebe. Haven't seen Logan in a while. Lives in one of my all-time favorite towns, Goleta. Right on the coast there, just north of Santa Barbara, you know. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. B Gas, Baker Gas, need you to the lanes, please. B Gas, Baker Gas, need you to the lanes, please. So Wes will roll up there in the Roadster, and Logan comes up here in that dragster. Logan is a red light start. Then the car goes towards the center line. Wes Anderson looks up and goes, yep, on to round number 2. 8.629, 153. Wes Anderson in the Roadster. He was 48 on the tree. And Logan with the red light start, then a 950, 141. So continuing on with round number 1 of Nostalgia Eliminator 2, and Bob Beck going to come in here and continue on here, is making our way up through the morning. We're working our way towards pre-race ceremonies, and then round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator. Planned our scheduled game plan is 11:05 for round 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator. Bob, all yours, my friend.
All right, thank you, Mike. Hey, it's a great day. Weather is beautiful. It cleared up, not a cloud in the sky. A little bit on the chilly side. It's going to make some horsepower, but the sun is out, the traction is there, and the racing action is going to get nothing but better as we go through the rounds of racing today. As Mike said, we're getting ready for a lot of excitement. We'll have the pre-race ceremonies and such coming up at around 11 a.m. this morning. All right, great cars coming up. Drag Master Dragster. I love those old dragsters over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jimmy Scott out of Fallbrook, California. 1961 Dragmaster, 421 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet power. Number 21 qualifier ran an 886 on an 860 index. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, California. 48 Fiat Topolino. The altered with a 565 cubic inch Chevy engine. The number 7 qualifier with an 862. So two varied cars, a dragster up against an altered. 860, the elusive number. It's heads up, run it out, but don't go too quick. Get there first. So let's see what happens. Your number 7 against 21 qualifier. Light goes green, they hammer the throttles, and off they go. Identical reaction times down to the thousandth of a second. 60-foot marks equal as well. As they come up on the stripe, it's going to be Jason Truby. 860 on the 860. Jimmy Scott, unable to run the number, goes 901. Troy Moyle out of Carson City, Nevada. The Sarmento chassis car, 427 cubic inches in that machine over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Qualified 17th with an 868. Matt Pertinel out of Pine Mountain Club, California, the number 3 qualifier with an 862. He's driving the Bantam. Now, Bantam was an actual production car. 1932 is when the Bantam was produced. It's a 2-seat sports car, powered by a little flathead 4-cylinder. Light goes green, they hammer the throttles. Oh, someone cut a perfect reaction time. Not going to tell you who. Trip zip, and he gets the win. 863 for Troy Moyle, a perfect reaction time. 3 zeros. Matt Pertinel breaks out, going 855, trying to catch Troy Moyle. So Moyle upsets the number 3 qualifier, puts him out. Mike Nitz out of Happy Jack, Arizona, in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 23T with a Spitzer chassis. He's 65-year-old retired guy, still having fun. Number 5 qualifier, ran 862. Gabe Wood out of Bakersfield, 48 Fiat Topolino. Topolino means little mouse, and it was their people's car, very inexpensive. It was a 2-seat with a rollback roof for the Fiat version. Now, Simca built the car on license, but theirs did not have the rollback roof. It was a full steel roof. So Gabe Wood qualified 19th with an 872. Mike Nitz qualified 5th with an 862. Mike Nitz takes the win, 861, number 5 qualifier. Gabe Wood broke out with an 854. Larry Battenberg out of Cool, California, a 70-year-old body shop owner, number 22 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 860 the magic number, he ran 889. Jim Van Gordon, his competition out of Alta Loma, California, the number 8 qualifier, ran an 862. So Van Gordon in the T Roadster. Larry Battenberg, a 37 Fiat. Another Fiat up here. Green light, they're gone. Reaction times nearly identical. Half track. They are side by next. Coming up on the stripe, it is going to be Van Gordon. Larry Battenberg breaks out with an 857. Terry Lindblad getting the bye into the next round. 1966 Williams chassis. Traditional Chrysler 392 was your number 1 qualifier. Ran 861 with the 3 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's out of Forest Ranch, California. VP of Structural Steel. 1966 is when the chassis was built. He was built a few years later. He's a 59-year-old guy. Someone mentioned to me that this, a lot of older people racing. They meant it in the very positive way. I said, yeah, drag racers can go on forever. Off he goes, 0.31 reaction, 1.2 60-foot mark, 3.4 at the 330, 5.4 at the 8th, and an 8.57 under the number, 155 miles an hour. Doc Beebe out of Porterville, California. The Dan Beebe chassis car with a 350 Chevy small block here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. The number 20 qualifier with an 878. Taking on Krista Sidam out of Bakersfield, 32-year-old from K&S Industries. 68 tunnel chassis, number 6 qualifier with an 024, ran 024 off the pace, ran 862 with the 4. Doc Beebe, auto shop teacher. And Doc does not make the call. Thought that was him here in the right lane, but obviously not. So Krista goes into the next round with a competition bye. Runs under the number with an 8.56. And apparently another bye because Robert Baker's in the right lane. And he's got no one alongside him. That was supposed to be Eddie Lucas out of Modesto. So Robert Baker getting ready to go, the 50-year-old superintendent. 69 Graybird chassis, 427. 016 reaction time, 1.2 60 foot. Comes up at the finish line, running an 860 with a 2. Beautiful run, 860, 150 miles an hour. Chad Schoaf out of Redlands, California, 2013 Morrison chassis car. Your number 15 qualifier with an 865. And again, another competition by Jason Justice not making the call in the 41 Willies. So Chad Schoaf getting the bye. 117 reaction, 1.2 the first 60 feet. 8th mile, 5.4, and an 869, 139 miles an hour. Just a little bit off his qualifying time. James Howe out of Apache Junction, Arizona. 76-year-old retired person, 23T bucket. Was the number 16 qualifier, ran 866 and gets a competition bye as well. Now, 098 reaction, 1.2 60 foot. And kind of just motors on down for a leisurely 12-16 run. Another competition bye coming your way. Adam Westbrook not making the call. NE1, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes, please. Jacelyn Jones out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Another competition bye. Qualified 13th with an 864. Headed down track. 040 reaction time. And there goes 860 right on the number. 860 at 153 miles an hour. How about a little madness? A funny car, madness car coming up. Do a little check of the track. Something was needed to be looked at. That's taken care of. Funny car taking a single run here. A checkout pass. Appears to be a Camaro-bodied car. That was a reasonably good burnout. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you need to be in the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, we need you to the lanes, please. Funny car moving up into the beams. Last minute check. Crew says, all right, it's up to you now. Here we go. Gets a little out of shape, backs out of it, and just kind of motors on down. Had a 760 reaction, a 1.060 foot, 2.7 at the 330, 4.7 at the 8th, backing off for 104 miles an hour at the 8th mile, then slowed down to 1041 at 61 miles an hour, and now we're moving back into class racing. Beautiful Nova. This is the B gas category. Rob Udell out of Irvine, California, the realtor of the 1967 Nova here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Number 11 qualifier with an 861 on an 860 index. Wayne Carbonneau out of Ramona, California, 48 Anglia. Number 23 qualifier ran 957 under the number. He could be an upsetter. We know he can run the number. He knows he can run too quick. So he's going to be watching the front wheels of the Nova. Oh, and he gets out of shape, losing ground. Now he'll try to catch up, but unless Udell breaks out, not likely that Carbonneau is going to get the win. And the win does go to Udell. 929 for Carbonneau, 870 for Udell. And we have found a silicone wedding ring was turned in. A silicone wedding ring was turned into the tower. If you can describe it, we can get it back to you. Rick Kruzenga out of Cypress, California, 55 Chevy, number 3 qualifier in the Michelob CP Carrillo lane. Megan Gorman out of Bakersfield, an office manager, 67 Camaro. Now, Megan qualified 15th. Rick qualified 3rd. 860 is the magic number. Chop top 55 Chevy, the Tri-5. 1955, the year Chevrolet ushered into the performance era, getting their 265 V8. Not their first V8, but the 265 that made legends. Megan pulls out in front. She's ahead by a little bit and breaks out. Goes 858 to an 860. Rick goes right on the number. And Megan breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Jimmy Black out of Paso Robles, retired police officer in the Nova. He's got a Brodick 632, number 13 qualifier, ran 863. Steve Poland out of Indio, California. He is your number 1 qualifier here in the Michelob CP Carrillo lane. He's got that low down mean 69 Camaro. 860, still the number. Jimmy Black, retired police officer. Steve Poland, just plain retired. I'm retired too. I was tired yesterday and I'm retired today. Wheels come up in the air just a little bit as Jimmy Black goes red light. 026 red to an 022 green. Poland gets a gimme and gets the win going into the next round. Coasting through at an 849, way under the number, but it's first or worst. And in the case of this, a red light is a safety violation, and it was first to boot. Neil Westbrook out of Pixley, California. 68 Camaro, 572 cubic inch big block. Your number 14 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Ran 635 in qualifying. Mike Rabiner out of Paso Robles. Mechanic and welder, 67 Camaro. Your number 2 qualifier. He's got the 1967 Camaro, the first generation Camaro. Second of that first generation is in the left lane, 67 and 68. Almost identical cars when they're stock. Difference being the 67 has wind wing, 68 does not. Wheels come up in the air just a little bit. Reaction advantage, a slim one from Mike Rabiner. He's trying to stay out in front without going too quick. They're both at 5.4 at the 8th mile. Coming up on the finish line, double breakout. But Rabiner breaks out by less, 858 to an 855, and he gets the win going on to another round. Russ Rayleigh out of West Sacramento, California in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 64 Ford Thunderbolt. He was the number 8 qualifier, ran 861. Tim Gorman out of Bakersfield, California, the CEO of Delano Propane. Driving the Tri-5 Chevy, 1955 Chevy. Cool two-tone orange and white, 602 big block for power. He ran 870. In qualifying was the number 20 qualifier. Doesn't mean much. He could drill the tree on Russ and run right on the number. He's got that capability. Ford against Chevrolet. Thunderbolt against Tri-5. And look at the Tri-5 pull out in front. I told you the tree's going to be a difference, and in this case, it was a huge one. Double breakout. Russ breaks out by the larger amount, and Tim Gorman unseats the number 8, goes 857 to an 844. Bob Whitted out of Carson City, Nevada, 72 Duster over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Kevin Pope out of Exeter, California, the store manager, 69 Camaro with a 406. First one in this group so far to come up that isn't retired. But I'm sure Bob's going to try and retire Kevin from this round. Let's see what happens. Camaro against Duster. Chevy against Mopar. Chevy using up some real estate, drifts towards the wall, pulls it back into the center, side by side, going to the stripe, and it's going to be a double breakout again. And Witten breaks out by 1,000th of a second and gets the win. He goes 8:59 with a 9 to Kevin Pope's 8:56.7. Reaction times were close, 0.21 to an 0.29 for Pope. Vincent Reilly out of Sacramento, California, water truck business owner, 71 Nova, number 4 qualifier over in the left lane. Ken Sassy from Citrus Heights, California, another retired guy, 1970 Nova, third generation Nova. First gen went from 62 through 65. Second gen was A-gas to the lanes. A-gas to the lanes, please. We need A-gas to the lanes. All right, they leave the line nearly side by side. Only a few thousand separated them on the tree. Left lane, too quick. 8:58 to an 8:60. Ken goes right on the number, gets the win, puts out the number 4 qualifier, who goes under by 15 thousandths. Roger Stolnaker out of Bakersfield, California, welder, driving the 65 Corvair. He posted this morning on Facebook. He liked the comment I made about the picnic table spoiler. Well, it's big enough. You can have a picnic on that back spoiler. It's big. Seats 5 or 6 people. Anyway, he qualified 24th with a 982 on an 860. So he's way off the numbers. Got to pick up the pace. Chris Turek was the number 12 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane, running 862. 002 red light for Chris Turek. And Roger Stolnaker going on to another round. He breaks out going 8:58, but it's first or worst. And Chris Turek, a safety violation, goes red on the start, then runs an 8:61. Oh, he's going to be upset about that one. Mike Gillespie out of Concord, California, in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Retired Berkeley Fire Department. Got a 63 Nova with a 632 Merlin engine. Number 6 qualifier with an 860. Rich Zondervan out of San Jose, 66 Chevelle with number 18 qualifier. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Side by next at the 8th mile. They are neck and neck at the stripe. It's a breakout for Rich and Mike Gillespie in the Michelob lane getting the win, going 8:61. Weasel Enders out of South San Francisco, part of the Juggers Racing Team. 66 Chevelle SS, 632 big block, number 19 qualifier with an 868. Mark Linker out of Windemar, California, the fabricator welder with a 64 Nova was the number 7 qualifier. 66 Chevelle, third year, second generation Chevelle. 64 Nova. First gen. Got a dark 427. RPMs come up. They're gone. 062 to an 052 reaction. They are tight at the lights. Coming up at the stripe. And it's going to be a double breakout again. Both running 8:55. Enders goes 8:55.4. Leaguer 8:55.8. He wins. Margin of victory 43 thousandths of a second. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles, California, 57 Chevy Bel Air. He's in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 10th qualifier, ran 8:61 with a 5. Screaming Norwegian, Gerald Wald. Jury out of Buena Park, retired business owner, 68 Camaro, 572 big block, got a blower sitting up on top there. His wife, Crazy Connie, right alongside, making sure he gets lined up. Jerry ran 898. Randy, 861. Two long-time racers. A-Gas and AFX. A-Gas and AFX to the lanes, please. Gas and AFX to the lanes, please. Off they go. Gerald a little late on the lights. That's going to cost him. Armstrong capitalizes on it. Will he break out or will he? He does. Double breakout. 8:48 for Jerry. 8:54. Randy breaks out by less and gets the win. Mike Munoz out of Ojai, California, 65 Oldsmobile 442. In 1964, the Olds Cutlass was introduced with a 442. It stood for 4-barrel, 4-speed, dual exhaust. Well, in 65, they added the automatic transmission, changed the 442 to 4-barrel, 400-inch engine, dual exhaust. Chris Torres out of Princeton, California, driving the Camaro. Wheels go high in the sky as Chris hammers the throttle. Better reaction time may be good this time for the win. It is. And we're going to see Mike Munoz for another round. 863 to an 863. The difference was that reaction time. An 054 to an 069. They both ran the same ET. The difference was 1,000th of a second on the ETs. 1400ths on the clock. More racing action coming your way. Again, A-Gas, AFX, we need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator, A-Gas, AFX, we need you to the lanes, please. And it's Sabrina Pecora coming up over in the left lane in the three-way Chevy lane with her Fiat Topolino, the family car. Sabrina out of Sonoma, California. 37 Topo with a 350 Dart. Qualified 768. Dale Toros here in the right lane. The Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. A 99 title chassis with a 434. Number 13 qualifier with a 763. One thing about this team, they've got the best Hawaiian shirts. I'll tell you what. If Dale could get his fire suit done in a Hawaiian shirt pattern, he'd probably do it. Sabrina Pecora, the 37 Topolino. He's got a smaller motor, only 350 cubic inches, she says. Toros with a 434. Toros family racers. Been doing this for decades, part of Skida. They've run Junior Fuel. And now, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Sabrina, a nurse. Pulls the wheels up just a little bit. She's out in front. She deep staged. Got the red light. Not allowed to deep stage in the category. And it's Toros getting the win. Double breakout. She broke out by more, 753 to a 759 with a 7. Toros breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Danny Shrokosh, San Marcos, California, HVAC Tech here in the right lane. Dan Martin out of Wilton, California, a welder in the 23T over in the three-way Chevy lane. Martin was the number 3 qualifier with a 760 and a 3. Shrokosh was the number 9 qualifier with a 760 and an 8. Difference between the two, 5 thousandths of a second. That's how tight the racing in Nostalgia Eliminator 1 is. Pulling up, getting it staged. Cars come up, they're gone. Danny, red lights, 014 in the Michelob lane. So that gives the win to Danny Martin. Martin goes 749 to Shrokosh 755, but it's the red light that gave it away. Right lane will be Steve Schoenfeld, the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane out of Murray, Utah. Nielsen Parks chassis, 396 Chevy. Number 11 qualifier ran 761. Dustin Lee nailed the championship down on his pass yesterday. He's back. He's now a dyno operator. How you operate a dinosaur, I am not quite sure, but he has mastered it. Dustin Lee is super engine builder out of Filler, Idaho. Was a resident of the Antelope Valley when he was growing up. Decided to get out. He was the number 5 qualifier, ran 760. So Dustin nailed the championship down yesterday. Let's see if he can continue on with his winning ways. Oh, red light for Schoenfeld. And Dustin going on to another round of racing. Goes 55 on the 60, but he got him on the tree. 754. Schoenfeld not only red lights, but insult to injury, he breaks out as well. George Johns out of Bakersfield, California, 68 Chevy, it says. That doesn't look like a 68 Chevy to me. But George Johns out of Bakersfield, number 12 qualifier, ran a 762. Guy Brown out of Reno, Nevada, a fabricator, Nielsen Parks chassis, number 6 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. 565 cubic inches worth of muscular power. Dragster against Altered as they get ready to go. So we got Nostalgia Eliminator 1 on track right now. We need A-Gas and AFX to the lanes. A-Gas and AFX to the lanes, please. Pulling the cards up. Driver's getting the, okay, it's up to you now, guys. Close on qualifying times. Bars are up and they're gone. Dragster starts to move out. Better reaction time, not necessarily in the lead car. But at the stripe, 767 for Gabe Brown to a George Johns breakout. 756 in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 767 for Brown, moving on to the next round. And George Johns had him on the starting line. Was better by 300ths in reaction time. Jason Parda out of Bakersfield, California, the world's fastest UPS driver. He's qualified 4th with the 760 in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. 7-0 Pro to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro to the lanes, please. Billy DeMartin out of Sacramento, California. Iron worker. Front engine dragster qualified 21st with a 775 in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Jason Barta in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. No truth to the rumor that Jason Barta's UPS truck has nitrous. None at all. At least I don't think. So Barta moving up. 760, still the elusive number. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 on track. Barta's staged. Now Martin. And DeMartin spins the tires hard. He's going to try and catch him, but he red lit as well. He goes 023 to an 062 reaction. Barta runs right on the dial. 760 at 173 miles an hour. DeMartin an 810 and spun him hard and red lit as well. Matt Garcia, Acampo, California, 32 Bantam in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Johnny Lenko out of Bakersfield. The television director driving a 2014 Estrus chassis car with a Chrysler 392 Hemi was the #1 qualifier, running right on the index, 760 with a 0. Garcia ran 767. Now, although qualifying times are important, they are not indicative of what could happen. And we have seen the top qualifiers unseated in a couple of the other classes already. That's not to say that Johnny Lenko's going to make that mistake again. Driving a car that resembles, it might even be the old Foothill Flyer top fuel car. Getting ready to go. Again, if you got friends that couldn't make it, have them turn to dragracer.tv. They can see all the action live stream. Good reaction advantage for Lenko, and he gets the win. He breaks out, double breakout. Man, big breakouts, too. 739 for Garcia, 748 for Lenko. But Lenko had the better tree, broke out by the lesser amount, and takes the win. All right, now we got some heavy hitters coming your way. Gas cars on the roll. Jeff Pike out of Granite Bay, California, traffic control contractor. 63 Corvette, 781 cubic inches worth of muscle power over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He qualified 10th with a 764. Terry Newton out of Camarillo, California, truck driver, the 53 Studebaker, qualified 5th with a 761. He's got an Alan Johnson 540 cubic inch engine in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 781 cubic inches in Jeff Pike's machine. I've got 5 cars, and combined they don't have that big an engine. That is one huge engine in that machine. 781 cubic inches. It idles with more horsepower than my daily driver has at peak. Reproduction, split window Corvette body, taking on a chop top Studebaker. Studebaker was one of the minor car manufacturers back in the day. Went out of business, closed their doors in 1966. They had been in business since the early 1800s, building Conestoga wagons. Moved them into the car business. Oh, double red light for Jeff Pike. Pike goes out with an 016 red light. Terry Newton runs out the back door for a 553. Pike with a 750. So 753 to a 750. Newton getting the win because of the red light from Pike. Mike Mossy out of Napa, California, shop foreman at Napa Ford. So he works at a Ford dealership. What does he drive? Chevrolet 69 Camaro with a 780 cubic inch mountain motor. He qualified 9th with a 764. He's in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Casey Truer out of Santa Maria, California. 33 Willys, number 4 qualifier, ran a 760 with an 8. Getting ready to go. Mossy qualified 9th, 764. Truer qualified 4th, 760. Truer with the old school Willys. Mossy with the swoopy 69 Camaro. AFX, you should be getting ready. You will follow a gas. Off the mark they go. Side by next. Truer slightly ahead at the 8th and breaks out. Your number 4 qualifier out. He had a 004 reaction time to an 042. Goes 7:59 with a 7. Breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Mossy goes 7:62. Good for the win. Ray Padgett out of Santa Paula, California. He owns a laser leveling service, 63 Corvette, 632 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet engine. Qualified 13th with a 764. Chris Curtis out of Bakersfield, California, an extremely talented fabricator. Number 8 qualifier with a 763 with the Malibu. Now, Chris Curtis comes from a long line of fabricators. His grandfather, best known for his sports cars and race cars, the Curtis cars that dominated at Indy. The sports cars as well. His father ended up building speedboats, and Chris fabricates, you name it, he'll do it. He can do it. All automotive. RPMs come up, they're gone. Curtis chasing Padgett. Padgett has a slight edge at the 330. Padgett holds on. Chris Curtis goes under with a 758 breakout to a 762 for Padgett. The difference in reaction times was a mere 36 hundredths of a second. Frank Miranda with the home wrecker, 59 Nash Rambler. 500 cubic inches worth of Chevy power, was your number 11 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Ran 764. Ray Castanetto out of Concord, California, 67 Nova. He's got a 632 cubic inch Chevy. Qualified 6th with the 761, but don't count Miranda out. Miranda, a very skilled driver. First saw Frank driving his car that he drove to the track. It was a 55 Nomad that he drove. That was the original home wrecker. This Rambler is amazing and cool. I saw it when he first brought it out. It was just interesting. No one else was doing Ramblers, and he did it. 760, the elusive number. RPMs come up. Miranda pulls the front wheels up in the air. Reaction times are close as they head down track. 60 foot, very close. And Miranda gets there first, but breaks out with a 752. Castanetto goes 763 for the win. Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova, California, in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 53 Studebaker. 665 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet power. Qualified 7th with a 762. Brian Rogers out of Lake Havasu City, 67 Nova, number 12 qualifier, ran 764. Oh, there's stuff down there on the ground. They're looking at it right now. Don't know if it's coming from Rogers' car or not. Doing a little mopping, getting it cleaned up. Boyle says, I'm pulling up. They determined it's not coming from Brian Rogers' car, so they're letting him move up as well. $760 is the index for both these cars. Oh, and look at that hole shot because he went deep stage and left early. So red light for Brian Rogers. The win goes to Cliff Boyles. Boyles then goes and breaks out, going 759 on a 760. Rogers, thinking he had the win, goes 774, but he left with a red light. All right, moving into AFX now. These are the cars I loved growing up with. Before they went to the altered wheelbase, they were modified factory production cars. Kenny Moreland out of Vista, California, motorcycle shop owner, 66 Chevelle, 468 big block, qualified 18th with a 1013. Paul Cyril out of Norwalk, California, he qualified with a 999. Now his index, because AFX runs on an index, and it is an index per class, AFX runs a 10 flat, and that's what Paul's going to run. Moreland runs 1025. So they leave the line. Moreland slightly ahead. He's looking for that 1025. He goes 1016 under 994 under. Paul closer to his index, and he gets the win here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo Lane. Rich Hood out of San Diego, 62 Nova. His index, 950. Dan Derricks out of Boise, Idaho, 63 Plymouth, also with a 950. 7 different states represented. Wow, did you see that wheelie? Mopar goes up in the air, almost scrapes his rear bumper off. Can he get to the line in time? No, 963. And Rich Wood runs 951 on a 50 to get the win. Jeremy Smith, 975, the index for Jeremy. And Todd Hoffman out of La Mesa, it's his 975 as well. So the Sayonara Plymouth taking on the little GTO. I'd sing little GTO for you, but you don't want to hear that. Sayonara and Smith, both with almost identical ETs and reaction times, but it's Smith getting the win. Runs Hoffman out the back door, and he goes too quick. 969 on a 75 to a 982. Jeremy Smith going rounds. Relentless Robert Norris from Julian, California. I need Matthew Garcia to the tower, please. Matthew Garcia to the tower. All right, the Rambler, Ken Cookcan out of San Juan Capistrano. 1050 number for both Robert and he at the stripe. Double breakout. Oh, the difference was 4 thousandths of a second. And Robert Norris going on to another round of racing action. Ken becomes this round's runner-up. Lynn Anderson out of Star, Indiana, 68 Barracuda, 572 Hemi. Dave Budget out of Anaheim, 70 Mustang with a 557. 950, the index for Budget, 975 for Anderson. Anderson out in front. Budget's got to close the gap, but is it going to be in time? No. And this time Anderson gets the win. So double breakout. Lynn Anderson gets the win. Breaking out by less. Goes 966 to Budget's 927. Dodge here in the Michelob Lane. Darren Derricks out of Spokane, Washington. 975. The index for both these cars. Roger Melton in the 73 Barracuda. All Mopar race. They're gone. Reaction times nearly identical as they head down track. 60 foots, identical. 330. That's where Darren starts to pull away, and he gets the win. 989 to a 991. Margin of victory, a mere 0.02 of a second. Brian Hawksley out of Tehachapi, California. 1075 dial or index for his Nova. Kevin Jones out of Whitewater, Colorado. 69 Barracuda. 440. Wheels go high for the Mopar. In this case, it might be move over. Plymouths are racing. Does he get the win? He does. 1088 to a 1077. Got there first. 0.2 of a second ahead. Reaction time played a big part. Brian was sleepy with a 4:35 reaction time. Dale Schroeder out of Kensburg, Colorado, 1025 dial for his Fairlane wagon. And Rob Moreland out of Valley Center, 975 in his 66 Chevelle. Ford gone. Chevy pulls the wheels and goes red at the same time. 003 misses a perfect light by 0.003 of a second. Gives the win to Dale. The Ford will come back for another round. Goes 1027 on a 25. Moreland goes 969. Dave Sprague out of Upland, California, 72 Dodge Dart. Going to try and stick it to Mitch Akers in his 60 Chevrolet Impala. Both on a 1050 index. Now in qualifying, Akers ran 1060 and Sprague ran 1043. Too quick. They do it now, Dart. Going to try and stick it to the 60 Chevrolet. One of two 60 Chevrolets out this weekend. Wheels come up in the air on the Dodge as they leave the line, and it's Sprague out in front. The 60 Chevy, the heavy Chevy closing in, getting closer. Double breakout. But Sprague breaks out by less and takes the win. He broke out with a 1041 to a 1036, both on a 1050 number. Mike McCallum out of Palisade, Colorado, 65 Mustang. Taking on Dan Davis out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 64 Plymouth. A 1050 index for the Plymouth, 10 flat for McCallum. McCallum's three-way Chevrolet lane is moving. The Mustang closing in, and he gets the win. 1041 breakout for Davis, 1016 on the 10 flat for McCallum. Good enough to go one more round. Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction, Colorado with the Little Plymouth Valiant in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Mike Whitmore out of Dixon, Colorado in the Michelob lane, 1050 dial to a 1025. 67 Mustang moves away. Reaction times are close. Plymouth slightly behind, trying to close the gap. Quicker at the 330, quicker at the 1/8, and too quick for Steve Whitmore. Whitmore goes 1049 breakout to a 1024.4. Wow, these guys were close. Whitmore breaks out by 9 thousandths. Berry by 6 thousandths. The margin of victory, 31 thousandths at the finish line. Ron Kinzer out of Whitewater, Colorado, 68 Barracuda. His index 975. Larry Ford out of Nathrop, Colorado in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 66 Barracuda, 1075 dial. So two Barracudas looking like Sox and Martin tribute cars side by next. Right lane is gone. Left lane pulls the wheels high in the sky. Headed down track. The closing speed is getting great for Kinsner. Can he do it? He does. Breakout for Larry Ford at 1051 to a 1086. And Kisner goes on for another round. Lot of smoke there after the finish line. We'll check that out before we send anyone else down, just making sure everything is safe. So Larry Ford left the line with a 330 reaction time. Kinsner with an 047 and then broke out with a 1051 for Ford here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. 986, good for the win for Kisner, but his lane showed a lot of smoke. So we're checking the track right now to make sure it's safe. We don't want to send cars down if there's an issue. Where it is all clear. All right, so we're pushing back the Max Attack 2. Injected 65 Dodge, altered wheelbase car. A true AFX style machine. And he fires up and pulls off. Not quite sure what the issue is, but it looks like Dave Franklin's going to get the single. So something wrong with Clay, and that is one beautiful 65 Dodge, but he had to pull off. Dave Franklin goes down track, runs 901 on a 9.0 index. So he was set for bear. Now this is the race of the day for these guys. Ernie Algori, the number 4 qualifier, Arcadia, California. Ernie the attorney, and he is a real attorney, 62 years young, 67 Fairlane, 351, but that is one modified 351. Greg Melton out of Escondido, California, the wheel standing 68 Roadrunner, was the number 1 qualifier, running the quickest time of all the FX cars at 8:79. Ernie with a 9:09. Index for Ernie, 9 flat. Index for Melton, 8:75. So neither one are very far off their indexes. The Ford will pull the wheels high. The Mopar's known for doing it, and he does. Oh, he backs out. He gets back in it again, but Ernie left too early. 227 reaction for Ernie the attorney, and it's Greg Melton taking the win. Ernie knew he had to cut the light. He cut it a little too short. He runs a 913 to a 957. So if Ernie had not done that red light, there was a good chance he could have gotten that win. But, hey, it's racing. Larry Smith out of Calamasa, a hotel operator. The No-Tel Motel? No, I don't know. 62 GTO, it says. No, it's not a 62. There was no 62 GTO. It's a 66 or 67. I can't tell from here. Eldon Dunnix out of Ramona, California, 68 AMC. AMX. And Eldon sleeping. Didn't have his coffee this morning. Needs some caffeine. Late on the tree. Coming up on the stripe. 1171 on a 50 for Larry Smith. To an 1104 on an 11. He ran the number, but couldn't make up that deficit of reaction time. Casey Truer. Casey Truer to the tower, please. Casey Truer to the tower. All right, we're going to do some track prep here as we get ready for the 7.0 Pro cars. 7.0 Pro, going to be center steer. Don't run quicker than 7.0. 7.0 Pro, you should be getting ready to go. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion, the 30th edition of this amazing historic event. We're glad you could be part of it. Lots still to happen today. We're going to run the 7.0 Pros, then we'll go into A Fuel and have a pre-race ceremony. We'll be going into Nostalgia Top Fuel a little after 11 a.m. We're not calling them to the lanes yet. Doing a little track prep, a little cleanup here. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment. Don't forget, pick up your programs and goodie bags. If you haven't done so yet, get them before they're out. Supplies are limited. And while you're down there at the reunion tent, check out the latest NHRA Hot Rod Reunion apparel. Be the best dressed person on your block with official Hot Rod Reunion apparel. And besides that, get the one that shows you were here today. The sunburn alone will not prove you were at the Hot Rod Reunion. So check it out. I'm Hot Rod Bob, along with Mike English, Steve LaBarbera, and Donnie Couch, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the day here at the reunion. They were only going to do it once. It's been 30 years, and it's still going strong. Glad you could be part of it. I've been here for all 30 of them. 5 is just one of the guys in the stands in the car in the car show area. 25 years right here in the tower. Lots of racing action that happens today as we eliminate cars each and every round. Little track prep going on. When we get that done, we'll move on to more racing action. Thanks again
Good
for being here.
Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
For everybody, and that's what we did. Next to Sid's are some ladies. I believe it's the Blue Star women, and they are selling iced tea to support veterans situations. So check them out over by Sid's. They're selling iced tea. The Blue Star women and mothers are there, so check it out. Walk to the Grove, take a look at some of the great hot rods and muscle cars there. And if you're looking to buy something, you can turn key and drive. There's a few of those there, too. Now, out in the swap meet area, I found some interesting stuff. One of the more interesting things to me, and if I did it, my wife would shoot me, there is a Austin sedan, an American Austin, not the Bantam, but the sedan version. It kind of looks like a shrunk Model A sedan, but it only seats 2 people, and it's tiny. It is a cool little car. We got a guy up in the Ventura area that's got one that he runs with a V6 Chevrolet under the hood, and it is a cool little cruiser. So if you're looking for something to build, something to keep yourself busy, that might be his choice. Go out there and take a look at it. I saw a Stingray bicycle. I'd love to get that. Just afraid to ask the gentleman what it's selling for. But there's magazines if you want to see the history of hot rodding and drag racing. There's a lot of cool magazines. Also, he's got sales brochures and owner's manuals. So check it out. If you've got the munchies, we've got what cures it right along the Grove area. Everything from Asian food to burgers, jerky, A&W root beer. Oh, yeah. Some good stuff out there. Check it out. All right, so 7-0 Pro will be coming out next. Drivers are all suited up. Cars are starting to leave the staging lanes right now as we get ready for another round of racing action here at the 30th California Hot Rod Reunion. Tractor coming back on its final pass. Again, if you got friends at home that couldn't make it to the event but want to see what's going on, dragracer.tv. Dragracer.tv on your computer, and you can see it live. All right, Kevin Raposo out of Bakersfield, California, the 2017 Spitzer chassis car, 496 Chevy for power. It was the number 11 qualifier, currently coming up in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 7-0, the magic number for these guys. Dalen Perea out of Peoria, Arizona, the number 1 qualifier over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Altered against Dragster as they get ready to go. All right, Kevin Raposo in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Getting ready to go in the dragster. Dalen Perea out of Peoria, Arizona. Number 1 qualifier in the Bantam, taking on number 11. Three-stage light lit for Raposo. Perea moves in. Deep stage for Raposo. They're gone. Oh, and Raposo drills the tree on the competition. Double breakout. Raposo getting the win. 694 to a 691 unseats the number 1 qualifier. Sleeping on the starting line and breaks out by a larger margin. So Kevin Raposo going on to another round. 2 dragsters. Jeff Cassell out of 9 Mile Falls, Washington. Dwight Garland out of Mission Viejo. Garland in the three-way Chevy. And Michelob Ultra for Jeff Cassell. Now, to tell you the pull that the California Hot Rod Reunion has, Big Jim Dunn. The Moon Eyes runs the Moon Eyes funny car. Big Jim is here today to see all the action here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So if you get a chance, stop by the Moon Eyes booth, or if you see Jim, please say hi. Dwight Garland, three-way Chevrolet lane out of Mission Viejo, California, the 78-year-old contractor, driving the front engine dragster with the 523 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. The number 18 qualifier ran a 727. Jeff Cassell out of 9 Mile Falls, Washington. 08 dragster chassis, 540, qualified 8. And wow, he's gone, and Garland's got a problem. Garland now gets on the throttle, but Cassell takes the win, 714 to a 1029, and Garland late on the lights with a 633. Cassell right on it with an 054. Richard High out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. 67-year-old manager with an 05 front engine dragster was the number 2 qualifier. He's coming up on a single. He gets the bye into the next round. Richard High. 500 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet power in the three-way Chevy lane. We need Payne Clark. Payne Clark to the tower, please. We need W9s for Brad Thompson, Chris Davis, Dan Horan, Drew Austin, and Kanaka Pocock. We need your 1099s up here. So High gets a buy run, goes 694 on the 7-0 index. But got the buy runs, it really didn't matter. Jason Vanderpool out of Redding, California, 32 Bentham over in the three-way Chevrolet League. Number 14 qualifier. Mike Cross in the 95 DRE chassis car with a Donovan 375. Now, Dave used to drive this car. He's a retired Snap-on distributor. He's put Mike Cross behind the wheel in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Car was a dominant vehicle in the Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category. Then he decided to step it up a bit. We need W9s for Sabrina Pecora, Danny Shrokosh, and Bill DeMartin. Please come to the tower. All right, getting him staged. Vanderpool in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Cross in the Michelob Ultra lane. Wheels up in the air for Vanderpool. He's got the better reaction time, and he's out in front. Is he going to be too quick? Yes. 691 to a 7-0 right on the number from Mike Cross. Mighty Mike Cross goes 7-0-0 with a 1 in the 7-0-0 class. That's the one. All right, we need W9s for Jeff Pike and Brian Rogers. Jeff Pike and Brian Rogers, please come to the tower. Steve Fowler out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, is going to be in the Michelob Ultra lane in the 32 Bantam. Number 3 qualifier ran a 7:03. Danny Shrokosh. Seems like we just called him a minute ago. In the out of El Cajon, California, the 01 Hanson chassis car. Number 13 qualifier ran 7:11. Fowler ran 7:03. But as we've seen so far today, what you qualified at means very little because that wasn't race day. And race day creates additional pressure. And it's been showing. Cars moving up, looking for the elusive 7-0 number. We just saw Mr. Cross run right on the number. Green light, they're gone. Reaction time's identical, down to the thousandth of a second. And it is the three-way Chevy lane going 7:04 to a 7:07. Margin of victory, 2/100ths of a second. And Shrokosh getting the win. Chris Bates, Redding, California. 40-year-old Dodge dealer auto parts guy. Number 7 qualifier. Taking on Joaquim Lundberg out of Gardena, California. He qualified 17th. Bates qualified 7th. Joaquim in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. 23 Ford altered. Chris Bates also in an altered. A T with an Alan Johnson 455. A Chevy 493 for Lundberg. 7-0, the magic number. Chris Bates coming from a long family line of drag racers. His dad, Doc Bates, running in the A Fuel category. His brother fielding a car as well in A Fuel. Chris driving in 7-0. His aunt, his uncle were also drivers. The Swedish flag flying on Joachim Lundberg's car. Our friends from Sweden are watching him closely. We have some here today. As a matter of fact, they work for the drag racing version of NHRA in Europe. Hit the loud pedal and off they go. Chris's car is bouncing. He's using up a lot of real estate. And it's Joachim taking the win. Chris Bates runs under the number with a 698, a 730 here in the Michelob lane.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck, as we continue on with a Fuel Eliminator. Sean Bellemere and Sean Corbari. Of course, Sean Corbari over there is driving for that Dennis Murphy team. Qualified number 4, Sean Bellemere, the Easy Rider Alter for Dad Greg and the team, and a name that his dad made famous for so many years. Behind the wheel of the family car, of course, that is a 3-time national champion in top alcohol funny car, the Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series, right over here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Your third and fourth qualifiers in this pair. That Alter to Sean Bellemere will leave at about 11,000 RPM. Just listen to this thing. Just like the top alcohol funny car, it is a world champion. Listen to that, baby. Big time to Sean Bellemere. Sean Corbari, wow. Shuts off 6:34, 2:19. Sean Bellemere, as he was big time off that starting line at 0:39. Corbari, Dennis Murphy's car, 1264, 561 miles an hour. A little tardy off that starting line, and then you saw that baby make a move towards the center line. And the veteran driver that Sean is lifts off that throttle and we'll just coast on down through there and save it for another day. Continuing on this round of A Fuel Eliminator. So the next pair fired up. Pete Ortiz. Ken Bates Jr. out front there tuning on that car. Of course, brother Chris was still in at 7-0 Pro. And Wayne Ramey, the owner of Performance Forge over there at Simi Valley. Of course, Pete Ortiz, a veteran driver who spends a lot of time in the Sifka Funny Car Series, that'll be in action here at the 2023 Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet, Famosa Drag Strip. Pete qualified number 5 at 6:39.4. Wayne Ramey, number 2, 6:13.8. Of course, the newly crowned national champion again, Kim Bates Sr., your number 1 qualifier. Injected nitro over there for Pete Ortiz and the team. Supercharged alcohol. Just a great combinations. In A Fuel, you pick your poison and hope it's quick enough. Now, as I said in qualifying, this car right side, Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane, is the better of the 2 qualifiers. However, Pete Ortiz, brand new driver, get behind the wheel of this car, a lot of experience in the Sifka Funny Cars. Probably can't run with Wayne Ramey. Got to move off that starting line and hope Wayne makes a mistake. But that's on paper, and as you well know, we don't race on paper. So let's see what happens in the semifinal round in A Fuel Eliminator, the California Hot Rod Reunion. There, but it's not going to be enough. Wayne Ramey down there, top end. Wow, 606, 219 miles an hour, Wayne Ramey. Pete Ortiz made a move off that starting line. A bit wasn't enough. 641.2, 227 for Pete Ortiz in the Bates Mobile over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. But a great effort for Chris and Ken Jr. and the team. And honestly, I know these guys very well. That Bates Mobile was just back together. I believe it was last Sunday night, and stuffed it in the trailer, got down here. And a great job for those guys, as now it'll be the boss at that Bates racing team up in Anderson, California. The U.S. Air Force team car with Ken Bates Sr., another championship for the all-time winner in the NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series. Dean Adams leading over the car. You hear it switch over to nitro. They start these cars up on alcohol, then pull that fuel system off, and it switches over to nitro, and there's a remarkable difference in the sound of the motor when it starts up on nitro. So the champ, for another time, will do his burnout out of that number 1 qualifying spot. 6:05.6, 231 for senior in qualifying there. Dean Adams gives a point to his driver there and says, go get him. Pre-stage, the RPMs will come up. Wow. On a single run, the national champion. Wow, he dodged a bullet there. That baby didn't go 2 feet. It was up in smoke. Just to be fair, Ken was 0.79 off that starting line, and your number one qualifier there was there for the taking, but fortunately was on a bye run in an odd number in the field. So Ken will coast down there in 24.39, and I will tell you that will not have lane choice in round number 2 of a Fuel Eliminator. So that will wrap that up. By the way, when we go back to racing, it will be top Fuel Eliminator round. A little bit of track prep going on right now. Some pre-race ceremonies down on the stage. A couple of awards to give out. And then round number 1 of top Fuel Eliminator. The SoCal Speed Shop Safety Spray will do their job out on the track there as we prep for round number 1 of top Fuel Eliminator. Just an interesting note. Well, we'll talk about that later.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the California Hot Rod.
Oh, man, this has just been a spectacular weekend here at the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion for Most Drag Strip. And by the way, we will kick off that 2023 NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series right here at Most Drag Strip, the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet, March 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And looking forward to have each and every one of you come back out here with just a great, great show here at Formosa Drag Strip.
All right, thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion 30th Annual. We got some awards to present. We're going to be doing that. One of the awards we're going to do, we're waiting for them to come up here right now. Sorry about that. We'll figure out what this is. All right, maybe we can turn the PA down a little bit so we don't get the feedback. Got Stormy Bird coming up here, and we've got Robin Millar. We've got a bunch of awards to give out. The Cackle Fest car, you can see the Reef Automotive Machine is getting the Cackle Fest award, and they're bringing that up from the NHRA booth right now. We've got the Photography Award as well. We'll be doing the national anthem in just a little bit, and the invocation. All right, we're going to start off with the invocation. Where is our... Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Come on up here. Matt is a regular up here, and with RFC, Matt Miller is going to do the invocation to kick things off this morning.
Thank you, Bob. Let's pray. Lord, I just want to thank you for this beautiful weekend that you've given us. Man, what a great hot rod reunion this has been. And I thank you so much for protecting all of our racers up to this point. Yesterday was very scary, yet you kept every racer safe, and I thank you so much for that. And I pray, Lord, that you continue to do that for the rest of this event. Give us a great, safe day of racing, and we will give you all the glory for it. Pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Matt. Now, don't leave, Matt, because Robin Millar does an award every year, Drag Racing Cartoons, the Pete Millar Award, and this is for contributions to the sport and the hobby, and guess what? It's you this year. Congratulations. All right, Matt Miller, congratulations. They're getting some more photos here. None of these will be at the post office, I can guarantee you that. Now, if you saw Pat here on Friday, he was wearing a pink shirt to match his pink beard. And Stormy Bird and Robin Millar helping him out there. All right, let's get the Reef Automotive team up here. Hi. Reef Automotive Machine getting the Cackle Fest Award this year. Each year they walk through the pits, look at the Cackle cars, and decide which one is going to get the award as the best representation of what it is. Now, this is a real steel Fiat Topolino, not the fiberglass ones you see out here. This is what they really look like, other than they had fenders back in the day. So come on up here, team. Introduce yourselves to the crowd. No, you. Come on up. You're getting the award. Boy, talk about retiring. I don't know. Ron? Congratulations. Tell us about the car.
Well, it's we built this in 1959. We took it to Detroit in 1960 and won the Nationals there. And then we went in 61 to Indy for the first race, and we won that race in 61. And then we came back to Long Beach, and the first night we sold the car for $4,000, and then we bought it back 34 years later for $20,000.
No one's ever called you a good businessman, have they?
No, they haven't.
Okay, congratulations. A real steel Fiat Topolino, the Radigan, Jackson, and Stearns machine from Reef Automotive. Congratulations. Here. All right, why don't we come up here and we'll talk about the photo awards. Now, each year they pick photos that best represent the hobby, the industry, and the racing. And we're going to let this gentleman tell you all about what's going on with those.
Hello, everybody. My name's Lou Hart, and I'm honored to be able to judge and take care of the photo contest. And I want to thank you, fans, and thank you, everybody who participated in the voting. As usual, it comes down to almost a flip of a coin to determine a winner of a tie, but this year was a pretty clear cut. Okay, for the third place, and unfortunately the person who won the photo contest, his car was vandalized Friday night at the hotel, and he couldn't make it, and they towed it back to Santa Barbara. So, and the winner, okay, I'm sorry I don't have extra hands here, but I'll have Bob help me. Jim Sankey won third place. I'm malfunctioning here. It's one of those. It's Don Garlitz working on the pits on his engine, and congratulations to Jim. And accepting the award is Bob Beck. So Bob Beck, please come up here. No.
Okay, I'm here.
sorry. And the second place is an honor for me to give this award to John Ewald, the late John Ewald. And I'd like to call up Mr. Ewald here, his brother. It's a picture of Chi-Town Hustler with Larry Sutton. Gee, Mindy. And thank you very much. And for second place, we have a plaque and a ribbon for you. Thank you. And congratulations, Don. You don't hire me for MC at a party. I'm terrible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. On behalf of my late brother, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
And the first place goes to Mr. Steve Reyes of the fire burnout of the Billy Tidwell and Mike Coolscarb. A little story behind this is they put 3 gallons of gasoline down to do a burnout, burn the cords and everything. And accepting the award is our good friend, Dave. Mr. Kamal.
I didn't win it. Here. Okay.
There we go. Thank you for accepting the award. It's getting routine.
It's an honor to accept it for Steve. He's one of my heroes and definitely one of the all-time greats.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we normally do on Saturday night, but weren't able to do it last night, was read off the names of those that we have lost over the last year. So I'd like to do that now and have a moment of silence for them, and then we'll do the national anthem and start things off for you. John Anderson, Jackie Sinka Arnett, Bill Bader Sr., Jerry Beebe, Tim Beebe, Gabby Bleeker, Forrest Bond, Dale Bumgarden, Mike Boyd, Bob Bissett, Tim Brown, Frank Karsten, Tony Christian, Gene Simbella Conway, Mike Clancy, John Claridge Sr., Andy Clary, Gordon Collette, Russ Conroy, Don Cook Jr., Mike Kuhn, Don Culp, Aline Daniels, Ronnie Davis, John D. Bartolome, Gary Egbert, Larry Faust, Pat Ganal, Bob Gerwitz, John Grivens, Bud Hammer, James Handy, Dan Hanlon, John Harbert, a.k.a. Cliff Roa, Virgil Hartman, Kurt Hooker, Frank Ike Iaconio, Lee Kelly, Jerry King, Larry Kleinbrook, Dick Leachin, Bill Lazalier, Judy Lilly, Russ Long, my mentor, Dave McClellan, Jerry Malacott, William Bill Myers, Gene Oley, Rick Oldfield, Danny Ungayas, Jimmy Pfluger, Hayden Prophet, Diane Rhodes, Jim Rockstead, Bill Schultz, Barry Setzer, Adolf Butch Sivol, Frankie Silva, Burton Smith, Rick Stewart, Rick Summerall, Gary Schwartz, Dean Turk, Bob Unkefer, Dick Venerables, Ernie Walker, Honda Doug Wowood, Norm Woody Woodruff, Maxine Zuri, Tom Hoover just yesterday morning, Bob Raymond, Carl Crone Sr., and John Gotcha Gomes, and Steve Harwood. So if we could have just a moment of silence for these people that contributed greatly to our hobby and sport. And up in the tower, Mike English, would you please hit the national anthem for us? Gentlemen, please remove your hat and please stand. Let's go racing!
Round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator will be out next. Donnie Couch, you and I have been walking around out there and busy with some of the teams and a little bit of carnage out there.
Yeah, well, it got real cool last night for that session, and when you get that cold air and a tight track, it's hard on the motors. They're putting out a lot more horsepower, and there was some damage out there. Wounded soldiers, as we call it.
Yes, absolutely, and a couple of crispy critters, to say the least, Harris. They'll be bringing those out just a second here. The driver's suiting up, and I know that one of those cars our bud at the H&H Nomad, Brian Hall, that was just one heck of a boomer down there, and really glad to see Brian walking around, and that fire suit looked like it had been in a barbecue.
I've never seen a fire suit burnt that bad that didn't burn through it. Luckily, it's a 20-layer suit, and I think it went through 19 layers.
Yeah, but glad to see Brian's okay, and I know they had a ton of carnage out there, and they're not going to make the call, unfortunately. So, man, just what a session, though.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. Funny cars, the dragsters, and those fuel altereds. People that stuck it out last night really got a treat. And we're going to see that.
Left one. No, the fader. The fader.
Here?
Yeah, all the way down. He's talking on it.
So just waiting for the first pair to get out. The first car coming out is that P. Kaiser Digger Dan Horan tribute car that qualified number 2, Donnie Couch at 5.66.0 and 5.65.4.
Interesting, Pete Kaiser driving it. Started out as the crew chief on that car.
Yeah.
And Dan drove it, Dan's son drove it, and they decided, hey, we're going to put you in there, Pete. And he hadn't been in a car in quite a few years. He was a little nervous.
Didn't skip a beat, though, did he?
Did not skip a beat, you know. It was like he drove last weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, wife Laura in the house, got longtime friend and former national champion Mendy Fry out there helping out.
Yeah, she's doing the right-hand side of the motor and taking the head off and servicing all the pistons. And I think she's having a good time. She's been away for a while, and maybe she'll get the itch again, and we can see her back out here driving.
That would be an awesome deal for sure. So he will pair up with Brett Williamson, who will be in as an alternate, the guy who came into this race as the points leader and unfortunately did not qualify. But we will have a couple of alternates here, I do believe, as I know Shane Stewart was supposed to be in here, but you know, they took that Sullivan and Stewart car on quite a wild ride yesterday after qualifying and went down into the beach down there. And the guy said that, you know, there's just too much to do, even overnight, to get all the sand and fix the wiring and everything on the car, and just not going to make the call.
Well, that sand gets in the fuel tank. Then it gets in your fuel system and fuel lines, and it seems like you could never get rid of it, you know?
Yeah, it's just you're constantly chasing.
Yes,
so.
it's almost like you got to put all new lines on it.
Which they generally do as a rule.
Yeah. And then you got all the injectors that are, you know, pretty small, 100,000ths, and, you know, you get a piece of sand in there, you don't find it, you just burn a piston again and have trouble.
By the way, Jan was looking for you.
Oh?
Jan Thompson. Yeah, not for what you think, though. She needs. Attention to the pits, Donnie Couch. The call we love to make.
Fuel alter?
Double A fuel alters to the lanes. Please, double A fuel alters. And I love the program these guys have put together. This is not going to be an eliminations type race for these guys. This is going to be Chicago style. So just waiting for them to get strapped. Brett Williams strapped in that Forever Young car. There we go. Coming out of the lanes here. First pair, round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator. The 30th annual California Hot Rod Reunion here from Mosa Drag Strip. Lane choice, we'll go to that Pete Kaiser, and he picks that three-way Chevrolet lane, which puts Brett Williamson in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. So, Donnie, they backing down the blower on the Forever Young car. Mike Fuller taking over, taking a look over his motor, and I believe they're about ready to fire the first pair. California Hot Rod Reunion honoree Dave Layton out in front here is going to give the signal to fire him up. Round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator Sunday afternoon here. Donnie Couch at Famosa Drag Strip.
Oh.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Nothing like nitro on a Sunday morning here at the Hot Rod Reunion.
Is it still Sunday morning?
I think so.
Yeah, close enough. Who cares? So 2 very quality cars, Donnie Couch. Pete Kaiser getting behind the wheel over there on that far side of the track. And Brett Williamson, a very, very good car who has had the championship lead the entire year and DNQ'd here at the California Hot Rod Reunion, unfortunately. And,
a tough break for all the talent they have on that team over there, and they got a big trailer full of parts, so they got everything there, and DNQ it.
Exactly. You're a tuner on these cars, and it looks so very simple, but it really isn't.
No. Especially, we saw conditions change quite a bit yesterday from hot to cold, and had a little rain, and, conditions change. That's hard on a crew chief.
So Mike Fuller looking over his motor here in as an alternate at 8-car field. Mindy Fry walks away from Pete Kaiser over there in that Dan Horan car. Both drivers pre-stage. First one to go to round number 2, about to find out here at the California Hot Rod Reunion.
Kaiser checks out.
Scoreboard down there, top end 568, 258 miles an hour. Pete Kaiser checked out down there. Donnie Couch, that was a 568 deep stage, and that hurts the elapsed time a little bit.
Yeah, well, we know that car is the quickest car on the property as of now, and what a great performance.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Mod and Junior Fuel to the lanes, please. Pro Mod and Junior Fuel to the lanes, please. So Pete Kaiser, you see the safety safari rolling down there. Donnie Couch came to a stop on the track. Brett Williamson, 738.6, 125. And the run for the championship came to an end there. Honestly, Donnie, that is a stunner to me that car has had the problems this weekend that they did.
Well, these nitro cars will give you a fit, and right when you think you have the handle on everything, they pull the rug right out from underneath you. And I always say, if you don't want any problems with these nitro cars, don't pull the coil wires off of them.
Eric, we good down there? So word is through Eric Arnett from the Safety Safari down there, the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari. Pete just came to a stop on the track down there. Be just a second. We'll get rocking and rolling. It's the next pair already down here. Brian Hall, who had one heck of a deal there yesterday out of that number 8 qualifying spot. And Tyler Hilton. And by the way, folks, I just want to tell you, with Tyler Hilton in that Great Expectations team car pulling out on the pad in the 3-way Chevrolet lane, that will be your 2022 Top Fuel National Champion. And congratulations to Bobby Hilton and Jim and Allison Lee, that entire team. The championship is finally theirs.
Unbelievable story on how they got there. And it took a long road, and it's just a great feeling to see that team win the championship. And I'm surprised Brian Hall, after yesterday, is here competing for the first round today. I mean, they had a lot of damage over there. They must have been up all night.
After what they went through, I haven't had a chance to get over and talk to Brian or Kelly this weekend, but this morning. But, yeah, Brian had one heck of a fire yesterday afternoon, and the final qualifying session is honestly, it's just good to see him back out here.
Yeah, a lot. I know how much work's involved in getting the car back out there after all that carnage, and hats off to that team.
Actually, the car looks pretty good.
Yeah, couldn't tell it had any fire last night.
So the burnout for Brian Hall in the H&H Nomad, and your newly crowned national champion, Tyler Hilton, over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Kelly Hall comes over to her husband's car and makes an adjustment there.
I think the butterflies had stuck a little and the idle was high. So all you got to do is press it down with your fingers and an idle will go back. They idle about 2,500 RPM, but the butterflies stick a little and it raises the RPM and it's hard to get it in and out of reverse.
Well, Donnie, you talked about the efforts that they went through for that Great Expectations team. Their driver, Tyler Hilton. How about buying a new car during the season?
A car that's a proven winner.
Yes.
Out here.
And, but in changing from a big block Chevrolet on nitro to a Hemi on nitro.
Right.
But
fortunately, they got the run log and got all the tune-up secrets, and a lot of runs were made on that car when it was owned by Bartone out here, and they were in the winner's circle quite a few times, so they got some good data.
So the champ far side and Brian Hall over here. Kelly Hall walks away from her husband, gives him the thumbs up. Bobby Hilton walks away from his son over there to go to round number 2, top Fuel Eliminator. Brian is pre-stage. Tyler is pre-stage.
Here we go.
Right up in smoke, the champ right down through there. 559, 248 miles an hour. How about that for a championship run? Tyler Hilton, his quickest run ever in his driving career. First time into the 50s at 5:52.9. Tyler was 212 miles an hour at half track. Brian Hall was away first and then up in smoke and goes down through at 10:06.9, 87 miles an hour. But nice round of applause for that Nomad team for just making it up here, man. That was just a great effort by them. And then, of course, the Great Expectations team, a championship run there. Just awesome to see them do it. The first truck going down in front of you there, that's that Brian Hall team. Great job just to make it here after that fire. Congratulations, Kelly, Brian, and everybody there. Outstanding job just to be here for first round. And then, of course, how about that Great Expectations team? Look at that. A lot of class from the Nomad team pulling over, and that championship run right there for Bobby Hilton. Of course, Jim and Allison Lee's, Tyler's grandparents. Great Expectations, another championship.
You couldn't write a better story.
No, just a great deal there. And, of course, I know they're disappointed with the first round loss there, but, the Nomad team, Brian Kelly, that white truck there, great job, and just what an effort just to be here.
Yeah, hats off to the crew, and, for Brian just to get back in that car after a horrific fire and burning the fire suit off of him, that's got to say something when you jump back in that car 24 hours later, or 12 hours later, really.
I think Kelly threatened him. Just kidding. Come on.
She wanted to be in that backup girl championship.
Yes, she did. Next pair, a couple of former national champions. Pete Wittenberg, that's the circuit breaker over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. And Jim Murphy comes up here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Got Tyler Hilton off the track down there, and I know it's going to be an emotional moment for him when Dad Bobby gets down there in that championship. And a 5:59.2. Wow. So Pete Whitberg and the team. Eric, is there stuff down there? Okay. So word is right in the lights there's a little bit of that stuff down there, Donnie Couch. So going to be just a second here. Going to roll them real quick and get a cleanup down there quick. Psh, 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 and we'll be ready to rock and roll.
How'd that go?
Psh, psh, psh.
Okay. All right.
I get those instructions weekly at home from Mindy. Kitchen floor needs. Psh, psh, psh. You didn't know I knew that stuff, did you?
No, I didn't.
Neither did I.
I'm glad you admitted it, though,
Yeah.
in front of everybody.
Well, I just said I didn't admit anything. Well, hey, first round of Top Fuel started off pretty good, hasn't it?
It's been a good show so far, and we got Funny Car coming up next, and then the Fuel Alters.
Oh, can't wait. Can't wait.
Exciting first round.
Speaking of exciting first rounds.
So me and James are.
So the SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari down there, do a little bit of track prep there. So a little bit of downtime here. And, hey, as you all remember, Donnie Couch and I talking about the California Hot Rod Reunion Halloween costume contest that we had, and the great sponsors, of course, Sith Printing, the great shirts that they put on, and Howard Lerner, the photographer. How about third place goes to Mom, Kim Truer. Second place from C Gas, Stephanie Rhea. I think that's going to be 7-up for everybody. And your costume winner, and I think very well deserved. And by the way, just for the record, this was not everybody voted. This was a secret ballot that you filled it out and you gave it to Jana Thompson, and we appreciated her efforts for doing it. But Celia Green, the winner of the contest, and very, very cool. And we're going to get everybody over to the Stith Printing booth and get the pictures there.
Yes, we have a big check for Celia Green. She got best costume for the bug contest, and we love that everybody participated. I love seeing everybody's costumes. Stephanie Ray, second place. She gets a cash award, and we will be presenting this. I will contact the girls myself because I don't know what time frame we're going to do this in, but they have cash to get. For first place, Celia Green, and second place, Stephanie Ray. And my mom, Kim, got third place, so she gets honorable mention.
Very cool. Right. Congratulations. Hey, by the way, nice costume you put on your husband, Brad.
And we're going to be doing this every year, and I'm so excited for the
want
turnout.
everybody involved and appreciate your efforts, Jana, going out and get the sponsors with Kevin Stith and Stith Printing,
and
Howard Wayne Lerner.
He's the photographer, and he sponsored the runner-up prize. Stith Printing sponsored the first place prize, and we got some cash for these girls. Good job.
Congratulations. Thank you very much, and appreciate the efforts, Jana.
Thank you, Jana.
And they need to go down to Stith Printing, the trailer there. You want to do that?
Yes, we're going to do that. We're going to do a presentation, but I will find the girls at the track and let them know kind of the details.
I think you can
Yeah.
find your mother okay.
I think I can.
Yeah, cool. Thank you again. Great fun. A lot of times there. That was absolutely outstanding and just thoroughly enjoyed it there. So just about done down there. Donnie Couch, tractor just about done. Making a few swipes down there and should be rocking and rolling as Dave Layton goes and says to tells Pete Winberg and that team, that circuit breaker team, to bring that car up. And, you know, it's very good to have Pete back out here, that circuit breaker team.
Yeah, that's a strong car and solid performances all the time they go down the track.
Yep, former national champion. I know it's got his custom car building shop down there in Anaheim, and just had to stick to business there and a little bit of time off. And man, he comes back out and goes right into that number 4 spot and gets the number 5 qualifier, Jim Murphy. Wow, way to go, Pete.
You know, it's been a tough competition in Top Fuel, and that class is getting stronger, and they keep adding cars to the class. So hats off to all the Top Fuel racers out there.
Great job, great show for those guys, and just, oh, man, just love it. Absolutely love it. How about look at the grandstands now. You check this out. Sunday at noontime, and thank you all. Appreciate you for all coming out and spending your Sunday here. The 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion here at Formosa Drag Strip. And by the way, I'm going to give you that quick reminder. March 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 2023 Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet here at Formosa Drag Strip. And speaking of Good Vibrations Motorsports, all our friends out there on the World Wide Web at dragracer.tv, a big thanks to Good Vibrations for sponsoring that.
Yeah. And people that are on the grounds here, go by. They got a nice hospitality tent over there and plenty of things to see and do over there. Go see Jim and James Mayer, and they'll treat you right.
As they always do, as Pete Wittenberg, the circuit breaker, does his burnout that 3-way Chevrolet lane. And here comes Jim Murphy in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Fourth qualifier over there, far side, number 5 over here. 570s, both cars, Donnie.
Yeah, pretty evenly matched cars. It ought to be a great race here.
As a tuner crew chief, Donnie, from yesterday to today, what do you change?
Well, it was a lot cooler last night, so the engines were making more horsepower. As it heats up today, you're going to maybe want to put a little more blower in it, maybe a little more ignition, and might put some clutch back in it.
What about the percentage of nitro? Would you go up, down, anything?
I'd probably leave it the same. You want some good horsepower. You really want to keep the motor's optimal horsepower and manage it through the clutch system.
So leave everything the same motor-wise and then just fool with the other thing.
Yeah.
Cool. That's what I would have said. Never.
I believe I learned all this from you, so.
That's very doubtful. So here we go. To race Tyler Hilton, your new champion next round. Jim Murphy is pre-stage. Here comes that Pete Wittenberg in the battle of the former national champions.
Here we go.
Wow, Murphy's car was weird at the hit there. Pete Wittenberg, check that baby out. Holy cow. Pete Wittenberg, 5, 6, 6, 8, 249 miles an hour. Look at that half track speed, Donnie Couch, 209 for that circuit breaker team. 566.8, and oh, by the way, you won't have lane choice. Wow, that was just a backbreaker there. Jim Murphy coming to a stop down track there. That was weird, Donnie. He was better in reaction time, and then that car just acted weird.
Well, it looked like it left good and then spun the tire. So, not much you can do with that as a driver, except pedal it, but you don't want to do that on race day. And Pete Wittenberg, he was already gone by the time this happened.
Yeah, 566.8, 249 was .993 and 60-foot time was 257 to the 330 cone down there. And by the way, that's on a 12-inch slick.
Man, that's a lot of power and a little tire. Hats off to those top fuel guys.
And as you said, Donnie, leave the motor alone and manage the horsepower through timing, clutch.
Yes. It's all about the clutch is really the brain of the car, But trying to match it to the track conditions and the weather conditions is a big challenge for all these crew chiefs.
Very much so. Very much so. So just waiting for word from the top end of the track there as they pull Jim Murphy off. Unfortunately, I know a disappointment for Murphy and that team. A very, very good car and great efforts here, and unfortunately just all went away in round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator.
Well, they got all winter to think about it and make tuning adjustments and be out here for the March meet.
Looking forward to it. Final pair, round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator, Tyler Hester. For Daryl Tedford, that's an overtime special. And the Champion Speed Shop special, Adam Sorokin and the team over there being that three-way Chevrolet lane. Adam, number 3 qualifier at 575.7. And that car was steady in qualifying, Donnie Couch. Tyler, number 6 qualifier, was back-to-back 580s out of that overtime special for Daryl Tedford, Rick McGee, and that team. Word is, fire them up, Donnie.
Yeah, here we go.
So the small block Chevrolet on nitro for the champion team car, far side, and Adam Sorokin and Tyler Hester, the early model style heavy for Daryl Tedford. Tyler, the racing farmer, in from Visalia.
A little strange burnout by Adam Sorokin. The RPMs didn't appear to come up, and he did not smoke the tires.
Yeah, that was definitely a strange one there. Of course, Tyler Hester here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane doing his burnout, the more traditional burnout there. But yeah, you did not hear the Adam roll through the water, and you heard what was an attempt, but it didn't spin the tire, and the RPM didn't come up at all.
Yeah. Not, we've seen cars this happen to. This track is so good, even if they mess up their burnout and don't heat the tires up properly, the track conditions are so good, they can still lay down a number.
So the final pair, Top Fuel Eliminator round number 1, Tyler, Adam. Going to be interesting to watch here, Donnie. Is that champion stepping up there even though that weird burnout? Or does Tyler just lay down another 580 and move on?
Well, we're going to find out. They're making final adjustments on the car.
Daryl Tedford looks over at Bobby McClanahan.
Crew
They
chiefs
walk away together.
Yep.
Two very good friends. Now it's up to their drivers. They are both pre-staged. Tyler, deep stage. Wow, check out that champion car. No burnout, nothing. Tyler going to run him down in a ball of fire on a hole shot. Both of them, I believe, had a flasher down there, Donnie. 581.4, 234. Adam Sorokin to round number 2. Tyler was quicker, 576, 235. But Adam, the driver, earned his keep there and will race Pete Kaiser next round. I'm sorry, I apologize. So, yes, Pete Kaiser next round. God, I can't even read my own ladder. Adam at 581 will not have lane choice. Pete, of course, at 568.5 will pick his lane. And, of course, Tyler Hilton, your newly crowned national champion, will pick his lane over former champ Pete Whitberg. Safety sparring rolling down there to both cars, and that champion car getting the wind light and the flash of fire, as you saw down there, Be just a second. We get the word down there. Of course, that canopy always providing the safety as it does, Donnie Couch, for the drivers.
Yeah, a little bit of a safety barrier for him. But that was a pretty good boomer and a fire for Adam. And that crew went in the round. We'll have quite a bit of work in between rounds to get that thing up here.
They'll put another bowl.
No, Bobby McLennan has plenty of parts, and they got a real talented team that's been together for a long time over there, so not a concern.
Champion Speed Shop team going down the return road there to get their driver and just move it on to round number 2 on a hole shot. That wind may have been a little bit costly, Donnie.
Well, anytime you have a big explosion like that, you usually bang the blower and the manifold and the injector and whatever else damage, in the heads.
Yeah. By the way, just as we look at the incremental numbers there, Tyler Hester was 210 miles an hour at half track, trying to get after that Champion Speed Shop car. And that small block Chevrolet was 206 at half track.
Yeah, great performance by both cars, really. Even though Adam, he's good on hole shotting. He wins a lot of races by his hole shot and his driving
very
ability.
Talented driver for sure.
Of course, we attribute that to Jenny, his wife.
Yeah, here this weekend, and I know she's very proud of her husband. Jenny, just glad to have you in the house. Doesn't always get out here, but it's good to have her. So safety safari down there at the top end. Fortunately, like we said, that wind light came in that three-way Chevrolet lane, but it was a costly one. While we're waiting for word from the top end there, first pair of funny cars, Donnie Couch out on the pad here. Tony Gerardo, the Capital Punishment Team car, and Corey Lee, the peddler.
Corey did a good job of driving last night, put a whole shot on Dan Horan, and he's here to play today.
Yeah, 579.4 for Corey Lee. He will have lane choice over that Tony Gerardo, the Capital Punishment car, and Corey goes to the three-way Chevrolet lane. It's interesting when we come to different races, Donnie, how the lanes sometimes, they're always so close and everything, but drivers have little things that they like about lanes, and it seems like that three-way Chevrolet lane is the lane of choice this weekend.
Well, this track, both lanes are prepared equally and consistently. So that's not the factor there. It's maybe, how the sun is reflecting off the Christmas tree.
Sure, yeah.
How they're looking out the car and, what they're looking at. So,
how do you feel comfortable-wise?
Right.
Yeah.
As a driver.
Yep.
Because, like I said, we know the track's good. It's always good. It's never a concern here.
Not at all. Best equipment in the country, and just the safety sparring here. Of course, SoCal Speed Shop always supplying them with the things that they need. It's just a great attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Double A gas to the lanes, please. Double A gas to the lanes, please. So from what I understand, just a little bit at the finish line down there, Parker down there on the Zamboni, making the sweeps down there, and rolling the cars off the track down at the top end there. The champion car making the move and the cleanup there. And, boy, stay out of the way of that champion car. They're going to be hustling back to the pits because they're going to have some work to do by the time we get back up here for round number 2.
Clear the lanes. Clear the return road.
Sure did rock the staging lanes, didn't he?
Yeah, Joe Walla, our hero. Joe, thanks for being out here.
Appreciate it very much. Guy just loves racing, doesn't he?
Yeah, racing and guitars.
I was going to play his guitar, but he said, keep your stinking hands off it. Probably the smart thing.
Security.
So AA gas cars, need you to the lanes, please. AA gas cars, need you to the lanes, please. Pro Mod, you should be here. Junior Fuel, you should be here. And AA gas, making your way to the lanes, please. Just a great Sunday to crown the champions here, the 30th annual California Hot Rod Reunion. Fuel alters come up after the funny cars. Oh! Fuel Altered's always spectacular, and their show is going to be Chicago style with the 2 quickest coming back to run for the trophy. Man, that's going to be fun to watch.
All the Fuel Alters run twice. The 2 low ETs come back for the final.
Yeah.
Chicago style, I love it.
Yeah, great deal. And, of course, Ron Hope was up here, and this will be his final race as the driver of the Rat Trap. And grandson Michael starting to work on it to get his license, started a couple weeks ago. And, oh, man, that's just so cool to see the generations to continue on. And, of course, yeah, for sure. And, of course, Dave Huff in the house here with the Nanook. His grandson, Kyle, carrying on the legacy there. And just, man, it's just so good. Love them Fuel Altered. So just think about that. The Rat Trap and Nanook. How many times has that been said over the past 50 years?
They terrorized Southern California.
Yeah, they did. Well, and then you remember the group went on tour?
Yeah.
8 Fuel Alters took off and went on tour. Just put on a great show throughout the country.
The rest of the country got to see what we were enjoying.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked about that yesterday. Fuel Alters really kind of seemed like a Southern California deal. And I know that I mentioned some of the other ones, you know, that had come out, and you know, Gabby Bleeker and, you know, the Palmer and Hill Bad Habit. And there was a number of them out of Texas and stuff. But the High Heaven car this year out of Colorado, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention them. But this seemed for some reason to be the place to go. I know I was talking to Bernard Mondello yesterday, and Mondello and Matsubara.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That car.
Mondello's porting service.
That was a beautiful car.
Yeah. Went to Indy and set the national record
Right.
1 year. And, you know, that was just really something to watch and just see. Was just awesome, man. Spectacular. So way down track there, you can see the headlights there on where the champion car came to a stop. They're down there, and then some work here right at the finish line, Donnie. And round number 2 of funny car. I'm sorry, 16 car field. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Shane Stewart, Brian Hall, Tyler Hester. Need you to the tower with your W9s, please. Also, Chris Bates, Jason Vanderpool, Dwight Garland, Dalen Pereira. Need you to the tower with your W9s. By the way, folks, I want to give you a quick reminder. When the racing is done, Come on down to the winner's circle in the staging lanes right behind the tower here. You can meet your event winners. You can meet your national champions. It's just a great time and have some fun. And, hey, when they're not busy working on the cars, that's the opportunity there. They'll love to talk to you. They'll love to have pictures with you. Get an autograph, get a picture, meet the champions and stuff. It's some good time. Donnie Couch will be down there signing autographs. Just a great, great time. And love to have you come down there and visit with these champions. Just a great deal here. As it always is at the California Hot Rod Reunion.
I think it's going to be a pretty exciting winner's circle with Tyler Hilton
Oh,
and Bobby Hilton.
For the championship.
For the
They still got a
championship.
race to win.
They're pretty excitable anyway. But
Yeah.
now that you get them in a championship situation and getting that trophy, it's going to be out of control.
And I can tell you that Grandma and Grandpa, Jim and Allison Lee, are back home watching on dragracer.tv, and they are so proud of their grandson.
Allison, we miss you.
Absolutely miss that lady big time.
Mike Gaines, you are absolutely correct.
A little different weather-wise from last night, isn't it?
Yeah. Last night we had to break out our jackets. We hadn't had to do that all summer.
No, it's been a while since we had to do that. And what
Right.
I read what the temperature is supposed to be coming up here. I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Even had a little bit of that stuff.
Yeah. Just a little, but enough to slow us down. Well, I can see they pushed the funny cars back into their starting position, so we're not far away, folks. Second round of funny car coming up. Tony Gerardo, Corey Lee, two beautiful funny cars, and good running funny cars.
So it won't be long here. If you've got a golden opportunity, you head on down into the Grove there, and with this little bit of downtime, and grab. Have you checked out in the Grove? What do you want to eat? It's down there.
It's down there.
I mean, the Dog Pound's got those great chili cheese dogs with cheese and onions and everything.
How about the
on it.
A&W root beers?
A&W root beer, Chinese food. I mean,
Yeah.
there's pulled pork.
It's there. It's all there.
I'm not even going to go through the list. Just walk over there and get the great stuff there. I had some of that Chinese food. That stuff was good, man. Egg rolls. I love egg rolls anyway, so scored there at the racetrack here. Just thanks all the folks out there. By the way, if you go down to the permanent restroom about halfway down the Grove there, be sure and thank the couple down there that spend their entire weekend here keeping that thing clean.
Oh, that's
Just
most important.
It is.
Especially when you bring the wife.
Yes, that's a factor, the kids and stuff, but just they are so nice, and just hey, maybe think about them when you reach into your pocket, and just thanks for what you do there, because that place
Exactly.
is spotless. Eric, how long did they say? If you're walking around taking advantage of that food, which I don't blame you, word is from the top end, we are about 2 or 3 minutes away from firing up. Speaking of firing up, is that margarita machine running over in Motorhome City there?
I don't know. I've been over at Tony Gerardo, the Capital Punishment Car. They got the best barbecue and food going on this weekend. But I haven't seen the margarita machine.
Well, wait a minute. How do you know Tony's Barbecue is the best? Did you visit every one of them?
I've tried.
Do the best you can. Thank you. Okay. At least you were honest about it. I thought you were going to deny that. So let's see. We've got a whole day planned with racing here, all kinds of cool stuff. Winner circle pictures for the race winners, the champion winners. And if you know, just because you win the California Hot Rod Reunion does not necessarily mean you are the season champion.
No.
There's already been some champions that have been crowned, and hey, it's a season long, starting with the March meet throughout the year to win the championships. Of course, you want to go out in style, but that doesn't always work out that way.
Okay. If you can't win the championship, at least you got to do is win the race.
Absolutely. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. 7-0 Pro. Need you in the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro. Need you in the lanes. As Funny Cars fire up with Corey Lee and Tony Gerardo. Tony will come up here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane, your number 4 qualifier. Nothing but 570s out of that team out of Northern California. Corey Lee, the number 12 qualifier in Gary Turner's car there, the peddler, the guy who started that great operation with the GT bicycles. And he has repurchased that company again, Donnie.
Yeah, they're making bikes again, and him and his son, and they're having a good time and back in business.
Absolutely. Lane choice went to that far side over there, that peddler team car. Of course, Tony had an all-new crew on this car, and wow, did they come together real well.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Most importantly, they're having a great time over there at the Capital Punishment Pit area.
Yes, they are.
Eating good and having a good time, and they made a bad hot rod come together.
Yes, they did. So both drivers roll up a free stage. Corey left, Tony right. Here we go to get to round at number 3 in Funny Car. Oh, that Capital Punishment car, that's a pretty good old race down there. Tony Gerardo, 577 at only 220 miles an hour. Lights are up down there in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. He was better off that starting line, Tony was. He was better at 60 foot. He was better at 330 and right on down through there to a 577.6, 220. Corey Lee was right with him, but a little soft at 60 foot there. Donnie by 800, then to 200 miles an hour at half track, and Corey goes out at 581.9. So Tony to the semifinal round in Funny Car Eliminator at 577.6.
Great side-by-side racing to open up the round.
Yes, sir. Big round of just a great job by both teams there, and of course, that just a great side-by-side run there in that Capital Punishment team. Going down in front of the grandstands there. Great job, guys. 577.6. Okay, Donnie. 577.6. How does that work?
Work for what?
Well, you're into the semifinal round.
Well, you always want to improve.
Yeah.
That's for sure, but you always got to take in consideration the air changes, air density, the track conditions, and who you're racing.
Who you're racing right now? Billy Morris, the problem child, will be over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. And Nathan Sitko, in from Canada, getting behind the wheel of this Gordy Bonnet tribute car. Just a stunner, isn't it?
Well, he showed up to be a spectator. Luckily, he brought his fire suit. Ron Hudson's son got sick, couldn't drive, so that Nathan stepped right in, doing a great job, too.
Yep, their neighbor up there in Alberta, Canada. I love the paint job on this car. Just a great tribute. Nathan out of that number 11 spot. Billy Morris, 568.7 for the number 3 spot. Lane choice to Billy Morris with a 5-6-6-4. Nathan wasn't bad, 5-71-7 in that round number 1 victory last night.
No.
So Billy Morris, that is one of those pedal clutch cars. Nathan over here, the more traditional, shall we say, centrifugal clutch. The RPMs don't come up as high, Donnie.
Yeah. Centrifugal clutch. Both crew chiefs walk away. It's time to roll those cars in.
Start bringing the RPMs up. He likes to roll it in there. It really brings them up. Waiting on Nathan to light that first light there. Roll it in. Problem child down there, top end, Billy Morris. Wow, 5-6-0-1, 249 miles an hour. They were 3 thousandths difference off that starting line. Billy Morris was 205 at half track, Donnie. Nathan was 209, but the numbers, 330 numbers down there. Billy Morris into the twilight zone, 249.5, 330. They were not bad. Nathan wasn't bad either. 255 goes 565.3. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, again, great side-by-side racing here, opening up the round for a Sunday morning here at the Hot Rod Reunion. Next up, Bucky Austin's car, Bobby Cottrell driving, and on the other side, Matt Bynum in his new team.
So it would be a single run for Bobby Cottrell, Donnie. James Day and that Cecil Matthews team car was not going to make the car as they have had a rough weekend on parts. So unfortunately, a great effort for that team and qualified number 9 at 581, but then did not make the call here for this round as they just had a rough time. And unfortunately, they picked up the win yesterday at 570 over Mike Peck Sr., but well,
parts attrition is a tough deal for these teams, and that car runs awful strong, and they hurt parts. And if you don't have them in the trailer to put them back in the car, well, save it for another day.
Now, if Bobby wants to have lane choice, he needs 577.5. Of course, he has gone 559.5 this weekend, and he's gone first round 562.3. But that was then, and this is now.
Yep.
Now, I'll ask you, does he go for lane choice?
Well, I'm surprised they're taking that lane when the preference of lane has been the left lane.
Well, of course.
If he doesn't run good and he gets stuck in this lane, at least he'll have the info from that. So, good strategy by Bucky.
Bucky and Bucky Austin, of course, Michael O'Brien. That whole team for Bucky's Complete Auto Repair and Benchmark RV and the whole bunch in Northwest Chevrolet.
Don't forget Heidi.
Or Big Ken.
Heidi, give us a wave down there. That's not a wave. You're just fixing your hair.
Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Pete Ortiz, Sean Kabari, need you at the second level of the timing tower with W9s, please. Pete Ortiz, Sean Kabari, need you in the tower with your W9s, please. So down at the finish line there, just taking a look before we send Bobby on his bye run. So word is there's a little bit of stuff down there that we're going to have to clean up over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. And, you know, as Eric said, those 560s don't come cheap.
Nothing comes cheap when you run nitro through these motors.
So SoCal Speed Shop Safety Safari is down there, and a little bit of cleanup in that lane there. Waiting, it'll be Bobby Cottrell, your newly crowned national champion again. We'll have a bye run here, as unfortunately James Day and that Cecil Matthews Motorsports team car not going to make the call. So just waiting for the word there at the top end. Of course, James showing the class that he always does. Walks out here, walks over to Bucky and Big Ken and those guys, leads into his buddy Bobby Cottrell there and gives him a fist bump there. And just a guy that's a very, very good guy and a quality driver and a great husband. Eiley, who's a pretty darn good driver herself. But hate to see him walking around on the starting line and not sitting behind the butterflies in that Cecil Matthews car. And I know that team disappointed, but unfortunately not going to make the call. So just waiting for word from the top end there. A couple of drags. Drag it with the tractor. Be rocking and rolling here. Round number 2 of Funny Car Eliminator. And all our friends out there on the World Wide Web at Drag Racer TV, presented by Good Vibrations Motorsports. And thank you for having us along here, man. Glad you could join us here. And, of course, Warren Evans making the trip across the country here as he travels throughout the country to different drag races and covering. Appreciate Warren making that effort as he made the trip in like 3 days, I think he told me it was. I'll have to get in later. But great effort, Warren. Breakfast with you this morning wasn't bad either. And thanks for buying. Pete Morello wouldn't do that. But again, great coverage from DragRacer.tv. And just glad to have everybody out there on the World Wide Web. Shame you couldn't be here. Well, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump. Colin and the gang over there in the UK, I think he said they're sitting out on the beach right now, watching on DragRacer.tv, and our friends Rachel and Ben down in Australia and Melbourne checking. It's been got messages from, I think, like all over the world. So the Zamboni, I believe, has moved off the track down there. Jim Black on the Kubota, dragging the slicks there. Shan't be long. We'll be rocking and rolling here. Round number 2 of Funny Car Eliminator. Word is, about a minute away from going back in Funny Car Eliminator, the California Hot Rod Reunion. And number 1 qualifier, newly crowned national champion, Bobby Cottrell will take a single run here. Donnie, you went down and talked to James Day about the Cecil Matthews team ride, and
They run that car pretty hard, and they use some parts up, but they always run good. They always throw a good number up on the board. But speaking of throwing a good number up on the board, I hear Bucky Austin's car just started up.
yes, they did. 5:59 for the number 1 qualifying spot for that Austin and O'Brien team car. Go for it or give up lane choice?
They always go for it with that team.
That's for sure. Another championship to their credit. And a team, like you said, Donnie, one of the things that makes this team so good, they have been together for a long time. Of course, championships after championships. And, well, they set the standard and everybody else takes shots at them. And they certainly are.
A lot of talent over there with the driver, the crew, the owner.
And, you know, Bobby, his BC performance down in Temecula, now he's moved down there as, you know, he is very, very talented, not only as a driver, but a fabricator.
Fabricator, chassis builder, engine builder. A lot of talent right there in that seat.
So Bucky Austin going to watch his driver. So we get you just watch this car and listen on a single run, Donnie. Wow, brings that RPM up big time. Let's just sit back and watch. Holy cow. 5:58.9 low elapsed time of the event. 2:52.7 to the 330. 208 miles at half track. And then low elapsed time at 5:58.9, and the speed was down about 10 mile an hour from what he ran yesterday. Wow. By the way, he'll pick his lane next round against Tony Gerardo.
Well, we knew that team was strong, and they always want to go down there and lay down the number and set the pace for the rest of the field, and they did it. As the next pair is already fired up.
Final pair, Funny Car Eliminator, round number 2. Matt Bynum, the Nitro Nick, Firebird, and Tim Boychuk, the Happy Hour Camaro. for Ted Weens Auto Service in Las Vegas. Lane choice to Tim Boychuk with that 580 yesterday in round number 1. He comes up here and he picks that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Matt Bynum over there, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Now, Donnie, you commented earlier before Bobby came up that, you know, the lane of choice seems to be the three-way Chevrolet lane. Then Bobby goes low last time in the event and the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane.
Well, as I said, too, both of these lanes are equal. They're always consistently equal. So I think it's just a driver preference on vision of looking at the Christmas tree or down the track.
Little nuances that they have.
Yeah, them drivers, they're picky.
Yeah, paint. Final pair, funny cars. Then we go fuel altereds. To race Billy Morris. Watch that happy hour car. Bango out of Matt Bynum. 571, 246. Tim Boychuk. Matt was right alongside. Run 742, 121. And that Nitro Nick car about half track there. Donnie went kablowy.
Yep, knocked the burst panel off the body, and it's laying on the track. They'll go pick that up, and both cars were running strong. Obviously, Matt and them had that motor on kill.
Yes, they did. Tim Boychuk, 254 to the 330, Donnie. Then 200 miles an hour at half track, 571. He will give up lane choice to Billy Morris in the semifinal round. Funny car eliminator is double A fuel altered. Coming out next, Donnie Couch. We're going to start it off with cousins. Kyle Huff and James Giancarlo Jr., two guys out of Las Vegas. And like I said, they are cousins, and they haven't raced each other in over 12 years.
Wow.
No
How do you
kidding.
do that?
Yeah. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. C-Gas, need you the lanes, please. C-Gas, need you the lanes, please. Oh, my apologies. Wow. Eric Arnett made a mistake. Wait until Sunday. Wait until Sunday to make that mistake. C-Gas, stay in your pit area, please. C-Gas, stay in your pit area. A-Gas, Apple Gas, need you the lanes, please. A-Gas, Apple Gas, need you the lanes, please. So the first pair, Chicago style, double A fuel altered, Nanook, and third generation driver Kyle Huff will be here. The Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane, and James Giancarlo Jr., the Impatience team car, will be in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Oh, look at that, Donnie.
A little sideways on the burnout.
Sideways and a fuel altered. As we said yesterday, Donnie, Kyle Huff at the wheel in Nanook with Grandpa Dave and Grandma Linda in the house. Of course, Dave and Linda Huff made that Nanook name so famous. And then Rick Huff started driving it. And Kyle was 17 years old in high school, and he starts wheeling a legendary car.
You imagine at PE class, they go, hey, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, I drove a 200-mile-an-hour fuel monster.
For sure. Of course, James, the same way over there. That family's been racing for decades here. And they got the car in 7.0 Pro, the fuel altered. And just a great racing families there. Cousins here that have not raced in ages. James Giancarlo Jr. and Kyle Huff. Two quickest cars come back to run for the championship. Right now, Tom Padilla is one of those cars. It's 6:14. They're set. Here we go. Oh, look at that Kyle Huff. Wow. That was a double doinker, by the way. Kyle crossing the center line there. Cuts over in front of his cousin, James Serinalo Jr. Holy cow, Donnie. That Nanook car was 975 to 60 foot, then started rattling the tires. And you could see Kyle from up here kind of like trying to pull it back, and it just wouldn't come back over there. Goes over in front of his cousin. It was like kissing cousin. Well, wait a minute. No, we won't go there.
No, don't go there, Mike.
Don't go there.
But, hey, that's what fuel altereds do, and that's why we love them.
Oh, man. I wasn't even in there, and I'm out of breath.
Look who's up next. The Plan A fuel altered, Johnny West from Wesco Engineering.
Well, and it's so cool here. Two Arizona neighbors. Dylan Wydowski, the Legends of Nitro, Rookie of the Year for Chuck Speed Center, and Mom and Dad went down there. Dad Robert and Robert's Auto Service will be over there. That three-way Chevrolet lane, and Hall of Famer Johnny West.
Yep.
The name that he's made so famous over the years, Plan A. Couple of neighbors out of Arizona, and Johnny West helps out on that Dylan Wydowski dim-driven car.
Johnny West helps out on a lot of cars and makes a lot of great parts and pieces for all the teams.
And Kelly Hall is going to be the backup babe for Dylan Wydowski.
What? Wow, how do you
cool
get
is
that?
Very cool. So, we're going to have dual backup babes, by the way. Dylan's sister's going to be down there, too. So, the Chuck Speed Center car and here again, Donnie, a high school kid, wheeling dad's fuel altered.
Yeah, a great kid. I interviewed him the other day, and just a fantastic kid and has a bright future ahead of him.
Oh, very talented young man. Just love watching him. I remember he went to Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park to get his fuel altered license. Had his sister out there backing him up and stuff like she did yesterday. Now she's going to do it with Kelly Hall. He ran like 6:15 on his driver's license run.
Wow.
Yeah.
A great family over there, and they're running strong. You can't
Absolutely.
take that away from them.
Yeah, Kelly and Jessica going to be down there. Kelly for her brother, and Jessica backing up brother Dylan, and Kelly Hall down there. That's going to be so cool to watch that. And, of course, Johnny West over here who has kind of been like a mentor to Dylan, just helping him along the way and everything. And, Dylan says he didn't want his dad teaching him because he'd give him bad habits. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Johnny West, he's been around, driven everything, tuned everything, and he's having fun here at the Heritage Series when the fuel altered, and always a big smile on his face.
And a very, very talented crew chief. Got the wife in the house here. Joanna always does all the work on the car. I think she does more work than Johnny does.
Yeah.
He shows up and drives, and she does everything. Of course, Dylan's mom, Gwyneth, here. And I think Robert said if Dylan wins his race, he's taking us all down to the Hotel del Coronado.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Sit outside at the outside bar and order food, smoke cigars.
Okay. Works for me. I may have made part of that up.
Oh.
Okay.
Dang.
So the cones getting replaced down there, and it's orange pumpkins and then double doinker that Kyle Huff got down there. Stunning that a fuel alter took out a cone.
Well, pretty aggressive with that 60-foot time.
Yeah, it was. Well, you remember that it wasn't too long ago that we had to call Jeff Foster
yes.
at the strip of the Las Vegas Motor
was,
Speedway. Hey, do you have any cones? Because we're out of them. Can you come down?
We go through like 80 cones here?
It wasn't quite that much. Come on.
It was pretty high.
Yeah, it was. But that was on Saturday afternoon, and Jeff was so cool. He hopped in his truck and threw a bunch of cones in there, drove all the way from Vegas so we could have the incremental times down there. But that was a weekend, wasn't it?
Yes, Saturday night nitro.
Oh, attention the pits, attention the pits. Nathan Sitko, James Day, Matt Bynum. Need you to the tower, please. So either James Day or Cecil Matthews, need you in the tower, please. Nathan Sitko, Matt Bynum, need you in the tower, please. Yeah, that was just kind of one of those great fuel-altered weekends, man. They're so much fun to watch and just great shows and stuff. Remember Orange County had that combo eliminator. Top Gas, Junior Fuel, and AA Fuel Alters.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun.
You know what's fun, Mike, is having the fuel alters back, but seeing the sons and grandsons of the owners and former drivers get in these cars now, and the youth is coming on.
Yeah, exactly. Dylan taking over for Robert. Robert's final race, he went to the final round at the California Hot Rod Reunion and runnered up to Ron Capps in the bad news car.
We miss Ron Capps. Ron, I know you're tuned in to the TV, and we miss you out here, brother.
Absolutely does. Guy's got just a great chance to go to another Camping World Drag Racing Series World Championship in Napa Toyota. Ron Capps Motorsports. Seems a little weird, but now he is an owner, driver, and just so proud of what that guy's accomplished.
Saw him win in Dallas here 2 weeks ago.
Here we go. Fuel Altered's fired up.
Oh, look at that.
Dylan Wydowski, the Chuck Speed Shop car, and Johnny West, the Plan A team car.
I think when they take it apart, they're coating the cylinder all with oil heavy. That's typically what happens. Side-by-side burnouts. We love it.
So Dylan over there comes to a quick stop because Jessica doesn't want to have to run down track to back up her brother down there with Kelly Hall and Jessica Wydowski. That's so cool. Look at Johnny West. Look at Joanne says, hey, slow down a little bit. He was doing Jungle Jim back up there.
He wants to get this thing over with.
Well, he knows what he's got the other lane there. Very good friends here. Just glad to see that there. Jessica Wydowski out there bringing her brother back along with Kelly Hall. Now, you know, the last time...
Look at Kelly taking the throttle stop off of that car.
Just like she does her husband, Brian. Very cool. Top field. Now, you remember, the last time Kelly Hall backed up a fuel altered, it went to the winner's circle.
Yeah. Good luck charm.
Joette standing in front of her husband here. As Dylan comes up over there. Robert Wydowski cannot stand still behind his kid. Pre-staged. For Dylan Wydowski down there top end. Here comes Johnny West down there. Whoa, Johnny West, 609, 211 miles an hour.
Wow.
Dylan goes 631.7, 216. Dylan was off the starting line first and jiving away. And here comes that Plan A fuel alter out of Queens Creek, Arizona. 609.2, low elapsed time of the event for the fuel altereds. And if that number stands, Johnny West, Tom Padilla will be in the final later on today. Two quickest cars, Chicago style, but we're not done. That 609 is not done yet.
Look at who's up. Rodney Flournoy in the Godzilla car. He's going to be over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane against Pure Heaven.
Jeff Bennett, the team out of Las Vegas. Big block Chevrolet on Nitro at Pure Heaven. Look at Rodney. Thumbs up on the burnout, man. The legendary Rodney Florida and Jeff Bennett, Pure Heaven.
all have wanch.
Godzilla, Thias Flournoy backing up the team car there. The SoCal Blower Boys.
That's a great family group over there. And, of course, his father, Eddie Flournoy, looking down from heaven saying, come on, son, let's get this round win.
Very proud, absolutely. So Rodney has been doing this, hard to imagine. He's been doing it 40 years.
Yeah, and Mama Rosa is in the stands watching her son.
Outstanding. Jeff Bennett, of course, married into that Fitzgerald family. That Leon was his father-in-law, the late, great Leon Fitzgerald. Final pair of this session, AA fuel altered, Donnie.
They're both pre-staged, Mike English.
Here we go. Oh, check that baby out. Watch that Godzilla down there. Jeff Bennett aiming for the 6.52.214 for pure heaven. With a very late parachute down there for Jeff Bennett. Grabbing the brake handle there, bringing that baby to a stop. 680, 200 miles an hour for Godzilla and Rodney Flournoy. Just watching down there top end, I believe Jeff Bennett did get that pure heaven to a stop. That was a very late parachute down there in a very long shutdown area, but at 214 miles an hour, a long shutdown can get real short.
That beach comes up awful quick.
Here we go. Couple more fuel altereds coming up. Man, they just keep on coming, Donnie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. High heaven. Sean Callan.
Nice burnout.
And Randy Bradford, the Bradford's family Fiat out of Washington.
That's a strong runner right there.
Yes, it is. Attention to pits, attention to pits. NE1 to the lanes, please. NE1 to the lanes, please. So the High Heaven car, now residing in Idaho. It's the Callan family has resurrected this car. That was one of those cars when fuel alters were running in Southern California. They came down from Colorado and put on a show. Of course, Randy Bradford been doing this a long time. Remember when Randy was 18 years old, he went into the service and hey, Mark, went into the service and Frank the Hawk Harris got behind the wheel of that car, and man, Frank doing a great job in every car he'd driven. So the Bradford's team car, the Bradford family racing Fiat, Sean Callan. But we're not done, Donnie. There's more coming.
Oh, I see the pure hell back there. Both pre-stage, Mike.
They're in set. Here we go. Bradford car, hang on. Sean Callan down there, top end, 6:34.203. Bradford's made a fuel altered run there. There's no parachute on that Bradford's car, but that brakes, the brakes on that car, Randy, that's how it sounds down there, Donnie, by the way.
How was that again?
I'll tell you later. Makes the turn to the right, way down track there. But Sean Callan, 6:34.8.203. Right now, standing atop the heat to run for the trophy, it'll be Johnny West. And the car sitting down here on the pad, Tom Padilla, that Red Dragon.
Next pair comes to life, and Red Dragon's going to be in that. Single run for him. Tom Padilla in the Michelob lane here.
He has gone 6:14.9. The Red Dragon out of Washington. Oh, got the backup babes out there. Love that, Donnie.
It's made our weekend.
Now, Johnny West currently low ET for AA fuel altered at 609. Donnie, sit back and enjoy. AA fuel altered at its best.
Nice run.
And a parachute out, 634, 1151, Tom Padilla. He is second quick car at 614. So he will be part of that final so far. But take a look down on the starting pad right now. A little father-son matchup. Son Brian, the wheel of Rick Guasco's Pure Hell AA fuel altered far side, racing his father in his final race. Ron Hope is going to retire after doing this for over 25 years at the wheel of the Rat Trap. And, of course, grandson Michael.
Going to be stepping in.
Yes, he is. And that's so cool. Got to talk to Ron for a little bit last night. Just glad to have him out here. And Brian comes up and says, I got to beat my dad one more time. So Brian Hope, Pure Hell, Dad Ron Hope, the Rat Trap.
Wow, nice burnout.
Yeah, the old man showing the kid out there. Look at that. Goes almost to half track in the Rat Trap. Love that. Brian sitting over there going, man, maybe I should whack the throttle one more time. Can't let the old man show me up. Jill Guasco rocks out in front of her dad's car there. Dad back home watching on Drag Racer TV and wishing him all the best. So the final ride for Ron Hope. Would like to be one of the two quickest cars and run for the trophy. On his final weekend, and of course, grandson Michael down there and just has already started his license procedures. And Brian says we're going to start him off slow. Yeah, for about one run, and then you'll put that dose of nitro in there. Pro Mods coming out next. Pro Mods coming out next. Brian Hope sitting over there in the Pure Hell going, come on, Dad, back up here. Look over at each other and thumbs up, man. This is just fun to watch.
Father and son doesn't get any better than this here.
And the cool part about it is, of course, Ron Hope, as we said, his retirement race. Would like to go out in style and whoop his kid one more time. Or as Brian says, I'd like to be my dad one more time. Ron up in smoke. Look at that Pure Hell down there, Donnie Couch. Check that baby out. 627, 228 miles an hour. Pure Hell and Brian Hope. Ron Hope, 769A, 177. And the retirement run in style. And I hope that they'll get him back up here one more time. But that wraps up that session in Nitro. Pro Mods coming out next. Bob Beck stepping into the booth. Wow, man. What a day.
All right, the Pro Mods have fired up. Are you ready? John Durden out of San Juan Bautista, 59 Corvette. He'll be over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Qualified 7th with a 927, but man, he's running strong now. Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington in the Michelob Ultra lane, the number 5 qualifier with a 605. Out of Tacoma, Washington, the 2012 Shelby. Corvette doing one long burnout. Mustang saying, yeah, I don't need that. I can gallop out in front of him. And he probably can. We'll find out, though. Corvette could have gotten things straightened out during the break since last round. He's backing up awful fast. He's in a hurry, honey. Thanks for coming out to the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad to see you here. Drivers have come back to the starting line as they get ready to go. Ford against Chevrolet, at least body-wise. Although the Shelby is powered by a 522 cubic inch Ford engine. MRB 526 in the Corvette. Cars pulling up to the staging lanes or the starting line. They're staging. Getting ready to go. Pro Mod, first round, here we are. Full stage for the Ford. Oh, and he's gone. Corvette comes to a rapid stop. Mustang runs through the finish line. 590. 239 miles an hour. His best run of the weekend so far. 590, 239 miles an hour. That was a run. Now, John Durden had the light advantage. He left with an 013 or 014 light reaction time, and then the car just lost fire. It died. A tough break for Durden and the Corvette, but Garrett Richards going on to another round of racing action. Next up, we've got a 57 Chevy taking on a 4th generation Corvette. Carl Wilson out of Anaheim, California, the R&R contractor. 93 Corvette, Brad Anderson, 471. He's the number 2 qualifier with a 588. He just saw that Mustang run. That run, that is going to make it tight if they were to meet in the final. Wade's Sostrom Schustrom from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Auto shop owner, 57 Bel Air. Brad Anderson, 522 cubic inches. So he's got the advantage in engine size. He was the number 6 qualifier, running 661, 204 miles an hour. He's going to need to pick up the pace just a little bit to keep up with Wilson, but anything is possible, and it can happen. They're fired up. They're ready to go. '57 Chevy. Once told by a car dealer that it's the most popular used car ever produced. In 1957, Ford outsold Chevrolet. But when it comes to the resale market, 57 Chevys way outsell 57 Fords. Fourth generation Corvette replica here in the right lane. The Michelob Ultra lane. Corvettes were introduced to the public in 1953. Missed 1 year of production. The first year of the fourth generation Corvettes didn't happen. 1983, there were 50 pre-production cars built, none sold to consumers. Only 2 remain, and they're both in the Corvette Museum in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Corvette in place. They're having some trouble with the window on the right side of the car. I think they've got it sorted now. Uh-oh, the 57's backing up. Not quite sure what happened there. They didn't like the way he staged it. They're having him line it back up again. Crew letting them know. B gas to the lanes. B gas to the lanes. Full stage for Wilson. Here we go. Oh, the Corvette is gone. 57 Chevy takes a bit of a hop. The Corvette goes straight and smooth for a 582. 582, 253 miles an hour. 582 at 253 miles an hour. The 57 only musters a 777. But at 211 miles an hour, you had a little bit of a problem on the hit. It was 0.2 of a second behind the first 60 feet, over a second at the 330 mark. Carl Wilson going on to another round, number 2 qualifier, showing why. Rob Moore out of El Cajon, California, 60 Chevy, the number 9 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra lane. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy, California, the 63 Corvette in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Your number 3 qualifier over in the left lane. Rob Moore has been plagued with issues with his car. His best qualifying run was at 13:39 at 63 miles an hour. Now, he does a great burnout, and hopefully this will equate to I found the problem, and he goes down track. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy, number 3 qualifier. 589 at 251 miles an hour. So we already know the Corvette is a quick one, but Rob Moore could be the dark horse here. Final call, NE1 to the lanes. Final call, NE1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. Cars are pulling up. Rob Moore could be the surpriser here. Car is capable. We just got to sort out the bugs they've had the first couple of days here. During qualifying, it's been a problem. Brett Williamson, they got it right from the start. But they did have issues initially. Oh, and look at Moore. Oh, the Corvette picks up at the top end. 581, 259 miles an hour. Moore, his car was going strong. He was right there with him at the 330, just slightly behind at the 8th, and that's when the Corvette picked up the pace. 608 for Rob Moore, 239 miles an hour. Definitely a whole bunch better than he qualified. Almost did it. He was only behind by 0.2 of a second at the finish line. Justin Wake out of Clovis, California, Shorty's Fabrication, 1953 Corvette. Here is your number one qualifier in the right lane, the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. He ran 584, 237 miles an hour. We've already seen that pass in these first few cars. Josh Kalish out of Aromas, California, 53 Studebaker. Goes all the way to half track before he's able to bring it down. He goes 593 at 248 miles an hour to be the number 4 qualifier. So your number 1, number 4 matching up. Kalish had the much faster mile per hour during qualifying at 248 compared to 237 for Justin. Justin, though, was the lowest ET of all the Pro Mods, running a 584. So Josh Kalish, number 4, up against Justin Wake, number 1. But as we've seen, almost everyone has been able to pick up the pace and go quicker. Josh Kalish could be the dark horse here and take out the number 1 qualifier. Getting ready to go. Pro Mod category. Final pair. And Justin Wake pulls out in front right on the hit. Goes 575, 252 miles an hour. 627 at 240. Kalish's car slows down. Loses 8 miles per hour and 0.3 of a second. So Justin Wake shows you why he's number 1. Improves on his qualifying time of 584 with a 575. 252 miles an hour. Next up, Junior Fuel. Matthew Baldonado from Camarillo, California. A 98 FAR chassis with a 406 Chevy, number 4 qualifier. Ran 728. It's a Junior Fuel B car running on a 695 index. Don Enrique, 81-year-old banjo player, he says, out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. This will be his final race. He's decided to hang up the racing gloves. Enrique qualified 3rd with a 722. He is a Junior Fuel C on a 714 index. Maldonado, Junior Fuel B on a 695 index. So we'll run them like a bracket car. Thank you again for joining us here at the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here. If you haven't walked through the manufacturer's Midway area, do it. Check it out. If you haven't gotten your program yet, go over to the reunion booth. Ask for Peggy. Harass her a little bit for me. It's my wife. You can do it. Get a program. Last minute tuning on Enrique's machine. Don Enrique been the man to beat for decades. Enrique qualified with a 722, the index 714. Baldonado qualified with a 728, but his index is 695. So Enrique has run quicker than Baldonado and has a slower index. Baldonado closing in. He's right there. Baldonado 0.2 quicker at the 8th. And it's Enrique pulling out the victory. 736 against a 739. 183 to 153 miles an hour. Don Enrique going on to another round, showing you why he has been the man to beat in Junior Fuel. Wayne Williamson out of Walnut Creek. Nielsen Parks chassis, the number 6 qualifier. A Junior Fuel C with a 714 index. Dustin Lee, he's got the championship. 2015 Ford chassis car, the number 1 qualifier also. His index 695. He ran 699. Well, where is Dustin? All right, here comes Dustin coming up into the water box now. Dustin gets it heated up. Dustin Lee, 695 index in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. He's a dyno operator, 42 years young. The Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. It's Wayne Williamson from Walnut Creek, California. Williamson, 78 years old and retired, 406 small block Chevy up against the 405. Wayne qualified number 6. Dustin Lee, the number 1 qualifier. He solidified the championship last night, but he wants to win the race as well. Wayne can be the upsetter here. Taking his time to stage. They're both there. Oh, look at that hole shot. Wayne was flat sleeping on the starting line. Hopefully, youngster doesn't break out. He goes 7 flat, 187 to a 786. Wayne, a 1 second reaction time. Dustin Lee, a .083. NE2. NE2 to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the lanes, please. So Dustin Lee keeps charging forward. Tim Beeman out of Los Molinos, California, the 46-year-old physical therapist in the Yahara chassis in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Lots of RPM, and Beeman's got a problem. Beeman's car could not shut the throttle off. It stuck the throttle. Now, hopefully he's hit the kill switch and shut it off, but he does not. He's not able to shut it down. Let's see. We're watching him. And we're hearing from the top end that he was able to shut the motor off. And he does make the turn. So Beeman, mechanical problems, tough break for him. Brad Woodard, the number 2 qualifier, gets a gimme into the next round. Woodard was the number 2 qualifier, running 693 on the 689 index for Junior Fuel A. Beeman had qualified 729 and was the number 5 qualifier on a 714 index. So this is going to set something up pretty interesting because Woodard, number 2 qualifier, right behind the youngster. The number 1 qualifier may end up meeting him in the next round. And Woodard has a problem, has to back out of it. And he finally just says, I give up. Save the motor. 0.25 reaction time. Goes through with an 862. All right, now, Junior Fuel is completed. Coming up now is AA Gas. Chuck Moore in the 3-way Chevrolet lane at a Castro Valley. 63 Corvette, Brad Anderson, engine number 5 qualifier with a 722. Mike O'Connor in the Michelob Ultra lane out of Bend, Oregon. Owner of Bend Auto Care, 57 Chevrolet with a Noonan 471. He was the number 2 qualifier, running 671. And I like the tow vehicle. Look at this old cart here coming through. Both cars backing up pretty rapidly. Corvette with a tall wing from Chuck Moore. 63 Corvette body. 445 cubic inches with a Brad Anderson power plant. '57 Chevy. Extended the fins upward and put flat metal behind to make the back end into a complete wing to keep this car stable at speed. Mike O'Connor out of Bend, Oregon. '57 Chevy was your number 2 qualifier with a 671, 204 miles an hour. Chuck Moore was the number 5 qualifier, running 722 at 207 miles an hour. Let's see where they go. RPMs come up, pre-stage lights lit. Red light for Chuck Moore. So Mike O'Connor gets lucky. He sees he's got the wind light, backs out, saves the motor. Why punish the vehicle when you know you've already got the wind? He glides through with a 901, 100 miles an hour. Moore goes 665 at 210 miles an hour. Figured out what was wrong with the car during qualifying. On paper, he would have won this race had he not red lit. He was quicker than O'Connor's qualifying time and faster. Mike Malia out of Grants Pass, Oregon. He's in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane with his wild 33 Willies. It's the number 3 qualifier with a 683. And uh-oh, that's not going to work. He hits the wall. So Malia has an issue. Malia loses the wheel. He's out of the car. He's okay. But the car, the worse for wear right now. So we're going to shut Lance Godek off. So a very bad break for Mike Malia. He was going to go up against the Grants Pass, Oregon neighbor, retired teacher, Lance Godek. So Mike Malia's okay. He's out of the vehicle. And we'll get the track clear, get back to racing action in just a bit. Got lots more cars still to run back here in the staging lanes. Glad you could make it out for the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. You got your programs yet? Head over to the Reunion tent. Get your official Hot Rod Reunion program. They've got some left. You can grab your copy. Just ask for Peggy when you get over there. So Malia's car bouncing off both walls. Loses the wheel, tire assembly. We'll do a little bit of cleanup. We'll get back to racing action in just a moment. But if you got the munchies, we've got what cures it back in the stands, in the staging lane, not in the staging lanes, but behind the grandstands. Lots of choices for food, and if you want something tasty to drink, check out the ladies at the Blue Star booth over by Sid's, supporting our veterans with the sale of tea. The Blue Star moms are there. All right, so we'll get his car towed off track. And lost the wheel, so it won't roll real easily. All right, checking the track. Timing light's going to get fixed. He apparently knocked over some of the cones there. We'll get those lined up. So Lance Godak going to be running all by his lonesome in just a little bit. The Grants Pass, Oregon retired teacher. 63 Corvette, Dart 500. Looking over at Lance's car, it looks like it is a real deal Corvette, not one of the replica bodied cars. He's got the big wing hanging off the back. Big blown engine sticking out from where the hood was. He's getting ready to go. All right, we've got a Ford Fusion, license plate number 7PBA575. It's a white Ford Fusion. You are blocking someone from leaving. They'd like to go, but they don't want to push your car out of the way with theirs. But they will. So come on, move your vehicle, please. A white Ford Fusion, license 7PBA575. Please move your vehicle. It is in the parking lot out in front of the track, and you are blocking someone from getting out. All right, we're working on getting Mike Molia's machine up and out of the track area. It's sitting down really low because it lost that wheel and tire combination. We'll get it picked up. We'll get it off track in just a little bit. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here with us at the California Hot Rod Reunion, the 30th edition. All right, we summoned the tow truck to get him off track. They should be there in just a few moments. All right, crew's working on it. They'll try and get that car off as quickly as possible. Thanks again for your patience. We'll be back to racing action in just a few minutes. Sidewalk Zamboni cleaning things up there. And it'll be in just a few minutes. All right, so you can see the race car is being towed off track right now. Final cleanup of the area it came to a stop in, and then we will get back to racing action. Thanks again for your patience and for joining us here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Last minute checks of the track. They're cleaning up some debris there. Car is cleared of the track. Fixing the timing cone, and we will be back to racing. All right, the car is clear. They're cleaning up some of the fluids that got out there. And then last thing to fix is the lights, and we'll get those done and get back to racing. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for the delay. It does happen in drag racing, and it's unfortunate when it does. We'll get it cleaned up. We'll get it fixed. We'll be back in just a few moments. All right, we're down to just fluid cleanup. The lights are back working. A little bit of fluid to be finished, and then we will get going. All right, the safety equipment's starting to come off the track right now. Lights are fixed. They've cleaned up the track. Some last minute consultation here at the starting line area. Lights are working. We're going to be back really, honestly, in just a few minutes. All right, the final safety crew pulling off track. Take one more run with the tractor down. Put some rubber down. Get some of the traction back into the lane. And we will go back to racing action. So drivers, please return to your vehicles. Drivers, please return to your vehicles. One of the rules we have here at the Hot Rod Reunion is drivers must be with their vehicles. No car may go down the track without a driver. Intentionally, anyway. So a tractor going down, putting some rubber down on the track, making sure the surface is good. And we will be back to racing in just a couple of laps of the tractor. Tractor doing some extra duty where Malia came to a stop. All right, tractor coming down the right lane on his final pass. So we're getting ready to start things back up again. And thank you to the racers and fans that are watching us on dragracer.tv from all over the world. Just got a note from some friends, Neil Panks in Great Britain. Glad to hear from you. Well, the tractor make a U-turn. Made me a liar. He's not on his way back yet. So you got Nick Minlett, Neil Panks, and Jeff Stillwell in the United Kingdom watching us, saying hello. Have you picked up your program yet? Get your official California Hot Rod Reunion program at the T-shirt booth. They've got some left. Grab one while you can. Talk to Peggy down there. When you get your program and you go through the program, you can read all about our honorees, including our stage master today, Dave Layton. You can talk to him about his days running with his parents, drag racers. His drag master, dragster, is here over at the Reunion's Edge. You can take a look at that, a vintage car with the famed 409 Chevy V8 engine. Actually, it hasn't got a 409. It's got the 348W motor in it. It's one of the few cars that do that. All right, the good news is the tractor's pulled back into its little garage. That means we're going to go racing. So again, drivers, make sure you're suited up, ready to go. We are just about ready to move. All safety crew and equipment is off the track, and we are ready to go. Stage master Dave Layton is motioning to the car to fire up. And this will be Lance Godek making a single here. Now, technically, all he needs to do is break the beam. He does not need to make a full pass. He gets a competition by run. He pulls up, he stages. Light comes down, and he's just going to motor on down. Anderson's punishing the engine. Oh, he's picking up speed pretty well. He goes through the lights, 1277 at 93 miles an hour. Next up, Ranero. Gary Ranero out of Merced, California. 48 Austin. Brad Anderson, 452 cubic inch V8. Number 7 qualifier. Had some problems with the car. Could not get it to do what he needed it to do. His competition is going to be Howard Anderson out of Applegate, California, the number 4 qualifier.
Hey, so this guy Howard Anderson, he's the one who drinks the Red Bulls. I stole one of his Red Bulls one time. Yeah. Not the yellow car. No, yeah. Oh, the other one. Yeah. Ranero is the yellow car. Ranero's like in his 80s.
So Howard Anderson doesn't make the call. Ranero gets a single. And that's a good thing for him. Anderson had been running 7-second ETs at 181 miles an hour. Ranero had problems each time he tried to make a qualifying pass. So he gets the bye run because Anderson doesn't make the call. So Ranero were able to do the burnout, and he was able to do that before. The car just did not want to launch when it came time to go. Hopefully they've been able to figure out what that issue was and take care of it. During the early days of the build on this car, I remember him running it without paint, where you could see where they had widened and lengthened the original body shape. They cast the body off a real Austin, as far as I remember. He's been running this car for well over 10 years. So Ranero getting ready to go. B gas. B gas to the lanes. B gas to the lanes. C, Charlie. Scratch B. C, Charlie. Charlie gas to the lanes. C gas to the lanes, please. Ranero brings the RPMs up. He's on a run. Looking good, going straight. Shuts it off a little early for a 771, 130 miles an hour, but he made the track. He made it down. He did what he needed to do. So Ranero coming back for another round. Howard Anderson not making the call. Next up, Scott White. He's the number 1 qualifier, and he gets the actual bye run in the category. Scott White, number 1 qualifier, ran 6:51, 210 miles an hour. C gas, Charlie gas, C gas to the lanes. Smoke billowing out of the trunk of the car. Scott White out of Seaside, California, the 43-year-old HVAC contractor. 41 Willys with a 471 cubic inch Hemi for power. Willys AmeriCar. An economy car in the days when economy cars really weren't the thing. The Willys was a small, lightweight sedan or coupe, and they had a pickup truck version. They were powered by a flathead 4-cylinder engine back in the day. Very lightweight cars as well. Pretty good styling for the year. $39, $40, $41, pretty much the same. Unfortunately, they never came back successfully after World War II, although they were the producer of the Jeep, and that was successful. The car division never really recovered. The last Willys was about 52, 53, and it was a compact car. that really didn't catch on. So Scott White getting ready to go. RPM come up. Even though it's a buy run, he wants to check the car out. Straight, smooth run for a 6:52, 208 miles an hour, just shy of his qualifying time of 6:51 and 210 miles an hour, but still capable of running the number necessary to hang on to that number one spot and be the car to chase. Richard High out of Lake Havasu, California, as we roll into 7-0 Pro. Richard High, Lake Havasu, in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 2 qualifier ran a 7:01. Jeff Cassell out of 9 Mile Falls, Washington, qualified with a 7:05. Is number 8 qualifier. 2 dragsters going to match up. Jeff Cassell in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Ran a 7:05 in qualifying. Richard High, a 7:01. He's in the three-way Chevrolet lane out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Drivers from all over the country and the world are here to compete for the California Hot Rod Reunion. Pre-stage light lit here in the right lane. Full staged, both cars. Here we go. Reaction times are off by a couple of tenths each. And it is a Richard High win. He goes 7:12 to a 7:13. He was down by mile per hour, 184 against the 190. Margin of victory, 33 hundredths of a second. So Richard High going on to another round. Danny Shrokosh out of El Cajon, California. Number 13 qualifier in a Hanson chassis car. He'll be in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Mike Cross out of Los Angeles, California. He'll be driving the Dyda chassis car, the Donovan 375. Dave Rosenberg, the owner of the car. Mike Cross doing the driving. Dyda and Rosenberg campaigned this car for many years. Mike Cross ended up the number 4 qualifier with it with a 7:04. Danny Shrokosh out of El Cajon, driving the Hanson chassis car, which is the number 13 qualifier, running 7:11. Dave Rosenberg was here yesterday. I don't see him out there on track today. So Cross in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. And Danny Shrokosh in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Looking for the elusive 7-0. Shrokosh goes in on a deep stage. They both deep stage and they're gone. Shrokosh starts to pull away with a Crower special. He's out there. He gets the win, 7:13 to a 7:11. Cross had the quicker ET, was behind on reaction time by 0.02 of a second. Margin of victory was 59 thousandths of a second at the finish line. It was close. Kevin Raposo out of Bakersfield, California's 2017 Spitzer chassis car, number 11 qualifier in the three-way Chevy lane. Joachim Lundberg out of Gardena, California. The Super Swede. 23T, 493 cubic inches of engine power. Was the 17th qualifier with the 720. Up against Raposo with a 709, the number 11 qualifier. Top fuel to the lanes. Top fuel to the lanes, please. Top fuel, first call to the lanes. Raposo from Bakersfield in the three-way Chevy lane. Lundberg. Oh, and Lundberg with the whole shot. 0.2 of a second. Better reaction time. Can he hold on? He does. 7:23 to a quicker 7:09. Joachim Lundberg from Sweden just does it. Takes out the number 11 qualifier and moves on to another round. Switching categories now. Ray Paget out of Santa Paula, California, owns a laser leveling service. 63 Corvette, 632 cubic inches worth. He's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Terry Newton out of Camarillo, truck driver in the 53 Studebaker. The bright red machine with the big wing thing. Alan Johnson, 540 cubic inch motor. He was the number 5 qualifier with a 761. Paget, 764. 63 Corvette, 632 cubic inches worth of power, taking on the 53 Studebaker. Studebaker's ahead of their time with aerodynamics, but it was a time when it was better accepted. Chrysler, the first one to try aerodynamic cars, the Airflow series of vehicles, didn't go over well in the early to mid-30s. Studebaker brought back aerodynamics in 1953 with this body style that pretty much stayed in production in various stages until their demise in 1966. Ray Paget in the Corvette. 63 Corvette, split window with that spine down the back. Bill Mitchell, the designer, demanded that be there. Got overruled when they blocked vision. Reaction time shows that Paget's out in front. And Newton not going to get the win. 761 to a 762, but the difference on the reaction time was 0.03 of a second. The margin of victory, that same 0.03. Mike Mossy out of Napa, California, the shop foreman at Napa Ford, driving a Camaro. Number 9 qualifier in the Chevy three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 9 with a 764. Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova, another 53 Studebaker, 665 cubic inches worth of power. He was the number 7 qualifier. On paper, he's quicker. Cliff Boyles may have the advantage, but we've seen that Camaro pick up the pace in the last runs that he's made. Different approach to spoilers from the previous Studebaker. This one built into the rear deck. Studebaker had this body style with various names on it, from President to Speedster to Hawk. Last of those was the Golden Hawk. And that was at a time when Studebaker had kind of partnered with distribution of Mercedes-Benz. And they got a grille much like the Mercedes in those years. Cliff Boyles, Rancho Cordova, Michelob Ultra Lane goes red. Red light. He deep staged, gives the win away to Mike Mossy. So Mossy going to come back and go 760 to a 763. The index 760. Mike Mossy right on the number. Roy Castanetto out of Concord, California. 67 second generation Nova. 632 cubic inches was the sixth qualifier. He gets the actual bye in the category this time. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, get ready. So Roy Castanetto gets the real single, the real bye run in the category. He ran 761 in qualifying. Let's see what he can do this time out. Second generation of the Nova that was introduced in 1962. This body style ran for 2 years, 66 and 7. And through the lights, 769, 176 miles an hour. Dan Martin, Gabe Brown coming up as we move into Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Dan Martin out of Wilton, California. The welder, the number 3 qualifier, ran 760 with a 3 and was the number 3 qualifier. Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada, fabricator, ran 760 with a 4 and was the number 6 qualifier. 1,000th of a second separated them in qualifying, but 3 positions on the ladder. All right, dragster against altered. Dan Martin out of the three-way Chevrolet lane. Gabe Brown out of the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Getting ready to go. Both cars running pretty equal. Crew takes a last look at the brown car and says, okay, you're good. Just do it. Pre-stage light lit. They're both lit. They're gone. Slight advantage to Martin as he heads down track. Incrementals show him quicker. He goes 69 for the win to a 66 losing effort for Gabe Brown. Brown had an 09 reaction time to Martin's 04. Margin of victory, 93 thousandths of a second. That was close. Jason Parda out of Bakersfield, California, world's fastest UPS driver, qualified 4th. He's in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Johnny Lenko out of Bakersfield as well. The 61-year-old television director driving the Estras chassis car. Chrysler 392 was the number 1 qualifier, running right on the index. 760 with a 0. Johnny Lento backing it up. Be 2 dragsters against each other. Chevy 572 big block. Chrysler 392 vintage Hemi. Back in the early days of the introduction of the Hemi, each division had their own Hemi with the exception of Plymouth. They didn't get a Hemi variation until the mid-1960s, and they got the 426. We need Kevin Raposo and Jeff. All right, Kevin, you're all right. We need Jeff Cassell and Mike Cross to the tower. Jeff Cassell and Mike Cross to the tower, please. RPMs are up. Close on reaction times. Thousandths of a second separated them on the tree. And it's going to be a double breakout, but Johnny Lenko getting the win by 6 thousandths of a second. The margin of victory at the stripe was 1,000, but due to the differences in ETs, the victory was 6 thousandths of a second. Johnny Lengo going on to the next round with a 7:59.6 to a 7:59.0. Dustin Lee, the champion, was the number 5 qualifier. 373 cubic inch V8 engine, LS series. Taking on Dale Toros. Oh, 2 tough guys. These are 2 hardcore racers. Dale Toros says he's a pro golfer. Yeah. A 99 Tuttle chassis car. RPMs come up. Oh, reaction advantage, a huge one. Is it going to pay off? And it does. Dustin goes too quick. 7:59 with a 0 on a 60 to a 7:63 for Dale Toros. Toros had him covered on the starting line. 0.23 reaction to an 0.51. Margin of victory, 0.04 of a second. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles, the 57 Chevy Bel Air, painted up in traditional Bel Air colors. Ken Sacy from Citrus Heights, California, with the Nova. Beautiful blue, 3rd generation Nova. It's got a Dart 634 cubic inch engine. 57 Bel Air, first year of the 283, but this one's stuffed full of 540 cubic inches. Definitely not the stock Chevrolet body. Novas were first introduced for the 62 model year. What's considered a Tri-5 Chevy is a 55 through 57. In 58, the car was totally redesigned, and the introduction of the 348 came out. Green light, they're gone. Wheels go up in the air for Ken. Reaction time advantage is big, and Ken is using it to his advantage. Double breakout, though, and he goes too quick. Randy Armstrong, 8:55 with an 8 breakout, but Ken goes 8:55 with a 2. Difference 0.06 of a second, and that is the margin of victory. So Armstrong going on to another round. First generation Nova here in the right lane, Michelob Ultra lane. Mark Leager out of Windemar, fabricator welder. Steve Pullen out of Indio in the 69 Camaro. Pullen was a number 1 qualifier. Mark Leager, the number 7 qualifier. Mark Leager from Windemar in the 64 Nova leaps off the line, chasing Pullen. Pullen out in front with his Camaro. Can he hold on? Double breakout, and Pullen victorious. 8:54 on an 860 to an 8:54 on an 860, but the difference, 0.07 of a second in Steve Pullen's favor. And he gets the win. Bob Whitehead, or Whited, out of Carson City, Nevada. 72 Duster takes on Rick Krasinga out of Cypress, California, with the 55 Chevy. Bob will try and dust off the Chevy. Chevy was the number 3 qualifier, running 860 with a 5. Bob in the 72 Duster ran 872. See what happens. Can the number 3 be unseated? Reaction time says possible. Identical 60-foot marks. Identical 8th mile. And a breakout for Bob White. And he got there first, but broke out by 0.03 of a second. And Rick goes 860 with a 4 on the 860 to show you why he qualified 3rd. Terry Newton to the tower, please. Terry Newton to the tower. All right, Rob Udell in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Number 11 qualifier ran an 861. Mike Munoz out of Ojai with the 65 Oldsmobile 442 was the number 17 qualifier with an 865. RPMs are up and they are gone. Udell with a slight advantage going down track. Can he hold on to it? He does. 866 to an 864. Munoz was quicker, but got there later, 2/10 of a sec, 200ths of a second late. So Rob Udell going on to another round. Tim Gorman out of Bakersfield, CEO Delano Propane. He's in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Mike Raviter out of Paso Robles. Number 2 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane, the left lane. Beautiful 55 Chevy. Take it on the 67 Camaro. First generation Camaro, first year. First generation Tri-5, first year. They hammer the throttles and off they go. Reaction times are close. Incrementals going down the track are even closer. They are neck and neck at the 8th mile, and at the stripe, it is Rabiner unseating. The Rabiner was the number 2 qualifier, goes 860 on the 860 to Gorman's 863. Margin of victory, 17/100ths of a second. Roger Stallnaker out of Bakersfield, California, the 65 Corvair. Taking on Mike Gillespie out of Concord, California. Retired Berkeley Fire Department. Was the number 6 qualifier. He ran an 860 with a 9. Stallnaker, 982. The index, 860. But we've seen him run better than that so far. Stallnaker and Gillespie. Stallnaker in the three-way Chevrolet lane, off the mark with the Corvair. Incrementals show that Gillespie slightly ahead. And he gets there with a 863 breakout for Stallnaker. 858. So Gillespie going on to another round was the number 6 qualifier. Will keep going. Stallnaker gets to leave early. More racing action happening. We've got gassers in the lane. We've got Top Fuel in the lane. We've got nostalgia cars in the lane. So we'll be running strong. Everything looking good so far. Thanks for coming to the 30th running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. The 30th anniversary event. Getting ready for the next round and next group of cars coming out. They're all in the staging lanes getting ready. For drivers, you should be ready to go with your vehicles. We are missing one Top Fuel dragster that's been called to the lanes for this round. All right, horsepower sound coming out of the staging lanes. What cars are they going to be? Nostalgia cars coming out of the lanes as they get ready to go. Phantom Roadster taking on a Dragster. Dragster's got a Hemi. Terry Lindblad, number 1 qualifier. 1966 Williams chassis car with a 392 Chrysler Hemi. He was the number 1 qualifier running 861. Jeff Bochaser out of Forest Ranch, California. D-Gas to the lanes. D, like in David Gas, to the lanes, please. Jeff, out of Forest Ranch with a 32 Bantam Roadster, 440 Chevy for power, was the number 9 qualifier, running an 862. Terry Lindblad, out of Forest Ranch, California, number 1 qualifier with an 861. The old school Hemi-powered car, short wheelbase dragster for the most part, by today's standards anyway. The old school dragster getting ready to go. He ran 861 on the 860 index. And he red lights this time. The number 1 qualifier out of the show. Misses the perfect light by 13 thousandths. Bochesser breaks out. But it's first or worst, and the red light is worse and first. So Jeff goes on to another round, unseating the number 1 qualifier, Terry Lindblad. Troy Moyle out of Carson City, Nevada. Number 17 qualifier in the Michelob lane, ran at 868 against Sam Tucker. Tucker out of Redding, California, the Gas Man. 32 Bantam, ran at 862. So a Sarmento chassis machine here in the right lane. Up against the Bantam Altered. Full staged. Lights coming up. There they go. Reaction times are close, within 100th. Headed down track, side by next. Incrementals agree. 863. Sam Tucker taking the win. Troy Moyle, 866. Margin of victory, 24 hundredths of a second. Jason Truby. All right, we need Dustin Lee to the tower. Dustin Lee to the tower, please. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, the 48 Fiat Topolino Altered over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. 565 cubic inches with a Chevrolet power. Bob Baker out of Thornton, California, the superintendent with the Graber chassis car, number 14 qualifier. Ran an 865. Baker, we know, can run onto the number. This time he red lights. 019 red to an 018 green. Jason Truby coming back for another round. And he goes 865 to the 861. Baker will be upset about that. That was his best run of the day. Mike Nitz out of Happy Jack, Arizona. I'd like to explain that to someone. Where do you live? Happy Jack. Number 5 qualifier. Jim Miller out of Rancho Santa Fe in the 29 Ford. He's got a Dart 565 cubic inch engine, was the number 12 qualifier. Nitz was the number 5 qualifier. Full stage for Nitz. Full stage for the competition. Red light. 111. Huge red light. Miller red lights. Mike Nitz follows suit and then goes 873 to an 863. But the worst red light was the 111 from Miller. Jim Van Gordon coming up out of Alta Loma, 27 Roadster, number 8 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Chad Schoaf out of Redlands, California. 26 years old, young. He's a youngster out there. 2013 Morrison chassis car for the 505 Chevy. He was the number 15 qualifier. Dragster against Altered. Right lane, hole shot, big time. Chad was sleeping at the lights. Gave it away with a 3/10 reaction time. 872 is all that Gordon needed to take the win against an 863. Gary Ryan from South San Francisco, California. 78-year-old retired guy. 32 Bantam with a 331 small block Chevy. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California. Temporarily retired, he says. I've been temporarily retired a number of times in my life. Number 11 qualifier. He ran at 864. Gary Ryan's 869. But they've made it this far. So numbers sometimes misleading. This is racing. Getting ready to go. $860, still the elusive number for these guys. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Neither car staging yet. They're watching each other. Are they trying to burn each other down? Oh, there we go. Pre-stage light lit for Ryan. There we go. Anderson's now there. RPM's coming up. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Anderson with better incrementals as he heads down track by a tiny bit, but it's good enough. He goes 862 to an 872. Ryan starts losing speed as he goes down track, and Anderson gets the win, going 862, 149 miles an hour to an 872 at 139 miles an hour. Krista Soydam out of Bakersfield, 68 Tuttle chassis, number 6 qualifier. Jacqueline Jones out of Las Vegas, the 23T with a 540-inch Chevy power plant. Number 13 against number 6 qualifier. Whoa, but look at the whole shot. Jones gets out in front to start with and stays there. 861 on the 60 index to an 872 at 149 miles an hour. Losing effort for Krista. So a short drive back to Bakersfield for her. James Howe out of Apache Junction, Arizona. Retired auto worker, 23 T-Bucket. Backing it up after doing his burnout. On a solo run, James Howe heads down track. 158 reaction time, 1.2 60-foot half track at 5.4, and crosses the finish line with an 8:59.2, 152 miles an hour. And we're doing a little track prep as we go into some of the quicker classes now. Little track prep going on, and we'll be back to racing action in just a moment. All right, a little track prep going on as we get ready to move on with some great racing action. Thank you for being here for the 30th anniversary of the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Donnie Couch, Steve LaBarba, keeping you informed about what's hot and what's not and what's going on throughout the weekend here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Brought to you by the NHRA, Motorsports Museum, and AAA. Prepping the track, putting some rubber down, getting it smoothed out for you. All right, the gassers coming your way. Gas pulling out of the staging lanes right now. Beautiful, bright green Vega taking on the 41 Ford pickup truck. Bill Anderson at a Copper yeah, he lives in this place. Copperlopolis, California. In the 74 Vega, 496 big block, number 20 qualifier. Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada. 41 Ford pickup truck with a Brodex 496 was the number 25 qualifier. He ran 967. Anderson ran a 966. Pulling off the starting line. 60 foots. Pretty darn close. Pick up a little bit quicker. Incrementals show the truck was running quicker, and he goes right on the number. 960 to a 964. Fairlane, Chris Robbins out of Mariposa, California. 64 Fairlane with a 580 cubic inch big block for number 4 qualifier. Al White out of Azusa, California. The 65 GTO from the Road Kings Car Club pulls away. Better reaction time is going to keep him going. They're side by next. Incrementals are tight. It is neck and neck at the finish line, and it's Robbins getting the win by a mere 42 thousandths of a second. He goes 963 to Al White's 966. 1 mile an hour separated them. 138 for Robbins, 137 for Al White. Jeff Kleeman in the Mopar pulling up behind the pair on the line now. Steve Papalas out of San Jose. Alan Brown out of Vista in the 34 Coupe. And they're gone. Incrementals showing Alan Brown significantly out in front. Could he break out? No, he runs right on the number. Steve tried to catch him, but goes under with a 959.4 against a 960.4 with a 4. So 960 right on the number for Alan Brown. Number 11 qualifier takes out the number 7. Now we got Jeff Kleeman out of Bakersfield in the 971 Dodge Demon. Scotty Morgan out of Tracy, California. Will we see a victory dance? Watch the lady in the red over in the left lane. If Scotty Morgan can do it, she's going to dance it. Scott was the number 5 qualifier. Kleeman was the number 10. Wheels go up in the air on the Mopar. Incrementals are close. Scotty behind just a little bit. Kleeman out there and breaks out. 562, and there's the happy dance. 962 for Scott Morgan. He had a 007 reaction time. Kleeman had the better incrementals all the way down the track. Didn't lift. Went 957 with a 5 breaking out. Mike Karate out of Stockton, California, the 70 Nova SS. Tom Christian out of Reno, Nevada, 67 Nova. So a second gen and a third gen Nova headed down the track. Which one is going to be the boss? Nova. I know, that was bad. At the finish line, it's going to be Tom Christian. 961 to a breakout. 956 for Karate. So your number 3 qualifier perseveres. A little more track prep down as we get ready for some of the quicker cars coming your way. So more racing action going to be happening here. Thank you for being with us. Thanks for sticking with us and giving us the patience needed during those cleanups and issues we've had. We do know drag racers are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion. Sometimes they get a lot more commotion than motion, and it takes us a while to address the results of that. I'm looking at the staging lanes right now, and the nitro cars are getting ready to go. Some of the coolest cars in the planet are here to race at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Making another pass down the track with the tractor. Nostalgia 3 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the lanes, please. All right, going to turn the mics over to Donnie Couch and Mike English as the fuel cars are coming out.
Well, if you're walking around in the pit area, down in the manufacturer's midway, in the Grove, at the concession stand, you need to make your way to the grandstands now. Semi-final round, funny car, and top Fuel Eliminator. By the way, racers, pay attention here now. If you're still in competition, you have money coming. So make sure that W9 is turned into CJ up here in the tower. If you're still in competition, racers in the sportsman categories, you have money coming. So come up in the tower and see CJ if you did not turn in your W9 yet. So coming around the corner. CJ says, I love A gas and B gas. Everybody did their job and got their W9s in. Is Bobby Cottrell, your national champion again for the Bucky's Complete Auto Repair, and Mike and Jeanette O'Brien's Benchmark RV and Redline Oil will come up over. Going to take the Michelob Ultra. CP Carrillo late as he has his choice with low elapsed time of the event last round at 5:58.9. And Tony Gerardo, steady 570s, Donnie Couch, out of that Capital Punishment Camaro.
Yeah, he's got a new crew over there. They're very happy. They're having a good time. And they got one of the best chefs over there, and they sent us up some tri-tip, and we appreciate that and wish them good luck.
Well, Donnie, shall we say it's been a spectacular Sunday?
It's been exciting, and I can't believe it's almost over.
Yeah.
You know, but it seems like we've been up here for a couple weeks. We've seen some exciting racing and saw the honorees get inducted, and it's been a great event and great weather and great track conditions, and I think we're all happy.
Very much so. Very much so, man. Just a spectacular weekend here, and just getting close to the final rounds. And again, I want to remind everybody that's here, don't forget winner's circle in the staging lanes behind the tower here. And each and every one of you is welcome to come over there and take pictures and meet all the champions and get some autographs and stuff. We're actually going to have, in some categories, 2 champions because, you know, we're crowning the national champions for the year in the Heritage Series. We're also crowning our event winners here for the California Hot Rod Reunion, and they could be the same or they may not be the same.
So what you're saying is it's going to be a big party down there.
Oh, it's going to be a party. Yeah. Where's Joe Walla when we need him?
He'll be down there.
Yeah, of course he will.
Mr. Rock and Roll.
Yeah.
As Bucky Austin's car comes to life with Bobby Cottrell. He's in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane.
Tony Gerardo, the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Tony, 577 last round. That car's been locked in the 570s. Bobby Cottrell, 5:58.9. Low elapsed time of the event for that Bucky's Auto Repair and Benchmark RV team. Donnie, based on the previous rounds of qualifying, that capital punishment card cannot run with Bobby Cottrell.
No, but you know every race is different. Track conditions change, atmospheric conditions change. there's so many things that can go wrong with these cars.
And I believe that Tony and the team are going to go out there and just try and run another 570 and hope that Bobby makes a mistake.
Yeah, they can't go press it too hard. They actually put a new motor in this car for this round. They didn't damage the other motor, but they thought this motor would be better to run against Bobby.
Very interesting stuff, and thanks it's such a simple sport, a quarter of a mile, but the things that go on. So Tony will come up over there. Bobby patiently waiting over here. Somebody is going to have an opportunity to run for the trophy.
All right, crew chief's making the final adjustments on the barrel valve, add more fuel to the system, and they walk away. Drivers will bump them into the beams. We're going to see who's going to the final round.
And run for the trophy. Bobby is pre-staged. You will hear him whack the throttle in that green Camaro like that right there. Bring that RPM up big time. Tony rolling in over there to go to the final round. Oh, Bobby made the move off that starting line. What Cup Malawi down there top 580, 253 miles an hour. Tony Gerardo is going to run for the trophy at the California Hot Rod Reunion. We talked about not racing him on paper. Donnie Couch right there. Bobby had a big-time starting line advantage, was driving away, and all of a sudden that green Camaro went kablowy.
Wow, Tony Gerardo and that team is going to be very happy. It's their first weekend racing together, and they're doing a great job.
In the final. Interesting note here, 330 times. Bobby Cottrell was 253. Tony Gerardo was 262. And that green Camaro was gone until about 800 feet and bang-o.
Wow.
Tony, look at that time slip and go 580, 253, and a big smile on his face.
So happy for that team. They've been through a lot, emotionally up and down, and crew changes and everything. But, hey, they're going rounds.
Nice round of applause for that team there. Hey, let's not forget that championship team down there in that first van. Bobby and Bucky and Mike, Jeanette, Heidi, everyone. Great job. But, man, look at them high fives and fist pumps out of that Tony Gerardo team. It's the next pair. Tim Boychuk, the Happy Hour Camaro. Billy Morris, the problem child. Somebody's going to race Tony Gerardo for the championship. Billy qualified number 3. Tim Boychuk qualified number 2. Boychuk 571-1 last round. Billy Morris with lane choice at 5601. Attention to pits, attention to pits. AFX and Hot Rod Eliminator to the lanes, please. AFX and Hot Rod Eliminator to the lanes, please.
Just waiting for the signal to fire the next pair. We're going to see who runs Tony Gerardo.
So excited for that team, man. Just glad to see that happen
like
there.
I said, a new team, and they've kept the performance up, and they put a fresh motor in that car, even though they didn't hurt the other one, just to give it a shot.
Race director Dave Layton standing over there looking at the problem child car. That I'm not sure what's going on there, Donnie.
Well, it looks like they're starting it up, so I don't think there is a problem.
And a lot of class. Tim Boychuk and the team just said, go ahead and do what you got to do. Dave Layton down there, our honoree, says, go ahead and fire him up. Rick Morris looks in at his kid Billy and says, let's go. The problem child in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Happy hour. Tim Boychuk and the team for Ted Weens Auto Center in Las Vegas will come up in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. The burnout by Tim Boychuk. The burnout by Billy Morris.
Tim Boychuk out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. But they have a shop down there in Phoenix. And
yes, they do.
They like the warm weather down there. Get out of the snow of Alberta. Eddie Knox lives out in the desert, so all he has is hot weather.
Wakita. Eddie Knox brings his driver up three-way Chevrolet lane. One of them's going to continue on, run for the trophy. About an hour from now. Pre-stage is Tim Boychuk. Billy Morris pre-staged. Side by side. Look at that problem child down there. Billy Morris, 5.620, 244 miles an hour. Takes out Tim Boychuk's 585, getting over near the center line there at 219 miles an hour. They were 1 thou difference in reaction time. 250 to the 330 for Billy Morris. 252 for Tim Boychuk. 371, 204, Billy Morris at half track. Tim Boychuk probably spinning the tires, Donnie. 376, 192, getting over near the center line there. Billy Morris to the final round, and we'll have lane choice at 5.620.
Great run for that problem child team, and they're loving it. They're really dedicated to this sport. They came out of Top Fuel Hydro Racing. He's a good friend of mine and very smart individual. I told everybody in the pits, when Eddie figures his stuff out, you better watch out.
And you said, how about a round of applause for both those teams, especially that problem child going to the final. Great job. Top Fuel Eliminator, semifinal round, your newly crowned national champion, Tyler Hilton, 5:59. Last round to get lane choice. And former national champion, Pete Wittenberg, the circuit breaker team. Robert Sutton and the entire team down there. And of course, his dad, Hall of Fame starter Larry Sutton. Brand new car over here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane for that Hilton family. Great expectations. Of course, Pete Wittenberg, the circuit breaker, has not raced much the past couple of years.
No, we haven't seen much of them, but, they come right out and they
didn't miss much.
Didn't miss much. They didn't skip a beat. And ran good all weekend. Tyler Hilton, of course, he's already sewn up the championship.
Yep,
but
sure
he said,
did.
Dad, Bobby said, we want to take home that trophy.
Yep, got a race to win. One of the quickest top fuel dragsters ever, right here in that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. A very short lift of cars that have dipped down into the 550s in top fuel eliminator. Who will be the first to go to the final round at Top Fuel? Bobby Hilton says, go get him, kid.
Yep.
Bobby's in the stage lanes jumping around, and Tyler's cool, calm, and collective. Pete Whitberg, Tyler Hilton. Wow, Pete gave it another shot. Tyler down there, top end. 578, shutting it off to 210 miles an hour. 211 at half track. It goes 210 across the finish line there. Pete Whitberg up in smoke at 1295, 77 miles an hour. Tyler Hilton was 211 miles an hour at half track, Donnie.
Yep, that car's been trucking. It makes a move in the middle, and he's got to pay attention driving to it because it wants to move around. It's making so much power out there in the middle. So 211 miles an hour, we can see why.
And he's loving every bit of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Smiles all around in that camp.
That driver's fearless. The other half, Adam Sorokin and Pete Kaiser. The Champion Speed Shop car is not here. So it'll be a single run for Pete Kaiser. And the number 1 and number 2 qualifier will pair up in the final round of Top Fuel Eliminator. It has been a while, Donnie Couch, since Pete Kaiser's been to a final.
Yeah, he's having a good time. He's starting to feel more comfortable. You know, he built this car and tuned it when Dan drove it, when Dan's son drove it. They had good performance then. They have good performance now. But Pete's having the time of his life coming back to the driver's seat.
Yes, he is. A guy that stepped away and, well, just decided, I want to drive. Dan says, you know, I'm going to let you drive the dragster at the reunion.
Yeah.
He didn't have to tell him twice.
No.
Yeah.
No. The Champion Speed Shop car, Bobby McLennan and that group, Adam Sorokin, they banged a motor down there pretty good. And
yes,
they
did.
swapped motors down there. And they had the new motor in the car, but they just must have got behind. That's why they're not here.
So Pete Kaiser, 578.7 if you want to get lane choice in the final round, which does not make any difference at this track.
No. Both lanes are equal.
The quickest driver in the sport, Mindy Fry, helping out her good friend down there, Pete Kaiser. She lets him know you're on a single run.
Final adjustments being made on that car. As he rolls it into the beams, he's pre-staged, Mike English.
I want to watch the scoreboard. Just listen. Oh, shut it off. Well, the early numbers were very good. 101 60-foot time, 258 to 330, and rolled out of the pile. 7056. Pete Kaiser, Tyler Hilton for the California Hot Rod Reunion Championship. And Tyler, your newly crowned national champion, will pick the lane, Donnie Couch.
All right, well, we'll be back in action for the final round, and it's been an exciting day, and we still have more to come.
Absolutely, and great job as always, Bob Beck. Going to slide on through here and take you through some more of the sportsman categories here.
All right, Gasser's gone. Jonathan Flores, the 67 Opel, heads down track, left before the tree can get activated. Won't get a time and gives up the race. 1072 is all April needed on a 1060, and she takes the win. Jonathan Flores left anticipating way too soon. Gary Hardy out of Cressley, California. A fuel to the lanes, please. A fuel to the lanes. We need a fuel to the lanes. Rich Strickfader out of Mariposa, California. Pulls his Camaro out with a little bit late on the lights, but it's the Pinto not running the number. Double breakout. But the Pinto doesn't go as quick and gets the win. Goes 10:57 with a 6 to a 10:57.2. Had the better reaction time. Margin of victory, 45 thousandths of a second. And he gets the win by breaking out by less. So Hardy comes back with the Pinto. Mike Thomas out of Camarillo, California. Police sergeant in Oxnard. Hey, Sarge. 64 Falcon. Kenny Sims out of Bakersfield. 63 Falcon. Pair of flying Fords headed down track. Thomas out in front and gets the win, 1076 to a 1082. He had the incrementals all the way down, and Sims was super late on the light with a 529 reaction time. Matthew Flood out of Shafter, California, 71 Camaro, number 5 qualifier. Bo Dyson out of Bakersfield as well. Oil and gas consultant, 67 Chevelle, 1060, the elusive number for these two cars. And Flood is getting pushed back. Flood's car breaks, and it's a gimme for Bo Dyson. Dyson heads down track looking for the 1060. He gets a 1058 with a 9, but it's okay. It was a solo run. He got the win. Anglia here in the right lane. Don Fournier, Michelob Ultra Lane out of Sunnyvale, California. Number 12 qualifier with a 1064. Steve Barta out of Bakersfield. His competition, Steve with the Nova Sedan. 62 Chevy 2, first year of the Chevy 2s. The base models were Chevy 2s. The upscale were the Novas. Barta qualified number 6 with a 1061. Fournier, number 12 with a 1064. 1060 is the index. Ford Anglia, the British Ford. You got to understand the roads in Britain are quite narrow because they were made for horse and buggy. So they built their houses very close to the street, and because of that, they made the streets narrow. That's where the Anglia looks so tight, because it is. Nova headed down track. They're close, and it's Fournier breaking out with a 1059.2. Barta goes 1061 on a 60, and he gets the win. Danny Shrokosh back again out of San Marcos. 71 Camaro. How many classes is Danny running today? 454 cubic inch big block in his Camaro. He's taking on Dave Curiagra out of Santa Ynez, number 1 qualifier. They're gone. Shrokosh, though, gets him on the tree. Shrokosh out in front. Incrementals are better. Is he going to hold on without breaking out? No. He gives it up at the stripe. 1061 for Curiagra to a 1067. All the way down the track. Shrokosh had the incrementals, had the reaction time advantage. He gave up the win light. And the number 1, Curiagra, shows why he's number 1. Carl Carlson out of Discovery Bay, California, 2017, number 2 qualifier. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 3 with a 960 index. Lindsay Lister out of Los Angeles, personal assistant with the 72 Shoemaker chassis car, the number 6 qualifier. This category has a 960 index. 383 small block in the Shoemaker chassis dragster. 467 big block in the Ford Model T Roadster. Ford Model T is introduced to the public in 1908, stayed in production through 1927. And until the Beetle, mid-1970s, A-Fuel, Pro Mod, Junior Fuel to the lanes. T-Bucket hits the mark. Reaction times are very close, within 0.03 of each other as they head down to the stripe. It's going to be Lindsay Lister losing a 962 to a 961, 74 thousandths of a second separated them at the finish line. Ed DeSant out of Rosemead, California, 62 Corvette, number 3 qualifier. Dennis Keck all over the place, pulls the front wheels up in his T. He's trying to stay out in front. His incremental's not that good, but it is not always the best that wins. He goes 979 to a breakout 958 for Ed. So number 7 puts out number 3 in this round. Cameron Webb out of Bakersfield, heavy equipment operator, 23T, takes on Ron Azalone. Number 1 qualifier, the smallest engine in the class, and he is the guy that runs the number. Ron Azalone with a K Sissel car. This is the original car. It's been updated and refurbished over time, and it runs a lot quicker than K got it to run, but K was the master of 6-cylinder engines, and Ron Azalone living up to that legend. Azalone, 960 with a 1, was the number 1 qualifier. Cameron Webb, number 5 with a 964. 960, the elusive number here for the Nostalgia Eliminator 3 category. RPMs are up, and they're gone. Uh-oh. Azalone's got some work cut out for him. He's behind on incrementals all the way down the track, and he breaks out. So the win goes to Cameron Webb. Webb unseats the number 1 qualifier with a 961 to a 956. Azalone pushed it to try and get there first, and by doing so, he broke out with a 956 on a 60 index. Jeff Folan out of Mission Hills, California, 23T, number 4 qualifier. Rich Harrison out of Lake Weird, California. He's plastered. The plasterer in a 27 Ford, number 8 qualifier, takes on number 4. Lights drop. They're gone. Reaction times very close. Incrementals very close. Side by next. Coming up on the stripe. It's a double breakout, and Rich Harrison getting the win with a 959.8 to a 959.2. Wow, 6 thousandths difference and 2 thousandths off the mark, and Rich Harrison gets the win. All right, here comes the AFX category. Big Plymouth taking on the GTO. Now, the GTO kind of looking just like a street car. Innocent looking. It's got some nice wheels, no stickers, no telltale signs. And Steve LaBarbera going to move in here now and tell you all about the FX guys.
Thanks, as always, Bob Beck. Here we go with AFX. Yeah. Get your cameras out, folks. You like cars that do wheelies, this is a big Mopar that hangs the front hides real high in the air. Greg Melton out of Escondido. Oh, he's got a little bit looser of a setup on the start line. He was aggressive this morning. That thing went to the moon. He's looking for an 875, and he gets it done. 879.3 on the 875 index, and Larry Smith goes 1178, and not going to happen on that 1150 here in AFX. Moving right along here, we got Dale Schroeder out of Keensburg, Colorado, 64 Fairlane wagon, and I love me a wagon. Been 991. He's got a 1025 index here in AFX, and 975 for Lynn Anderson. It's kind of in between numbers. So So Lynn Anderson's going to do that top end thing in that Barracuda over there in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side. Wagon or Mopar, it's going to be the Mopar. 974 on that 975, under by 7 thou. Schroeder was 1003 on the 1025 and under by a couple tenths, and he bows out of competition here in this round of AFX. So 11 flat for Kevin Jones out of Whitewater, Colorado, the 69 Barracuda, and Rich Wood looking to go 950. So a little bit of waiting there for Rich as he's going to watch that Barracuda get out there a little bit in that three-way Chevy side. About that much. San Diego trying to trace down Colorado here. 62 Nova or 69 Barracuda, going to be the Nova. 955 on that 950 index at 140 miles an hour. 1113 on the 11.0 for Kevin Jones. By 300 at the finish line stripe, it's going Rich Wood's way. So we got Dakota Berry and Paul Cyril. Probably butchered that one. Sorry, folks. 64 Plymouth. 426 Mopar under the hood. Deep staged over here into the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side. A little wheels up launch there for Paul. So Paul looking for that 10.0. Top end going to be Dakota Berry in that Plymouth. 1030 on the 1025 was better in reaction time with an 070 to a 124 light. And he goes 1004 on the 10 flat and by 4 hun. Dakota Berry moving on. Dave Sprague and Robert Norris. 1050 index for that 68 Barracuda over there in the three-way Chevy side, and another Mopar, that 72 Dart of Dave Sprague out of Upland, California, the mold maker. Been 1043 in qualifying on that 1050 index. So the car is in the same neighborhood, just keeps knocking on the wrong door. So he's going to try to slow it down just a little bit to get that 1050 index, and he's got a heads-up race here. Robert Norris has got that 1050 number as well. So better the reaction times first to the finish line without going quicker than that 1050. Well, there's your winner in this round. So pre-stage comes on, staged and ready goes Robert. Here we go. Oh, rolling the beans is Dave Sprague, and he just handed the win to Robert Norris. ProMod Junior Fuel needs you to the lanes, please. ProMod Junior Fuel needs you to the lanes. 905 gets it done on the 9 flat for David Franklin. And A Fuel. So Mike McCallum and Jeremy Smith. Smith getting it done there, 997 on the 975. So once again, I need Junior Fuel, ProMod. And give me A Fuel. Need you to the lanes, please. And also double A gas while I got your attention in those pits. And a single pass here for Clay Cosin. 65 Dodge. Looking for that 9 flat going through the gears. You got to love a car with a parachute on it. I don't care how slow or how fast it is. They're just cool. 903 on that 9 flat, and that's going to do it for AFX. And moving on into Hot Rod. So here we go. So round number 3 Of Hot Rod Eliminator, here we got Herschel Ward out of Morgan Hill, California, the elevator mechanic, dialed in at a 960. John Kruger over there in the three-way Chevy side, dialed in at a 1050. 68 Camaro out of Tehachapi. So after this round, these racers will go on a ladder. So staged and ready. John Kruger going to get out there a little bit. Red light start for John, green light start for Herschel Ward. Herschel in that beautiful 68 Camaro. Looking to go 960, he's at 956. Running it out, holding 4 across the finish line stripe. Herschel Ward moving into round number 4. Gotta like a 55 coming around the corner. We got a gasser 55 called Purple Haze of Lucas Nunez out of Rich Grove, California. Got 434 cubic inches of small block Chevy, a couple carburetors on it, and a lot of fun. Looking to go 12-15, so a head start going to him. So Steve McReynolds over here in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo side looking to go 951. So the waiting game for Steve. As he's going to get out there a little bit in that Purple Haze 55. Green lights apiece here, one way better than the other. Here comes that Vega trying to get around Purple Haze. Can he do it? Nope. 12-13 on a double breakout. He was under by 2 hun. McReynolds took 7 hun with him across the finish line stripe and only needed 3. 948 on a 951, and Lucas Nunez moving on as we got Steve Cochran and Marvin Rolls. Cochran going to get out there a little bit as he's dialed a 1373, 1015 for the Vega out of Chino. For the retired heavy equipment operator. And Marvin Rolls. As soon as Marvin gets used to turning on those wind lights, folks, he's pretty good at it. So here we go. So Steve Cochran made it a little easier by the reaction time, and Marvin's going to play that top-end game that he does, and a wind light going to Marvin Rolls, 1062. He's not going to let a light like that slip away. On that 1015, as Steve Cochran's light was a 143 to an 056 for Marvin. So Marvin moving into round number 4. Attention the pits, attention in the pits. Final call. Final call. Junior Fuel needs you to the lanes. Junior Fuel needs you to the lanes. And Double B Gas needs you to the lanes as well. Joy Tucker. Mopar out of Reading. Satellite. Looking for that 1154. 1153 for Delbert Tuman out of Acton. Top end wind line going to be Joy Tucker. 1158 on the 1154. Better in reaction time was Joy by a couple hun. 027 and 049. Delbert goes 1159 and by 0.04 of a second. Joy Tucker moving on. As we got Tom Price and Greg Rassico. Greg out of Ventura. Retired from Southern California Edison. 63 Nova. Good looking car. He's won some events. He's dialed in 1143. Tom Price dialed in at a 1010. So a little bit of a head start going to Greg over there in the three-way Chevy side of things. Red light start Greg, wind light start Tom. So the Corvette looking to go 1010. Was 018 in reaction time. Greg was 010 red, and that means a trip to the ramps and the trailer. 1014 on the 1010 for Tom Price. Next pair, we got Tom Bayer. Another one of those 1010 dials. 62 Corvette out of Big Pine. Jason Cooper looking to go 1189. A 1964 American, 259 inches on the hood. Getting the head start with the 1189 dial. Green lights apiece here. Corvette tried to race down that 64 American. Top end win light going to be that Corvette as he was 006 at 10:13, turning into 16 at the finish line. Jason Cooper was 037, goes 11:91, and it was a great drag race. So by 16 at the finish line stripe, going to Tom Bayer. Jerry Bradbander. Cloverdale, British Columbia. 62.72 looking to go 10.74. 11.16 down for Darren Hopkins out of Bakersfield. And the other shoebox Nova. Top end win line going to be British Columbia. 10.78 on the 10.74. He was 009. Darren's reaction time started with a 1. And he tried to put his foot through the firewall and just ran out of time and went a little too quick. 11.09 on the 11.16. Darren Hopkins bows out. And that's going to do it for that round of Hot Rod. Oh, we got last pair. Sorry. Scott Morgan and Lloyd Anderson. 960. Dial in for Scott Morgan. Lloyd Anderson looking to go 10.45. Top end win line going to be Lloyd Anderson. He was better in reaction time by about 0.05 of a second. 0.41 goes 10.48 on the 45, and that will do it for Hot Rod Eliminator round number 3. Attention in the pits. All winners, need you back to the lanes, please. All winners, turn them around, fuel them and cool them, and head on back. So I kind of like where this race is headed right now. The afternoon, what are we, almost about 4 o'clock, 3:30 in the afternoon, and race control says it's about that time. Call all winners. So if you win the round, fuel them up, cool them off, get back to the lanes because we're going to send you down. We're burning daylight here, and we got to run a race. So all winners.
Good Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
right, so once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All winners need you to the lanes, please. Coming up with A Fuel, it's Sean Bellemere and Ken Bates. So there's a bunch of stuff that's going to be broadcasted over the PA right now. We need W9s for Sabrina Pecora and Bill DeMartin. Need W9s. More W9s in Nostalgia Eliminator 2, Terry Lindblad, Troy Moyle, Duke Baker, Jim Miller, Chad Schaff, Gary Ryan, and Krista Sudam. So basically the racers, if you're on a ladder and you haven't turned in a W9, you need to do so. Also need W9s at Seagas, Linda White, Steve Papalias, Jeff Kleeman, and Michael Karate. So Linda White, we just need your signature. Sean Bellemere, big old burnout out of Placentia for that 23 altered. And again, I need Ron Anzalone. You're still in competition, and Jeff Fallon. Come on up to the tower, please, and fill out your W9s. And then Jonathan Flores, Matt Flood, and Don Fournier for D-Gas. Need your W9s, guys. Ken Bates, the multi-time champion over there in the long car. Sean Bellemere over here in the short wheelbase altered. Also need Brian Hall, Terry Hester. Need W9s as well. And W9s for Wittenberg, Sorokin, McLennan. Also need W9s for Brad Thompson, Dan Horan, and Drew Austin. I feel like I'm taking a role in school here. W9s for James Day and Cecil Matthews. And Bobby Cottrell and Bucky Austin need W9s from you, as well as we're going to send these 8 fuel cars down the racetrack right now. Ken Bates, Sean Bellemere, listen to the RPMs of this altered scream to the moon. And the wheels come way up. And I'll get back to name calling and W9 asking here in just a second. Chris Bates. Reaction time advantage, a month. Horsepower advantage, not enough for the win. Ken Bates gets it done. He was 128, goes 6076, 007 for Sean Bellemere. And that's why he's a champion everywhere. 633, 218. And while it's quiet, A Fuel need Sean Kobari. Need W9s, and that is it. So basically, drivers, if you made a ladder and you haven't turned in a W9, you need to do so. So it looks like it's going to be Ken Bates. So Wayne Ramey. And Ken Bates going to duke it out in the long cars. And Sean Bellemere just bowed out of competition right there. But 007 in that thing, that was awesome. And then after this, it's going to be Pro Mods. And I'll turn the microphone over to either Mike English or Bob Beck. start my approach down yonder. So it looks like we got the all clear to fire up Wayne Ramey. The semifinal, going to the final against Ken Bates. Wayne Ramey out of Simi Valley. 2017 Nielsen Parks chassis. Got that Alan Johnson Performance Racing engine between the rails. 434 cubic inches of blown injected on methanol. Ken Bates got that injected on nitro setup, and then we got the blower card. So solo run here into the final where he's going to duke it out with Ken Bates Sr. Wayne Ramey, bench 613. What's he got up his sleeve right now for the semifinal round? He's 181 at half track top end, 605, 219 miles an hour for Wayne Ramey, that is on his way to the final round in A Fuel. And that's going to do it for me. Next up, we got Pro Mod, and I believe Mike English is going to slide on in here and tell you all about it. There's only 4 left. I think I could count.
Thank you very much, Steve LaBarbers. Appreciate your efforts here on the microphone as we go into Pro Mod. Man, thanks for letting me do these. I love these cars. Carl Wilson in from Orange County. That's the 93 Corvette. And Brett Williamson. Yes, that Brett Williamson that was in contention for the national championship in Top Fuel Eliminator. And I told you, this guy's race car driver extraordinaire. Qualified number 3. Carl Wilson qualified number 2. Just absolutely love these cars, man. They're wild, they're wacky, they make a whole lot of horsepower. Actually, I'd call them fuel altereds on steroids, kind of. Brett Williamson in that Corvette over there has been 259 miles an hour. You don't think that ain't trucking along in one of these cars? Watch these babies. Carl Wilson rolls up, lights that first light. Two different generation Corvettes. Whoa, watch that Corvette of Carl Wilson hanging on down there. It's going to be Brett Williamson. 599, 256 miles an hour. They were 1,000 difference in reaction time. Then Brett Williamson hanging on at 599.8, 256, takes out Carl Wilson 602, 245. And just a great matchup there. It's the next pair. Fired them up already. Garrett Richards in from Washington. That very cool Shelby Mustang. And Justin Wake right up the highway here at Shorty's Fabrication in Clovis. That is your number one qualifier coming up here. Do his burnout that Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. That Mustang just looks cool. Dig that car for Garrett and the team. So the Corvette comes back here. That very cool swoopy Mustang over there. They're pre-stage. Wow, Garrett Richards jumps right in there. To go to the, wow, watch them down there, 589, 247 miles an hour. Justin Wake in that Corvette. Garrett gave it a shot, but Justin moved first off that starting line. Garrett goes 6010, 245. But when the guy in the other lane was better in reaction time, better at half track, and then 589, 247. And the Corvette to the final in Pro Mod here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Junior Fuel. Be Brad Woodard, Oceanside, your number 2 qualifier. And Don Enriquez, in from Kentucky, the fuel injection specialist, along with Bob McRae and the team. Don Enriquez has been a part of NHRA Championship Drags Racing for the better part of 50 years. Celebrated his 50th anniversary in drag racing a couple years ago. The guy was a former national champion, former California Hot Rod Reunion champion, former March Meet champion. Don Enriquez. Of course, Brad Woodard over there, owner of Riker Machine down there in Oceanside, and he's no slouch himself. Of course, Don Enriquez's partner that he made, these two made their name, the legendary Gene Adams in the house here. That Adams and Enriquez team was just legendary. Bob McRae walks away. Brad Woodard pulls up over there far side. They're both pre-staged. Little head start going to Enriquez on that 714 index. And that baby went right up in smoke. Brad Woodard right on down through there. That three-way Chevrolet lane, 690, 191. Brad Woodard moves to the final. Enriquez made the move off that starting line. And that yellow dragster just lit the tires, and the veteran driver rolled out of the throttle. So Don Enriquez clears the track down there, and Dustin Lee. Dustin Lee in from Idaho, the engine builder. Dustin doing something that, well, pretty special. National champion in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. National champion in Junior Fuel. So your number one qualifier and your newly crowned national champion who doubled up. And he will race Brad Woodard for the championship at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So see what the national champion could do here. Would love to win the race to go with that national championship. 52 on the tree. And the champ, 6,939, 189. And Dustin Lee, Brad Woodard for the trophy in Junior Fuel at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So, Terry Youngward going to come up. His funny car. Bob Beck going to take you through it, brother.
All right, the funny car getting ready to go. Basically waiting on the gassers. Funny car getting a destined tune run. Just getting ready to go. For those of you still in the stands, thank you for holding out with us. You know, someone once asked me what I do for a living. I said, well, I sit in a room with glass and I talk to myself all day. With you guys out there, occasionally smiling from what's something we say, we're glad you can be here. All right, we're looking at the radar, and apparently there may be some wind coming our way here, some significant wind. If your awnings, your canopies are up, you might want to secure them. But we're getting the word that the wind is coming in, and you can see some of the flags moving around, but the wind is starting to get stronger. You may want to secure your canopies, your awnings, and so forth on your motorhomes and such, or just your canopies in general, because the wind is strong, and the word is it's coming this way quickly. Funny car getting ready to go. Moves up. He's got the pre-stage light lit. There he goes. Digs in 206 reaction, 1.060 foot. Backs off early for a 674, 162 miles an hour. Was going 177 at the 8th at 4.1 seconds. So he was moving pretty good. Now we've got gassers a pair getting ready to go. This is AA gas, the final, with Scott White getting ready to go. The Willies going to take on the Corvette. Scotty White out of Seaside, California, the #1 qualifier. Taking on the Corvette of Lance Godek. Godek was the #6 qualifier. Scott White, the #1 qualifier. But both of them are here in the final. So qualifying didn't mean all that much. What appears to be a stock body Corvette. Taking on a reproduction Willys in fiberglass. The Corvette with a super short wheelbase. Big picnic table style spoiler in the back. Lots of tire in the back to try and get the power to the pavement. Unlike some of the Corvettes you've been seeing today in the gas classes, this is a stock body, a real Corvette, it appears. Got door handles, real trim. Lance Godek out of Grants Pass, Oregon, a retired teacher. Got a Dart 500-inch engine, was the #6 qualifier with a 736. Scott White from Seaside, California, the 41 Willys, an HVAC contractor. Got a Hemi, 471 cubic inches. He ran and qualified with a 651 at 210 miles an hour. The Corvette went 736 at 186, but he's gone quicker than that during eliminations. Obviously getting this far. Your #6 qualifier, Lance Godek, against Scott White, your #1 qualifier. This is the final. This is for bragging rights, the trophy, and all the money, honey. So here we go. Pre-stage light lit for Godek. White inching forward. Full stage for Godek. RPMs come up. White is there, and lights go green. Wheels come up in the air on the Corvette, but look at White and the Willys run. 651, 213 miles an hour to a 754. Lance does not run the number. 185 miles an hour. Scott White convincingly getting the win. I guess that was only the semi because here comes Mike O'Connor. My mistake. O'Connor gets the bye run into the final. He'll be up against White. It'll be qualifier 1 and qualifier 2 meeting up in the final. Lots more cars to run as we narrow down the fields. 57 Chevy getting the bye run into the final. Technically, all he has to do is stage and take the starting beam. Doesn't have to put the pressure on the engine or the drivetrain. But based on that burnout, what fun would that be? He's going to go for it. We saw White run a number equivalent to his qualifying time, which put him in the number 1 spot. All remaining competitors, all winners, all classes, back to the lanes, please. All winners, all classes, back to the staging lanes, please. If you win in this round and it's not your final, come on back. 57 Chevy off the mark. 130 reaction. At the stripe, he goes 670, 188 miles an hour. A little bit off of the mile per hour, but quicker than his ET was that he qualified with. Gary Raniero was supposed to make the call, did not. So O'Connor, number 2 qualifier, will beat White in the final. Again, if you are still in competition, pull back into the staging lanes as quickly as you can. Johnny Lenko out of Bakersfield, California, television director, number 1 qualifier in the Michelob Ultra lane. Dan Martin out of Wilton, California, the welder, number 3 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Lenko in the dragster, Martin in the altered. Getting ready to go. Johnny Lenko looking for a 760. He gets hole shotted. Martin out in front. Incrementals are better for Martin. Can he hold on? He does. 761 to a 760. Lenko runs on the number, but left late, and the margin of victory, 1/100th of a second. Dale Toros, La Mirada, California. He says he's a pro golfer. You should see him at the pitch and putt. I mean, he's, you know. It's a 3-par mini golf course he goes at. Puts big money on it, too. It's 50 cents a hole. I don't know. Toros used to be from the El Segundo area. He was the number 13 qualifier. So Nostalgia Eliminator 1 racer. 022 reaction, 1.1, 60 foot. And he backs out of it. He's going to save the motor for another run. He's already got the win. It's a single run. Why abuse the machinery? He goes 1261 at 60 miles an hour. Next up, we've got some gassers for you. And I'm talking about the car, not the driver. Rob Udell. This is B Gas with an 860 index. Taking on Mike Rabiner. Rabiner in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Udell in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Udell, a realtor out of Irvine, California. Rabiner, a mechanic and a welder out of Paso Robles. 67 Camaro takes on a 67 Nova. Your number 2 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Number 11 in the Michelob lane. 860, the elusive number. Udell qualified with an 861. Rabner with an 860. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Reaction advantage, a slim one as they head down track. Camaro has better incrementals by 0.03 of a second and gets the win. Goes 862 to an 866. Margin of victory, 0.05 when they got to the stripe. Rick Kruzenga out of Cypress, California, the 50-year-old truck driver. The 55 Chevy was number 3 qualifier. Mike Gillespie out of Concord, California, retired Berkeley Fire Department personnel in the 63 Chevy 2, number 6 qualifier. So they both ran 860s. The difference was 4 thousandths of a second in their qualifying times. Chop top 55 Chevy, taking on the Real Steel Nova. RPMs come up, they're gone. Ooh, big reaction advantage. Incrementals counter that reaction, though. And it's a breakout for Kruzenga. 859 with a 4 to an 861.9, and Mike Gillespie going on to another round. He takes out the number 3 qualifier. 57 Chevy taking on the Camaro next. Steve Pullen out of Indio, California. He's retired. 69 Camaro was the number 1 qualifier. 555 Donovan for power. Ran an 860 with a 1. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles. 57 Bel Air. Number 10 qualifier with an 861. The difference between the two, 14 thousandths of a second in qualifying. 57 Chevy looking good. Again, all remaining competitors need to return to the staging lanes, please. All returning competitors. If you won your last round, you need to be back in lane. They hammer the throttles. They go down track. Reaction times within 5 thousandths of each other. The Camaro pulls away for a bright red light here on my screen, meaning he broke out. Double breakout. 855 for Poland, the number 1 qualifier. 858 for Randy Armstrong, the number 10 qualifier, and he is closer to the index without going under it too far. Poland goes under it further, and he loses. Sometimes it's good to be second. So again, if you won your last round of racing, you need to come back to the staging lanes. If you won your last round, you need to return to the staging lanes for finals or semifinals, depending on your category. More racing action to happen here at the 30th anniversary California Hot Rod Reunion. Iron Bliss, the 1941 Ford pickup truck, taking on the Thunderbolt Fairlane. Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada. 41 Ford pickup truck with the Road X496 was the number 25 qualifier. Chris Robbins out of Mariposa, California. 57-year-old transmission repairman. 64 Fairlane, looking like a Thunderbolt. 580 cubic inch Ford power. He qualified 4th with a 960 and an 8 on a 960 index. This is 960. Run it out the back door, but don't go quicker than 960. Johnny Lenko to the tower. Johnny Lenko to the tower, please. Headed down track. It's the Ford slightly ahead. Can he hold on? He does. The pickup goes 962 to a 958. The number 25 qualifier shuts down the number 4 and moves on to another round. Chris Robbins breaks out with a 958 in the Fairlane. 962 for the Real Steel 41 Ford pickup truck. Scotty Morgan over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Tom Christian out of Reno, Nevada in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Watch for the win. If he does, the lady in red will be dancing around. She's watching closely. Green light, they're gone. And red light for Scotty Morgan. 003 misses a perfect light by 0.03 of a second. Insult to injury, he breaks out as well. He goes 003 red and then a 958. Christian goes 007 green and then a 960 on a 960 to take the win. Alan Brown in the 34 Ford Coupe gets the bye into the next round. Leaps off the line, 022 reaction, 1.3, 60 foot, 3.8 and 330, 6.0 at the 8th, and then goes 960 with a 0 right on the index. Is that car set to kill or what? Ray Padgett, left lane, Santa Paula. That's three-way Chevrolet lane, 63 Corvette. He's going to take on Roy Castanetto out of Concord, California. 760 index for this category. It's A gas. I get it ready to go. Padgett in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Castanetto in the Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. Green light, they're gone. Oh, reaction times, extremely good. Padgett's incrementals look great, and it's good enough for the win. 760 with a 9 to a 756 breakout for Castanetto. And a 001 reaction time for Padgett. He is on stun. Mike Mossy out of Napa, California. He's got that swoopy Camaro. Mike Mossy, shop foreman at Napa Ford. Do they know he drives a Chevrolet? He qualified number 9 with the 764. He's got 780 cubic inches worth of sun's power. As I said earlier, I got a couple of cars combined that don't have that many cubic inches. We need Rob Udell and Rick Krasinga to come to the tower. Rob Udell and Rick Krasinga to the tower. 006 reaction time, 1.160 foot. All right, Mossy goes 755 on a 60 at a 006 reaction time. It's a single run, not a problem. Rick Harrison out of Lakewood. He's plastered. Plasterer. I keep forgetting that. I don't know why I don't read that right. He's a plasterer. 27 Ford with a Chevy 496. Carl Carlson out of Discovery Bay, California. 004 reaction time on the wrong side of the lights. He gets a red light. 004 gives Harrison the win. So your number 2 qualifier, not only does he red light, he breaks out for insult and injury. So Rich Harrison, not knowing he won, he runs it out the back door. He goes 953, but it's first or worst, and Carl Carlson doubles up on that one. Dennis Keck from Wheatland, Wyoming. Classic Auto Sales Repairman, 2017, number 7 qualifier over in the three-way Chevy lane. Cameron Webb out of Bakersfield, heavy equipment operator from the Michelob lane. And they're gone. Wheels go up in the air for Keck and a bright red light to match. So Cameron Webb gets the win with an 0.22 reaction time. Goes 9:51 to a 9:52. Both guys under the number. But the red light gave the win away. Keck gave it away. More racing action. The staging lanes are full. But again, remember, racers, if you win your previous round and you're still in the running, you need to pull back in the staging lanes.
Good Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
Joachim Lundberg out of Gardena, actually from Sweden. He's got the Swedish flag flying, what's left of it anyway, off the back of the spoiler. Index 7.0 Pro. Richard High was your number 2 qualifier, running 7.01. Joachim Lundberg was the number 17 qualifier with a 7:20. He's made it this far. Can he take out the number 2 qualifier? We'll see. RPM start to rise. Fully staged. They're gone. And the Swede drills the tree. Can he hold on to the lead? He pops the chute early. Thought he was going too quick, and it works. 7:33 to a 6:99. Richard High runs it out the back door and goes too quick by 0.003 of a second. The Swede goes 7:33, way off the index, but it was good enough to fool Richard High, and he takes the win. Danny Shrokosh running 3 different categories today. He's the number 13 qualifier. He'll go into the next round, driving the Killer Crowler Dragster. All right, Shrokosh getting ready to go. He qualified with a 7:11. The index is 7.0. And he's just going to motor it on through. No sense beating up the machine. Not worried about lane choice. Just the amount of maintenance they have to do on the car between rounds. So again, if you win your round, you need to come back to the staging lanes. If you've won your round, please come back to the staging lanes. Steve Barta out of Bakersfield in the Nova. Gary Hardy in the Pinto. The pint-sized Ford with a 460 big block. Nova, Steve Barta. Chances are this little 62 Nova came with the factory 4-cylinder when it was new. Of course, American Hot Rod Ingenuity fixed all that. Hot Rodders put V8s in the nose before Chevrolet did. Oh, the Pinto heads towards the wall. He leaves the line hard, 0.25 reaction time, but heads towards the wall. He has to back out of it, get back in it. That gives Barta the edge. Can he use it? He does. Barta goes 10.71, slows down just enough. Gary Hardy on 11.28. Bo Dyson out of Bakersfield, California, an oil and gas consultant. I don't think he has anything to do with the vacuums. 67 Chevelle with a 396. April Valaza out of Long Beach, California. Go for Howell Drilling, a 68 Dodge Dart. Reaction advantage, a huge one, and this is going to play a big part as they go down the track. Incrementals show that April is quicker. Can she hold on? No, she breaks out. 10.53 to a 10.68 on a 60 index, and it is Bo Dyson going on to another round. Flying Falcon here in the right lane. Mike Thomas out of Camarillo, California, police sergeant. Dave Curiagra, number 1 qualifier with that screaming yellow Camaro. RPM's coming up. They're gone. Ooh, late on the tree for one of those drivers. Both with 1.560 foots. Both with 4.3 at the 330. But it's a 10.67 for Curiagra to a 10.67 for Thomas. Identical ETs. Thomas was a 10th late on the light. Margin of victory, 0.09. Next up, Bantam Roadster and Fiat Topolino. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, California. Number 7 qualifier with a Fiat Altered. 565 cubic inches with a Chevrolet Power. Sam Tucker out of Redding, California. The Gas Man. 32 Bantam with a 470 cubic inch Mopar. 862 is what he ran to qualify 10th. Trumbley ran 862 with a 7 to qualify 7th. The difference in their qualifying times, 2 thousandths of a second. They're getting ready to go. Fiat Topolino. Originally hit the streets 1937. They built the Topo in that style through the late 40s. Headed down track. Reaction advantage to Jason. Can he hold on? No, he breaks out. Double breakout. The difference in breakout, 1 thousandth of a second. The margin of victory, 18 thousandths. All right, we need all the following gassers and classes back to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, Nostalgia 2, D-Gas, C-Gas, B-Gas, AFX. We need you back to the lanes right now. Roadsters a pair headed down. 856 on a 60 to an 855. Jeff Brochesser from Forest Ranch, California, the number 9 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane. It's Nostalgia Eliminator 2, 860 the index. Mike Nitz out of Happy Jack, Arizona. Hi, I live in Happy Jack. 23T with an 88 Spitzer chassis car. Number 5 qualifier. Getting ready to go. 860 the number. Lights dropping, and they're gone with a red light for Nitz. He's not going to be happy in Happy Jack tonight. So Jeff Brochesser goes on to the next round. He breaks out with an 853 to an 859, but Mike Nitz did it first, and he goes out. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California. Driving the 2017 the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's temporarily retired. Jim Van Gordon out of Alta Loma. 27 Roadster, number 8 qualifier here in the Michelob. The Michelob Ultra CP Carrillo lane. $860, the elusive number. Lights begin to drop. Here they go. Wheels in the air, little and out of shape for Van Gordon. Better incrementals for Anderson. And it's a breakout for Van Gordon and the win for Anderson. He goes 861 to an 857. He got him on the tree and had the incrementals going down track in some places. Van Gordon was quicker all the way down the track, didn't slow down enough at the end, and breaks out. Greg Melton out of Escondido, California, a 38-year-old engineer. Number 1 qualifier with the Roadrunner. Taking on Robert Norris out of Julian, California with a 68 Barracuda notchback. A pair of Mopars. In this case, Mopar means move over. Plymouths are racing. Relentless Barracuda. With the introduction of this style Barracuda in 1967, there were 3 models, a convertible, a notchback, and the fastback. This is the notchback, the lightest of the 3. Roadrunner came out in 1968, and it was an instant hit. Inexpensive and fast right out of the box. Watch Greg Melton. Oh! Morris with a 1050 number against an 875. Leaps out in front, but was late on the reaction time. Goes 50 on a 50, but an 880 is what Greg Melton needed. He chopped the tree by a 1/10 of a second over the competition. This is the FX categories, and based on their index for which FX class they are in, they get a certain dial-in. Dave Franklin dials 9 flat. Rich Wood, 950. Wood in the Nova, Franklin in the big Ford. Nova gone. Franklin caught napping on the starting line with a 2:45 reaction time, and the win goes to Rich Wood, a 56 on a 50 to an 01 on an 00, and it was tight, but it was Rich Wood winning by a 1/10. Another Barracuda. Lynn Anderson, this is the fastback version, 572 with a Hemi. Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction, Colorado, 67 Plymouth. A little Valiant, the basis for the original Barracuda. Big reaction advantage. Dakota try to keep the lead. Better incrementals for Anderson, and Anderson breaks out. Goes 970 on a 975 to a 1031 on a 25, and Dakota Berry going on to a new round. Again, remaining competitors, we need you back to the lanes as quickly as possible. If you've just won your round, you need to return to the staging grid. Lucas Nunez out of Rich Grove, California, 55 Chevy, 210. Joy Tucker out of Redding, California, part of Cal Fire with the 66 Plymouth Satellite. 470 cubic inches worth of Mopar power up against 434 Chevy in the 210. 1955, first year of the performance era for Chevrolet, not the first V8s though. Although the 265 is considered one of the milestone cars for Chevrolet, or eras for Chevrolet, the first V8 was 1917, a 288 cubic inch V8 at that point in time. 265, though, far more reliable and plentiful. As they head down track, it's a side by next at the finish line. And it's Joy Tucker winning. Double breakout, breaking out by less for Joy Tucker. Goes 11:48 to an 11:97. Lucas was on a 12:15 index, whereas Joy was on an 11:55. Tommy Price out of Carson City, Nevada, 76 Corvette with the 454. 1010 is index. Herschel Ward from Morgan Hill, an elevator mechanic, 960 index. Red light for Tom Price. The win goes to Herschel Ward. And Herschel Ward is the second fastest elevator mechanic in the world. The first fastest is Jack Beckman. Fast Jack. Now that he's not driving funny cars, he's repairing elevators. Tom Bayer out of Big Pine, California. 62 Corvette with a Dart 555. He qualified 1010. Oh, a 1045 for Lloyd Anderson is what the index is for him. Coming up on the stripes, side by side, and it's a double breakout. Tom Bayer breaks out by less and gets the win. A 1041 for Lloyd Anderson and a 1007 on a 1010 for Tom Bayer. Marvelous Marvin Rolls from Chino, California. Retired heavy equipment operator. 1012 dial-in for him. Jerry Broadbender from Cloverdale, British Columbia. A 1075 dial-in for him. Left lane will leave the line first. The Flame Falcon will chase. This time, there's a gap in the reaction times. The Nova way out in front. Is he going to go too quick? No, but Marvin did. Marvin Rolls goes 10:09 on a 10:12, trying to make up the lost time he had in the reactions. And a 10:82 for Jerry Broadbender puts him in the win column. So Marvin Rolls, the Summit Series champ from Irwindale Drag Strip, goes down in defeat late in the day, but he showed well. More racing action to happen. Again, if you've won your round, please come back to the staging lanes. If you have won your round of racing, please come back to the staging lanes as quickly as possible so we can continue on and get you out of here before it gets dark. More racing action to happen as we go into final rounds and semifinal rounds and just about everything. We do appreciate those of you still here. Thank you for hanging in there with us. How many of you have been here for all 30 of the California Hot Rod reunions? Raise your hand. I don't see any hands up there. I have. Yeah. All right, I did 29 out of the 30. I had to work one day. They made me do that. All right, again, if you won your last round of racing, please come back to the staging lanes as quickly as you can. All categories. All categories. Please come back to the lanes. All right, here we go. 2 vintage Fords, a 41 Ford pickup, and a 34 Ford Coupe getting ready to go. Alan Brown out of Vista, California, 34 Ford Coupe with a 475 cubic inch Chevy. He was the number 11 qualifier, ran a 962. Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada, a 41 Ford pickup with a Brodex 496. Big block. Index 960 for these two cars. Getting ready to go. They hammer the throttle and off they go. Reaction times within 100th of each other. 60 foots, almost identical. Half track, and they are side by side. Double breakout. Lee Roberts Jr. breaks out by less. We had a 954 with a 5 to a 956 with a 5, and Lee Roberts going to move on to the next round, I believe, to be the final. The Nova just needs a stage, and he's not going to abuse the machinery. He's going to go right into the next round. And that's Tom Christian out of Reno, Nevada. So Christian takes the light. That's all he needed to do. And he will meet another Reno resident in the final round. Again, we need all remaining competitors to the staging lanes. All remaining competitors to the staging lanes. If you just won your round, you need to come back to the staging lanes, please. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Donnie Couch, and Steve LaBarbera. Thank you very much for being here and allowing us to keep you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the weekend. Yeah, a gratuitous plug on my part. Go to YouTube, Sketcher, Apple iTunes, Spotify, and look up Gas, G-A-A-S, the great American auto scene. Since 1990. We call them podcasts now. It used to be a radio show and a TV show, but now it's a podcast. Check it out. All remaining competitors, please come to the staging lanes. All remaining competitors to the staging lanes. All remaining competitors to the staging lanes, please. All remaining competitors. If you won your last round, you are a remaining competitor. Please come back to the staging lanes. All right, our remaining competitors are coming back to the staging lanes. So bear with us here as we get ready to go and move into final round soon. Little track prep going on as we get ready for more racing action. All right, Taylor Sausage, staying open. If you got the hungries, the munches, he's got what cures it for you. They are very, very good. They are recommended by our tower staff over any other sausage company here. Mike Gillespie, Concord, California. He is in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Mike Rabiner out of Paso Robles. This is a semifinal round for Rabiner in the Michelob lane. Gillespie in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The Nova qualified 6th. Rabiner in the Camaro qualified 2nd. Semifinal. Who's going to the final round here? Pre-stage light lit for Rabiner. Pre-stage for Gillespie. Full stage. Gillespie there. We're ready. Here they go. Wheels in the air. Reaction advantage, a marginal one, but they're headed down trackside by next. Who is going to get the win? Well, it's a breakout for Gillespie, so Rabiner, the number 2 qualifier, goes right on the 860 index, 860 on an 860, and he goes on to the final round. He will meet Randy Armstrong. Armstrong, the number 10 qualifier, out of Paso Robles, California, with the 57 Chevy Bel Air. So Rabiner and Armstrong will meet in the final. Now, Armstrong does not have to make the run. He just has to stage. Will he choose to do that, or will he run it out the back door? Get an idea where it's running as the temperature drops here at Bakersfield. Cars are getting a little bit quicker, making a little bit more power in the cool air. And when he comes back for his final, it's probably going to be another 15, 20 minutes. He decides to run it. 038 reaction, 1.260 foot mark. At the 8th mile mark, he's at 5.4 seconds. Coming up on the finish line lights, goes 8:59 with a 5 on an 860. So we know he can go quicker than his index. Doing a little track prep as we get ready for more race car action. If you're watching us on dragracer.tv, thank you very much. Glad you could listen to us and see us. Well, you can't see us, and there's a good reason for that. But you can see the cars. You really don't want to see us. Doing semifinals in all categories right now as we move into finals. Cars pulling back into the staging lanes for the semifinal rounds. All right, racers getting ready. '30th anniversary California Hot Rod Reunion. We were only going to do it once. And I've been a part of it for 25 years. Again, all remaining competitors, you should be back in the staging lanes. All remaining competitors, you should be back in the staging lanes. Little track prep going on. Tractor backing up and parking. The good news is that means we're ready to race some cars. One of my favorite, the 62 Corvette coming up first. His competition, the 68 Camaro, hasn't fired up yet. There he goes. So the Corvette drives around the bend, gets to the back of the area behind the water box. The Camaro coming to join him. 3 Chevys will contest this semifinal round, 1 Mopar. Herschel Ward out of Morgan Hill, California, 68 Camaro, the second fastest elevator mechanic in the world. Tom Bayer out of Big Pine, California, the 62 Corvette. He's got a 555 cubic inch Dart engine in this Corvette. He's a hot rod dialing 1010. Herschel Ward dials 960 in the Michelob lane, driving a 68 Camaro. Camaro's introduced 1967 model year. First gen was 67, 8, and 9. Difference between a 67 and 68, very simple. Side marker lights and wind wings on the door. A little bit different tail light. Other than that, they were the same. RPMs start to come up. And Bayer off the mark with the Corvette. Camaro chasing, headed down track. Carl Carlson to the tower, please. Carl Carlson to the tower. Herschel Ward goes 960, gets the win. 1016, way under his dial. All right, more racing action. Jeff Brander breaks out but gets the win against Joy Tucker. All right, again, if you're an event winner, lane 6. If you're a series winner, lane 7. We're going to take your photographs and get you immortalized in paper. So after we run all the classes out, event winners, lane 6. Series winners, lane 7. If you happen to win them both, pick a lane. It works. So we're going to see an all Chevy final in the hot rod class. AFX coming out now. And again, racers, as soon as you can, please come back to the lanes for your final rounds. Racers, Please come back for final round as rapidly as you can. Here we go. Jeremy Smith. 975 index for the 67 GTO. Rich Wood out of San Diego, a 950 index for his 62 Nova. Jerry Smith, 975, 950. So you're going to see the GTO leave the line first. GTO, gas, tires, and oil. Yep, they do it. They use it. I wonder if that makes them a hybrid, you know, burns gas and rubber. A little oil, too. RPM start to come up. Reaction time's not close. That's going to create a problem at the finish line for the loser. And the loser with the 1-0 reaction time was Jeremy Smith in the GTO. Rich Wood in the Nova. Taking this one, going to the next round. He had a 950, ran 960 for the win. 988 for the GTO. 67 Plymouth, Dakota Berry. 1025 dialing over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Greg Melton. 68 Roadrunner. Got two Plymouths going to meet here. Little Valiant taking on the Roadrunner. Roadrunner was the #1 qualifier. Oh, and the reaction time shows their prowess as they head down the track. Valiant out in front. Roadrunner closing rapidly. Is the Valiant too quick? Well, they both are too quick. 10-10 for the Valiant and 871 for the Roadrunner. But the Roadrunner closer to the dial-in gets the win. So he'll be back for the final round. A little more track prep as we bring more cars out. Again, if you won your category, that hasn't happened yet, but if you win your category, lane 6. If you win the series, you're the champion of the series, lane 7, and we're going to get your photographs and give you your trophies. We need April Valaza and Paul Howell. Paul Howell. Not Paul Howell. We need Howell to come to the tower, please. Crowd forming at the base of the tower as we have more cars coming their way for the semifinal round.
semifinal round. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, your newly crowned champion, Sam Tucker. Be over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane, and Jeff Brockheiser. Sammy'd like to do that double up, and, well, he's the season champion, and he'd love to be the California Hot Rod Reunion champion. Making our way to final rounds. Hang around. Don't forget, winner's circle and staging lanes. Everybody's invited. Fans, the grandstands, come on down. Here we go. Somebody's going to run for the trophy. Clean green. Sam left. Jeff right. Top end winner, Sam Tucker. 029 out by 3 thou for the win. Jeff Brockheiser, 009 and takes a 300 stripe and breaks out by 16 thou. So your national champion, Sam Tucker, to the final to race either James Howe or Wes Anderson. Top Fuel, Funny Car Finals to the lanes, please. Top Fuel, Funny Car Finals to the lanes, please. So James pulls up over there far side. The unfinished business. And here comes Wes Anderson out in that street roadster for Ernie McAllister and the team. James Howe, his burnout for the runner out of Arizona. Here comes Wes Anderson. Wes always does them shorty burnouts and rolls right up to the starting line there. To go to the final and race the new national champion in Sam Tucker. Pre-stages, James Howe. Well, there goes James Howe in. Here comes Wes. Green light starts. Whoa, James Howe made a move there. Wes Anderson going to roll out of that throttle down there. 884, 1, 2, 3, the winning numbers for Wes Anderson as James made the move there, and that baby darted. D-Gas semifinal round. 1450 at 78 miles an hour for James Howe. Is now D-Gas semifinal round. Steve Barta and David Quiroga. Don Fournier, the champion again, but not still in. Unfortunately, went out early. Barta, former champion over there far side. David Quiroga for the Chumash Indian tribe over in Santa Ynez. Coming back to run for the trophy, Steve Barta, double breakout, 10, 5, 6, 1, 057 on the tree. David was 6 thou better and took too much stripe and out by 8 at 10:52. And Steve Barta and Bo Dyson for the California Hot Rod Reunion Championship in D-Gas. Bo, Steve, well, they've knocked heads a bunch of times here in the ANRA series, which will be back here at Famosa Drag Strip in 2 weeks. So Bo, 21 on the tree. And that Teague painted Chevelle, that's a stunner. 10, 5, 6, 3, 1, 2, 5. Bo Dyson, Steve Barta. The final in D-Gas. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Jason Truby, need you at the tower, please. Jason Truby, need you at the tower, please. So I need all winners in all categories, including funny car and top fuel.
Good Vibrations Motorsports specializes in the parts you need for gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. If you're muscling a funny car or top fueler down the quarter mile, cutting a rooster tail across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has the blower and fuel system solutions for your personal ride and race car. If you want to go fast, really fast, then Good Vibrations Motorsports is ready to hear from you at goodvibesracing.com.
Final round, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. The reality check altered, Dan Martin out of NorCal, and Dale Toros, a guy who less than a month ago was competing in Nostalgia Eliminator 2, the 860 index category, and wounded a motor big time. It was, shall we say, fatal. He and Jimmy and all the guys and Rob Udell and bunch, Jimmy Lister, Lindsey Lister and his brother, Dale's brother, put together this new motor, said we're going to go to the reunion and try and see what we could do in Nostalgia Eliminator 1 760 category. And he's in the money round with a chance for the California Hot Rod Reunion title. Dan Martin, that's one of them guys. Well, he's seen it all in NE1. By the way, the season champion, Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Dustin Lee, who is looking to double up. He's a two-time champion. First time ever that somebody's won a season championship in the NHRA Heritage Series in two different categories. Dustin is out in NE1, but he clinched the championship. He is in the final round of Junior Fuel, and he has already clinched that championship. Of course, Dan Rowley and Hot Rod Eliminator going back-to-back. Don Fourier, D-Gas going back-to-back. Lee Roberts Jr. picking up the season title. In C-Gas, B-Gas, Ken Sassi. In a car that he's had for 25 years. Man, that's very cool. By the way, A-Gas has not been settled yet. NE3, Cameron Webb came from behind to pick up the title. Sam Tucker, as I mentioned, will be back up later. He is your NE2 national champion. course, I mentioned Dustin Lee. Tony Trimp, 7-0 Pro. Ken Bates, again, an A Fuel. Another title to his resume is Nostalgia Eliminator 1, coming around the corner with Dan Martin, the reality check altered out of NorCal, and Dale Torres out of SoCal. Of course, Dale out of that lucky 13th spot in qualifying. The dragster in from La Mirada, who is a professional golfer. The miniature golf course down in La Mirada. Big block Chevrolet far side. Small block near side. Alan Brown, need you at the tower, please. Alan Brown, need you at the tower, please. Dan Martin rolls up, lights up first light. Waiting on Dale Torres. A couple of veterans for the championship of the California Hot Rod Reunion in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Just a great matchup here. Dragster Dale right, Dan left down there top end. Dale Torres 0.27.61.2 for the win. Dan Martin 0.37 goes out at 7.64.5, trying to run him down at 178 miles an hour. So that wraps up NE1. Bob Beck going to come in here, take you through C-Gas. Charlie Gas, that's the new champ down there. Lee Roberts Jr. tried to do the double up, Bob.
All right, well, he's doing it good so far. 41 Ford pickup truck getting ready to go up against the Nova. Old school, older school. Tom Christian out of Reno, Nevada. Lee Roberts next door. Sparks, Nevada. 41 Ford pickup truck, an unlikely race machine. Came in as the number 25 qualifier. Christian was the number 3 qualifier. Roberts and Christian work their way through the crowd to get to where they are right now. As they head down track, get ready. They hammer the throttles and off they go. Red light for Christian, and it's Lee Roberts. Lee Roberts, C-Gas, he does it. Then he breaks out, but not a problem. It's first or worst, and the red light is first, and Lee Roberts gets the win. He goes 59 on a 60. So Lee Roberts going home happy. Christian, neighbor in Reno. 2 altereds getting ready to go next. Cameron Webb, NE3 champ, trying to win the event. Up against Rich Harrison. Harrison out of Lakewood. Webb out of Bakersfield. You're number 8 against number 5 qualifiers. Webb has already won the series. Can he double up and win the event as well? Pre-stage lights are lit. Taking their time. Webb's in first. Harris is there, and they're gone. Reaction times are close. No advantage really there until they come to the stripe. They're side by next coming up on the line, and it is Webb. 9.57 on a 60 to a 55 for Harrison. Harrison with an 0.52 reaction to an 0.42 for Webb. Margin of victory, 14 hundredths of a second. As they finish it off, Webb doubles up. Does it in Nostalgia Eliminator 3. More action to come. Here's the A Fuel cars. The Doctor. The U.S. Air Force painted car. It's been that way for a number of years. He's in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Doc Ken Bates out of Anderson, California. Junior Fuel and A Fuel. He has won them both. He's the number one qualifier, running a 6:05. And I'm sure he wants to get into those 5-second zone at 231 miles an hour, and you never know, he can. Your number one and number two qualifiers meeting in the final. How appropriate is that? Wayne Romay out of Simi Valley. He owns a Performance Forge company. It's a Nielsen Parks chassis car with an Alan Johnson 434. Ken Bates, he likes those little motors. 392 cubic inch heavy. Wayne Romay ran 613, 218 miles an hour. The Doc, 605 at 231. Number one qualifier. Romay, number two qualifier. We've seen these two meet before in many a race. They forgot to take the covers off the exhaust in Romay's car, and they popped off when he fired it. Two Hemis ready to go. Full-body, long wheelbase car, the U.S. Air Force machine. Ken Bates Sr. Taking on Wayne Romay. Romay in the Michelob lane. We need Jeff Broshire and James Howe to come to the tower, please. The class runs injected on nitro or blown on alcohol. And the contrast is here. The doctor likes his injection system. Been very successful. Very quick over the years. The whole family involved in the racing effort. Moving up into the beams, and the whole family on the starting line right now. Romay in the Michelob lane, Ken Bates in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Your number one and number two qualifiers, respectively. Full stage, lights drop. Oh, and Romay gets a jump off the starting line. But the doctor runs away and hides, runs 6:08 to a 7:15. Romay drilled the tree on the doctor, a full 10th ahead at the start. After that, the car started to fall off, and the doctor pulled away right at the 60-foot mark. So Doc Bates goes on once again to another championship and an event win. Junior Fuel coming up next. Brad Woodard out of Oceanside, California. Number two qualifier against Dustin Lee, number one. Number one and two coming up. Now, Dustin is the Junior Fuel Series champ. He wants to win the event as well. From Idaho, Dustin Lee, a child who grew up in the Antelope Valley. Hung around L.A. County Raceway. His dad, the driving instructor there, built engines that were superior, including the ones he drives today. A 2015 Ford chassis car, 693, the number he needs to run. Brad Woodard, 689. Woodard doing his burnout to get the tires warmed up. Woodard out of Oceanside, California. Owner Riker Machine, a 2017 dragster chassis with a 412 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. He qualified second with a 693. Dustin Lee qualified first with a 699, but ran a 693. And so that makes the index 93. Woodard, though, dialing a 689. I don't understand necessarily the reg that puts these dial-ins in. But the Junior Fuel B number is now 693. And Woodard, 689. It's a hard number to hit. Small block Chevy, the power of choice in this category, although we have seen Fords try to compete. Chevrolet just seems to be dominant. These cars can also qualify for the NHRA Big Show Nostalgia Dragster class. Crews are ready. Cars are ready. The staging is happening. Lights are dropping and they're gone. And Woodard spins the tires. The youngster out in front. And he gets it. 699 for Dustin Lee. Woodard goes 789. Spun the tires hard on the hit. And the Dustin Lee doubles up. Ray Pageant over in the left lane with the Corvette. Three-way Chevrolet, Santa Paula, California. Mossy out of Napa with the 69 Camaro, the swoopy machine. Who's going to win the series? We'll find out. Who's going to win the event? Pageant qualified 13th, 764. Mossy, 9th with a 764. So these guys are pretty closely matched. They made it through the field to make it here. Corvette and Camaro. Real deal Corvette. Getting ready. Fully staged left lane, full stage right lane. RPMs are up and they're gone. Reaction advantage, none. As they head down track, it's Pageant leading and breaking out. He goes 756 to a 760. Mossy getting the win and the win for the event. Mossy becomes a national champion and the winner of the event. So he gets the series and the event win. He had a lot riding on that one. Here's from Sweden, Hakim Lundberg, living in Gardena now, flying the Swedish flag. As a matter of fact, our friends from Sweden that are here to watch the event went over to talk to him. 23Z. Danny Shrokosh, his competition. This is the 7-0 Pro category. Tony Trimp locked in the series, but who's going to get the win for the event? So Shrokosh goes deep. Of what's going on. Left lane out in front, pops the chute. Left lane is the winner. Shrokosh overstaged, cannot back up. So a DQ right lane for overstaging, then backing up, although it shows the win light on the tree or on the scoreboard. That is not accurate. It's going to be Lundberg that takes the win for the event. This is the official from NHRA's call. The guy from Sweden, Gompenjimini, he got the win. And I'm sure Jonas and crew are happy about that. Our friends that just came in from Sweden yesterday. All right, lane 7 and 8. 7 is event winner. 8 is series winner. So, winners, please come back for your photograph and your trophy. Event winners, lane 7. Series winners, lane 8. If you won both, pick a lane. They both work. More racing action coming your way here. Camaro and Nova facing off. 68 Camaro, but a 64.5 Nova. Actually 62. Jerry Bradbender out of Cloverdale, British Columbia. Herschel Ward out of Morgan Hill. $960 the dial for Ward. This is the hot rod class. Then Rowley took the championship for the series, but who's going to get the win? Herschel Ward, $960. Jerry Bradbender, $1075. Will the trophy go to Canada, or will it stay here in California? RPM's coming up. Red light for Herschel Ward. It's going to Canada. Jerry Bradbender gets the win. Goes 1080 on a 75 to a 61 on a 60, but a red light for Herschel Ward. Again, lane 7 for event winners, lane 8 for series winners. Come on back, get your photo and your trophies. Rabbiter and Armstrong, good friends out of Paso Robles, California. 67 Camaro with a 582, 57 Chevy with a 540. Your number 2 qualifier was Rabbiter. Number 10 qualifier was Armstrong. Doesn't matter. They've made it this far. Armstrong qualified with an 861, Rabbiter with an 860. The index, 860. So they'll be partying in Paso tonight. One of them is going to win. Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage for Armstrong. They're gone. Reaction advantage. Oh, a good one. Who's going to take the money home? Is it Rabner or Armstrong? It's Armstrong running right on the number down to the 1,000th of a second. 860 with a 0 to an 858 for Armstrong. And Rabner going home happy in the B-Gas category. Greg Melton out of Escondido, California in the Roadrunner. This is AFX category. He's got the index of 875. Rich Wood out of San Diego, 62 Nova. His index 975. Melton was the number 1 qualifier and has dominated all day long. Rich Wood, he's made his way through this. He's run a best of 952 Well, he ran 9:52 in qualifying, so he's under the number. But he has run the right numbers enough to make it to the final round here today. The Chop Top Nova taking on the Roadrunner. Nova gone. Mopar, oh, he pedals it. He almost hits the wall. The number one qualifier getting upset in the final, and it is Richwood breaking out. Melton wins it. Milton gets upset, gets out of shape, and Richwood doesn't look in his mirrors. He breaks out. 962 on a 75, and Melton getting the win. National champion here in the right lane is Sam Tucker. 32 Bantam, Mopar 470 for power out of Redding, California. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California. Temporarily retired. 27 Ford Roadster. He qualified number 11th. Tucker qualified 10th. Tucker, the national champion right now. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Tucker trying to double up, be the national champ and the event winner. Full stage, lights drop, they're gone. Reaction advantage to Anderson. He could upset Tucker's dreams. Let's see what happens. And he does. 862, good for the win. Tucker runs right on the number with an 860, but gets there second. He was behind on the reaction time by 0.03 of a second, lost by 1/100th of a second. Steve Barta, this is D-Gas category. He's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane out of Bakersfield. 62 Chevy 2. Taking on Bo Dyson out of Bakersfield. Two Bakersfield racers. 67 Chevelle. A 1060 index for both cars. Let's see what happens. They hit the loud pedal and red light for Dyson. The win goes to Barta. And congratulations, he goes 10:54. He runs under the number, but not a problem. Bo Dyson, red lit, first or worse, and the first was the red light. It's also a safety, so it's not only first, it was worse. Dyson goes 10:55. Barta goes 10:54. More racing class action happening here. As we look back in the staging lanes, we see Funny Car getting ready. I see Top Fuel getting ready. There's Gassers getting ready. Moving up some more final round contenders here. So it's been some tight racing here, some surprising. Watching the Plymouth get out of shape, almost tag the wall, then come back and win when the competition doesn't watch their mirrors. To see that their racer was way behind. Little spray for traction compound down on the track to make sure it's good and sticky. And we'll get back to racing in just a moment. Thanks for coming out for the 30th anniversary California Hot Rod Reunion. And for those of you watching on dragracer.tv, thanks for tuning in. We're glad you could be there with us. And Good Vibrations Motorsports for sponsoring what's going on here today. And AAA. Hi, Mike English going to come back in here as we get ready for some fuel cars. It's going to be funny cars.
Funny car, final round out on the pad. Billy Morris for his dad, Rick, and Eddie Knox, the problem child Camaro. And Tony Gerardo, the Capital Punishment Team car. It's just been a spectacular weekend in funny car, dipping down into the 550s. And Billy over there, far side, that three-way Chevrolet lane, has been the better numbers. But Tony Gerardo in those steady 570s, and, well, we talked about it earlier. He couldn't run with these other guys, but he didn't need to because he waited for them to make a mistake and clicked off another 570 elapsed time. And in the final round, so Tony comes up here. Billy over there. The Patriot Tour for Billy Morris and the team. And I want to tell you, they've got some great decals on their car. And we just want to say to the Hadfield family in England and Haley, we're all thinking of you as we know you're struggling with cancer there. And everybody on that problem child team has got a lot of support for you, and appreciate it and thinking about you as Billy's going to try and go to the winner's circle for Haley Hatfield over there in England and wishing all the best. Dave Layton looks down at Tony Gerardo. Over to Billy Morris. The final and funny car. The 30th annual California Hot Rod Reunion Famosa Drag Strip. The bodies come down. Couple of first-generation Camaros. The burnout by Tony Gerardo. And Billy Morris right behind him. Conditions spectacular for the final. course, Bobby Cottrell, the newly crowned national champion, who unfortunately had parts breakage in the semifinal round against that Tony Gerardo. So the multi-time champion, unfortunately, will have to watch. Pre-stage for the California Hot Rod Reunion Funny Car Champion. The RPMs come up on that problem child, that pedal clutch. In set for the title. Look at that, Billy Morris down there, top end. Watch that problem child. 5:58.9, 251 miles an hour. Tony Gerardo gave it a shot at 5:66.2, 262. Billy was better in reaction time. Billy was better in 60-foot time. Billy dips down into the twilight zone to the 330 cones at 249. Both of them over 205 miles an hour at half track. Billy Morris, your California Hot Rod Reunion champion. And look at all the high fives and the hugs and everything down there on the starting line as they waited a while as this new car came together a year and a half, 2 years ago. And finally, they are a champion. Tony Gerardo coming back with a great effort there. It goes 5.662, 262, and couldn't run down that problem child. Word is we are clear at the top end. Man, there's high fives from Rick Morris, Billy's dad, Eddie Knox, and that whole team down there, and a great job. Going to be pretty wild in the winner's circle with these guys and gals. I would advise you to visit the winner's circle after the final rounds. Here is Top Fuel Eliminator. On the pad, and they fire up Pete Kaiser, and they fire up Tyler Hilton. Two of the baddest cars on the ground here. Tyler, of course, the national champion in Top Fuel Eliminator, going back to Ohio with that big trophy. Nice round of applause for that problem child team. They are a funny car champion. Pete Kaiser, his burnout. The champ, Tyler Hilton, his burnout. Now, Tyler always does a relatively short burnout there. Of course, Pete Kaiser, who has not driven in a number of years, been crew chief for Dan Horan. Dan says, hey, you know what? You're going to drive at the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'll drive the funny car. You get behind the wheel of the dragster. Well, that's paid dividends, hasn't it? In the final round. Tyler Hilton, been well documented. Started the season with a big block Chevrolet, and they decided if they had a chance for the championship, they needed to make the switch over to the Hemi. They purchased the championship winning car from Tony Bartone and the team. And, well, that was a pretty good investment. They are the champ. But right now, they have a race to win. And Pete Kaiser over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane could care less about that championship. He wants another trophy. Free stage is Pete Kaiser. Free stage, Tyler Hilton. For the trophy. Kaiser with the move off that starting line down there, top end, Tyler Hilton. 5.64, 238 miles an hour, and your champ is your winner at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Pete Kaiser was better in reaction time, and then Tyler ran him down. Pete runs 5.704, 251. Pete was 103 60-foot time. Tyler was 102. Pete to the 330 was 260. Tyler was 258. At half track, Pete was 380 207. Tyler was 376 6 210 and ran that car down. And Tyler Hilton, the top fuel national champion, the top fuel California Hot Rod Reunion champion, and the trophy going back to Ohio. Great expectations once again. And I can tell you, Tyler's grandma and grandpa, Jim and Allison Lee, back home, probably jumping up and down. So the consolation round in double A fuel altered, James Geronalo Jr., Brian Hope. The final will come up next. James, the burnout far side. Brian Hope, pure hell. Rick Skowalsko and the team out of Northern California. Just a legendary car in the pure hell there. Final for fuel altered following this pair. So Brian Hope, the Bantam Pure Hell, a legendary car. Double A fuel altered. Brian tuned on his dad, Ron Hope, and Ron retired at this race. The driver of the Rat Trap, and got an opportunity with Rich Kowalsko to drive this car. And, well, how could you turn down an opportunity like that? James Geronalo, James Sr., over there in that team out of Las Vegas. A family that races and everything. Pre-stage James waiting on Brian Hope. Ron Hope down there bringing his kid in. Check that baby out down there side by side at the finish line. Pure hell, 629, 222 miles an hour. James Geronalo, 658, 220, and a great side by side run as the final in double A fuel altered with the two quickest cars, Chicago style. Johnny West, the Plan A team out of Arizona, and Tom Padilla, the Red Dragon, in from Washington. Of course, Johnny West, just a long history of the sport of drag racing. Word goes out to fire him up. Joetta West up in front of her husband there. Tom Padilla, the Red Dragon. Johnny West, Plan A. California Hot Rod Reunion, Fuel Altered Championship final round. Johnny West has gone as quick as 6:09. Tom Padilla over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane wasn't far behind at 6:13. Crew chiefs walk away. Pre-stage, Tom Padilla waiting on Johnny West. The championship is coming for the move to Johnny West. Whoa, hang on there, Tom Padilla. Your fuel altered champion at 606, 217 miles an hour. Johnny West and the team out of Arizona. Joetta down there high-fiving everybody. Tom Padilla was out on him and then started reeling him in, and that baby made a move to the center line and did a doinker down there in the pumpkins. But Johnny West at 606, 217, your fuel altered champion at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Pro Mod on the pad, have to replace one of those cones down there. Winner circle pitchers in the staging lanes. Season champions, reunion champions. Come on down.
All right, a little bit of track prep going on as we get ready for the final rounds. We've got Pro Mod sitting there waiting, and we are going to be getting to them in just a moment. We want to make sure the track is right, and they are getting it prepped for them right now. All right, it's a last-minute prep. They're checking things out. Track is looking pretty good for the most part. We're just doing some touch-up to it and making sure it's good. The Pro Mod car is sitting down here, getting ready to go. Two Corvettes going to meet in the final. And they are ready to go. I want to thank you for sitting with us and being with us this whole weekend here at Formoso Drag Strip for the 30th anniversary of the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Steve LaBarber, and Donnie Couch. I want to thank you for joining us at the 30th California Hot Rod Reunion. We need Ken Bates. Ken Bates Sr. to the tower, please. Ken Bates Sr. to the tower, please. Get a good shot, Ingrid. I can see you. All right, the sun's going down. The next cars you see, you're going to see some nice header flames coming out as they go down track. We got some gassers waiting. We got the Pro Mods. And again, if you won your category, lane 7, bring your car back, go through the winner's circle, get your trophy, get your photographs. If you won the series, lane 8. If you won both, pick a lane. You got it. All right, Pro Mod Final coming at you right now. Track is done. It's prepped. It's ready. Dave Layton gives him the high sign. Come on, wrap him up. Pro Mods, funny cars with doors. These things are amazing. Justin Wake out of Clovis, California. Shorty's Fabrication, #1 qualifier with that bright orange 53 Corvette. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy, California. He's a 55-year-old race car driver. That's what he lists as his occupation. #3 qualifier with the 63 style Corvette. Corvettes, a pair, contesting the Pro Mod category. Williamson qualified 3rd with a 589, 251-mile-an-hour run. Justin Wake qualified #1 with a 584, 237-mile-an-hour run. So Wake was quicker by 0.05 of a second. This is closely matched. These two cars made it this far, and it's going to be a tight one. Anticipation and adrenaline running strong as they pull up to the starting line. We've seen it affect a few drivers today. Let's see how they do. Here we go. Wake in the Michelob lane. Williamson in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Full stage is what we're looking for. We've got it in the left lane. The right lane's there. The RPMs are up, and a red light for Williamson. Williamson, anticipation got the better of him. 180 red light, and it's Justin Wake taking the win. He was your #1 qualifier, runs 577, 250 miles an hour. They found the connection. They got it all fixed. They got it running. He goes quicker than he qualified, 577, 250, Justin Wake in Pro Mod. Next up, the final in gassers. AA gas coming your way. Scott White with the Willies. He qualified #1 with a 651. Mike O'Connor qualified 2nd with a 671. On paper, 2/10 behind. Scott White will be the victor. But let's see what happens. We've just seen an upset here in Pro Mod. O'Connor out of Bend, Oregon. Scott White out of Seaside, California. White's Willys has been super consistent all weekend long. O'Connor, he had to deal with some work on that machine. He initially ran an 854 and stepped it up to that 671. Not to say White had it easy. His first qualifying pass was a 1010. He came back with a 662 and then a 651. O'Connor only made 2 passes, 854 and a 671. But obviously, They're both in the final round. They both were running good. They were both running consistent. This is the time where the pressure is on. Adrenaline pumping. Anticipation making them anxious. Traditional, somewhat contemporary Willys taking on a somewhat new school 57 Chevrolet. Moving up into the beams right now. The whole back half of the Chevrolet is the wing. The Willys with the wing in the air, they have to do that. These cars tend to lift at the higher mile per hours. Sun has gone down. Watch the header flames as these guys get ready to go. Pre-stage lights lit. RPM's coming up. Pre-stage, full stage, gone. 57 Chevy looks like he's falling behind just a little bit. No, he gets him right at the end. 673 to a 676. O'Connor comes back and takes the win. He was behind on the reaction time, behind the first 60 feet. He started picking up the pace at the 3:30 mark. At the half track, he was ahead by 0.2 of a second. 2 miles per hour as well at 164. At 1,000 feet, they were dead even. Coming up at the finish line, the margin of victory, 37 thousandths of a second to take the win. Congratulations to Mike O'Connor for your win, and Scott White for an excellent weekend of racing action. That concludes all of the finals here at the 30th anniversary of the California Hot Rod Reunion. For Mike English, Steve LaBarba, and Donnie Couch, I'm Bob Beck. Thank you for joining us and spending the weekend with us here at Formoso Drag Strip. Have a good, safe drive home. Keep it rubber side down and shiny side up. We'll see you next time.